Welcome everyone to the talk of the town, the chat of the Chivos, and all things toddy. It's the Fat, Black, and Greasy podcast. Fat, Black, and Greasy, Fat, Black, and Greasy. Fat, Black, and Greasy, Fat, Black, and Greasy. Gather everybody for the talk of the week to discuss the biggest Chivo freaks. Chat about the games and other stuff too before you go and whiff that fat guy's shoes. Fatty mayo and greasy bacon, smoky salmon that's all been taken. Getting together those lifted strings and talking about the RFA pain. Devs and admins that got our trust and achievement sets that suck our nuts. Starring the mad lads, they host the most, they're totally rad. They're rolling in with the RA tank, Max Lifted Frank. Fat, Black, and Greasy, Fat, Black, and Greasy. It's the Fat, Black, and Greasy podcast. Fat, Black, and Greasy, Fat, Black, and Greasy. Fat, Black, and Greasy, Fat, Black, and Greasy. It's the Fat, Black, and Greasy podcast.
Welcome everyone to the talk of the town, the chat of the Chivos, and all things Todd.
It's the Fat, Black, and Greasy podcast. Fat, Black, and Greasy, Fat, Black, and Greasy. Gather everybody for the talk of the week to discuss the biggest Chivo freaks. Chat about the games and other stuff too before you go and whiff that fat guy's shoes. Fatty mayo and greasy bacon, smoky salmon that's all been taken. Getting together those lifted strings and talking about the RFA pain. Devs and admins that got our trust and achievement sets that suck our nuts. Starring the mad lads, they host the most, they're totally rad. They're rolling in with the RA tank, Max Lifted Frank. Fat, Black, and Greasy, Fat, Black, and Greasy. It's the Fat, Black, and Greasy podcast. Fat, Black, and Greasy, Fat, Black, and Greasy. It's the Fat, Black, and Greasy podcast. 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 Fat, Black, and Greasy, Fat, Black, and Greasy. It's the Fat, Black, and Greasy podcast.
No problem.
Welcome everyone to the
Howdy. Welcome, everybody. Happy Sunday. Bengals won, right, Frank?
The Bengals did win. That's why I'm in a Bengals jersey and Lipton's not in a Vikings jersey.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
Wow, knocker.
Yeah, it's-
Not
we
wasting
just,
any
you just
time.
go right to the chat. Everybody seems to start attacking Gal right away.
Yeah. the
You can hear
worst
me
guest
now.
ever. First guest without a cam and the first RA developer / admin or anything to do with the site we're going to have on. So, yeah.
Well, very honored to be here, guys.
Really appreciate it.
Of course.
So, how long have you known about retro achievements, the site itself?
Wow. I'd say it has to be coming up on, like 7 years or something like that. Because the way I was introduced to it actually was, I was following a friend of mine through Twitch that they would stream, and one night they said, "Hey, this guy named Game Squad looks like he's playing a Link to the Past randomizer. Let's go and give him, because we need to give respect, support to these other streamers out there, and we need to give the love and all that sort of thing." So we went as a full raid over to Max, and that first time I saw him playing, of course, Link to the Past randomizer. I love Link to the Past so much. And that was my first time seeing it as a randomizer, so I was already blown away by that. But then when I learned that he played retro achievements, I was like, what's retro achievements? And I looked into it and saw what kind of site it was. And I will be frank with you, the first time I saw it, I wouldn't say that I was really initially a fan of it, because I came more from like the school of, and this is going back from even when the Xbox 360 started with achievements. I was more of the idea, wow, gamers score all this stuff. Like, what do you do with that kind of stuff? Don't you just play the game again? I was very late, very stupid, but at the time I was very like, why would you do that? How could that be fun? What's interesting about it? And then from watching Max play and seeing the kind of challenges he took on, and doing all that stuff, it really showed me that there was like a different way that you could really challenge yourself with games. You could play them traditionally and beat them and stuff like that, but then you could do stuff with challenges, and it really gave you a newfound appreciation for those games you grew up with that you never kind of saw in that sort of way. So during COVID, when like some years later, like I didn't join at first, but like during when I was already in the house, nothing really was going on, I was like, why don't I just make an account and start playing it with everything? Like being able to help other people and seeing like what they could do with the games. I was just like, let me do it myself. Let me start playing with it. And the rest is history. Like from then on, like with playing any game, it's like I now look for what sets coming up, what kind of achievements are there, whatever, which is just this total sea change from where I really started. Like my entire repertoire of how I enjoy games has really transitioned in a heavy way, and I think all the better for it, because it's really, for years I really didn't play a lot of the games because I beat them so many times, and I was like, what else could I do out of this? What else could I bring to it that I haven't already done? And retro achievement showed me, you know what, son, there's a lot of ways that you could play those games that you never thought about. Let me show you them. And you know what, it's been quite a journey. Those amount of years, I cannot say I haven't had a ball. It's been frustration too. I'm not gonna lie. Definitely a lot of frustration, but I would lie if I wasn't to say that I wasn't having a good time too.
You took it one step further ahead than being a player. Just you took it to the next level of being a junior dev and then a full-fledged
Yeah.
dev.
And I didn't think that was ever going to happen to me, because I have no coding experience. Like I have nothing, like when it came to learning coding games and stuff like that, let me tell you, I have no background in anything. I never took a C class. I never took, any type of programming kind of stint or anything when I was in schooling or university or anything. So like when I was thinking of doing it, because like I saw the achievements, I saw the kind of challenges that were there. And I guess at some point I got curious. I was just kind of like, could I develop? And I was like on the fence for it for a little bit of time, really thinking about it. And I would just reach out to other devs about it. Hey, I'm thinking of being a junior dev. Like, do you need to have experience with it? Is there anything you request of it, or stuff like that? And every single one of them on down would say, no, you don't have to have program experience. The only thing you have to have is a tenacity to just push yourself to really learn and be open to the possibilities of just learning things as you go through games and doing stuff. And I'm a problem solver. I love, I don't mind making a mistake.
You're a
I can
problem
learn
maker.
from
What
that.
are you talking
You-
about?
and I make the mistakes all the time. I'm terrible, but I'm not gonna lie. Look, I'm never gonna put myself. I mean, I think the only thing I have is that I'm scrappy and I just keep learning. I think that's the only thing I have with it. I might be slow, but I'll get there because I just keep at it and keep picking at it until I figure out the answer. And like with deving, that's pretty much what it was, like when I figured out. And Schmelly, let me tell you, big shout out to him. He took me under his wing because he saw the post I did in the Retro Achievement site that I was thinking of doing, and he's like, "You want to be a developer? Come here. Let me show you and everything." And he took me under his wing, and he really showed me like everything about how the retro, the memory digging works, how you look for things, testing it and sieving through things to find the data you're looking for and everything. Big shout outs to him, because if it wasn't for him, I don't know if I really would have punched the ticket to really do it. Because after he did that sit down with me and he showed all the stuff, that's when I sent the message on the Discord that I wanted to become a junior dev. And it's all from there. It all went from there. In a big way. And I think the biggest thing that made me happy was that I could graduate to be a dev after making a set for Lunar 2. Like that was like Providence. Like that doing the Sega CD set was.
I'm doing your cherry popping set
No,
right now?
that's the PS1 one, but like the Sega CD one
Sega
is
CD, okay.
that's the more rigid one. I don't know if I'm particular, like looking back on that one, I don't know if I'm going to revise it at some point myself to make it a little bit closer to where I feel about achievements now, because I was doing that back when I was like kind of learning, and I don't know if like and everything, but
Revisions,
you know,
revisions.
well, hey, it's my. I mean, technically, you could do that with your own set without having to put up a vote. So, you know,
True.
and honestly, I don't. And honestly, I don't think many people will complain about it, because that achievement set is like very level guarded and really rigid in a lot of the things. So, I think me going back and making it a little more approachable is something I don't think most people will disagree with. I think
You would
people will
have
be like,
voted
you know
yes
what,
on
because at the end of the day, you want people to play the games. That's kind
Yeah.
of
I would say that's the most difficult thing for a dev is to continue to be a well balanced, fair to a degree. Unless it's like a bonus set, then it's like go
Yeah, do
cry me a
whatever the fuck
river.
you want.
But
yeah,
it's
it's
your
true.
job to make a good set and something that's approachable, like you said, and fair enough to the degree where people are not like sending you freaking hate mail every day. Like some of
Oh
your
yeah,
comments on what was the set that what did you do? Final Fantasy 7, you 3 flies and stuff like
yes.
that, and people are coming. They got their pitchforks, their torches and stuff like that. They're heading to Gal's house right now to burn him to the fucking ground.
Well, wasn't they
Well,
mad because you didn't take out the low level achievement? Isn't that
yeah,
what?
I didn't take out David and Goliath. So, which by the way was already put in the plan that was written that wasn't going to be a thing. But they were like, "You didn't take it out. What's going on?" And I'm like, well, that wasn't really the plan. But I mean, look, I understand where the frustrations come from. Like, look, I'm not someone who really responds to people like derisively about stuff, because I understand where the frustration comes from. Like, I may disagree with you, but I will never say that you're not entitled to feel the way that you feel. Like, I totally understand why someone would look at something like David and Goliath and would be like, really? Level 28 going through Final Fantasy 7? Why would I want to do that? And the kind of push that you have to do. It's doable, but like there's a lot that you have to really think about your run the entire playthrough. And some people just don't want to do more than one playthrough for RPGs, for an
Well,
achievement set,
with the bonus set
And
already there, I don't know why that can't get moved to a bonus over to the.
well, actually, I think the bonus set has pushed even further, because you have like level 7 Tifa, you have like tons of other stuff for
Yeah,
subsets
there's
that
like
like
a
have
low
really done.
level bonus set
Like,
itself, and it's just
yeah,
like, yeah, beat like the sewer boss with level 2 Aerith, but she's got no clothes on. I'm like,
or something. And it's like they pushed so much into like this low level kind of aspect. Like, it's kind of weird, because like David and Goliath really doesn't have a home otherwise. Like, I guess you could probably flesh it out and do a full game like with that or something. Maybe you just like flesh out and make an entire set instead of one achievement, maybe.
that's
Yeah,
that
yeah,
But
it's really difficult because there's already the low level bonus set, so
yeah,
where
so
would that fit in except at the very end of that? But I think even the low level bonus set probably has even a lower level than 28 at the end of it.
yeah, like, so it ends up kind of being in this like weird kind of place that it has no place to go except be like an unofficial achievement. It's just going to kind of sit there because like, well, we can't put it over here,
I
we
mean,
can't
you
put it
could
in the
destroy
bonus
it.
set. But I mean, here's the thing: I'm always open to possibilities of people pitch something, and I'll be like, you know what? That, like, I'm never someone who says no about something. Like, if someone comes and pitches an idea that says, let's turn David and Goliath and turn it into something this way. Like, sometimes like people will say like, can you think of something that would work here? And people say, why do you keep saying that? I don't know. Why don't you just say no, it can't happen? I'm like, because I'm never going to be that kind of person. I'm always open that someone might come along and pitch an idea that I never thought about before, that was never an original idea, because I was too in my head, up in my clouds, and had to stick up my ass too much to know what the hell was going on. And this person's new, that just became a dev, and they're thinking, hey, here's an idea that I can think about. I'm like, damn, that's awesome. Let's go with it. That's how I'm always going to be. I'm never going to be someone who's going to dogpile. So if we think of an idea like, again, this Final Fantasy 7 David and Goliath, and someone comes along and says, hey, let's do it this way, that it fleshes out in a certain way that's different, hey, all the power to it. I just think in the imperfect sense of where we are right now, you just kind of leave it where it is for now. And then, but it's kind of never a finishing point. It's not a finishing period to the sentence. It's like, let's see what happens next. Maybe something comes up and we revisit it this time. It's always to be revisited every time with what we think at that point in time. If someone comes along and says, let's do it. And by the way, I know it goes without saying, but also if anyone's listening, I mean, this is what, I'm not speaking for RA or anything. I'm saying this is just how I feel about it.
Well,
In that way.
I also think that there's enough people that are complaining about it. Either way,
Oh,
when
yeah.
I have to do FF7, I'm okay with doing that low level run. It doesn't matter to me. But sometimes I just feel like if enough players are complaining about something, maybe it does need to be looked at.
Well, that's definitely the case that it'll probably always be something that's going to be controversial. So you can be rest assured, as much as we talk about it now, we'll talk about it years down the road. It's still going to be there, and we'll still think to ourselves. That's why I say someone will come along, because it's a constant conversation, that at some point someone will come along and say, hey, what about this way? It's just a given, I think, in that sort of way. So let's see in months from now what happens with there. We'll be back with the same question, and let's talk about it at that point again.
I think that's a great point that Gal said right there at the very end. Is let's talk about it. That is the
Yep.
strongest point between player and dev, is to just talk and not yell at each other.
Yep.
About stuff.
Yeah.
If you disagree with a thing. One of my favorite stories ever, Suspect 15. When he first started and he became a dev. He used to come into my channel all the time, and I was playing Secret of Mana all the time. I'm like, what'd be awesome? A fucking bonus set for rare drops in Secret of Mana. And he's like, you know what? I'll fuck around with that. And now we have the rare drop set in Secret of Mana, and it was great. And I thanked him very much. I'm not even on the top 10 of it. I'm like number 30 to do it. But I'm like, oh man, this is great. I'm like, when's Secret of Evermore? Come on.
but that's exactly the kind of thing that comes from it when we have that kind of dialogue. Like someone doesn't think about it. What would be really good if you did this? That's why that's exactly the point why I never put a period at the end of the sentence and everything, because you never know what idea is just waiting to be expressed that you never thought about, and someone drops it on your lap and you're like, holy shit, that's fucking awesome. I want to do that. And that's exactly the case with rare drops aren't for everybody, but like Secret of Mana, I do that all the time.
It's like crack for me. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why. There's something really, because when you finally get that drop and you're like, yeah.
It's like such a euphoria. Yeah. Like you just feel like with it. That's how I feel like with Earthbound, with any drops that you get. Yeah, it takes a whole lot of time, but when that fucking shit drops and you see that text pop up on the screen, you're like,
you hold your breath.
Holy shit. Like, it's like a shot in the arm, man.
Wait for this 1 out of 512 drop for fucking 5 days.
Right? That's exactly how it feels.
That's the real masochism right there. Rare drop sets. I love them, man.
And I'm all a fan for that. Like, I think that's great because it really speaks to that kind of euphoria that you get with it. And you understand to yourself, you're like, we can't put these all in a core set. It makes total sense why we wouldn't put every single one of this. But hey, let's.
I said, like, the future of RA is going to be subsets, because it's taking the niche parts of things, like a low level run, like a rare drop set. Go make a Final Fantasy VII rare drop set. I'll play it.
Well, that's the thing. If there's a low level set already, then why is there a low level achievement in the regular set?
Because I think the regular set came out first, and then they never. It's hard when there's two devs doing a different set. I guess that's the problem. Is that two devs? One did the original set and one did the low level subset, and it's like,
it just seems redundant.
Oh, you're muted if you don't know. Or how that happened.
I think somebody might have came in, so he muted real quick to talk to him. It happens from time.
Oh,
to time.
Okay. Want to make
Guys,
sure.
can you guys hear all of us fine? Like they were talking
about
not being able to hear us.
Are you there, Gal?
Who can't they hear?
They were saying that my mic's low.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me though? Just to make sure.
Of course they can hear you.
Okay, yeah, because I'm a booming, loud, obnoxious little person over here. No, to answer your point, Frank, though, is the thing I think is with low-level challenges, when it comes to RPGs, I guess it could depend on the game, but I think within reason, you can have a sort of challenge that limits where you go in the game, because of course it will put more stock in what tactics you bring into the game, that you can't just go through. Now you have to really think of using the certain systems that the game has to get you through to do well. Like, for example, like there's some low level challenges that really aren't challenges. There's the low level challenge in Final Fantasy VI, and it's really not a challenge because Final Fantasy VI is just so easy to break that having a low level really doesn't matter at all. I mean, now with Final Fantasy VII, I could see some places that you could, like, it becomes a little bit more of a challenge because you have to really think of who's going to win boss fights, who's going to, get the AP, who's going to get certain things. Like, you really have to challenge. It's a lot more challenging to play around with that. You could play a low level run, like up to like level 24 with FF6 easily to the mid game. without really having much of an issue. And then once you get to mid game, you get to a part where you could farm everything off of cactuars and you're fine. Like you really, like the rest of the game is your oyster at that point. There's really not a part in FF7 that really is like that. But like the way you have to do it is, it's kind of like what I did with Phantasy Star 4. I did it kind of the same way with the revision that would happen in there, that you had to go through at a certain level. You have to really manipulate who dies in certain fights, who's alive that gets all of the experience at certain points, so your party level stays a certain amount of time. And you also have to know what level you're at, because that's going to affect who joins your party later on and what level they are at certain points. And again, people will find that fun. I can see where people would be more like, angry with that, because they're like, God, I really have to micromanage and, do this kind of stuff. And, I really just don't like that with RPGs, because when people play RPGs, a lot of times they do it because they like to enjoy the experience of the game and that kind of stuff that goes along. That the micromanagement is really just not something that they can do. But I can see where a challenge like that can fit a core set within reason, as long as it's something like, for example, with Final Fantasy VII, I think it's somewhere between level 30 or level 35. I think it affects how Bizarro Sephiroth is with your party, depending on where your party level is in certain ways. So there is something that I guess you get out of it a little bit. But even beyond that being said, because most people say, I can deal with a tough achievement as long as it's something built in the game. If it's something that the game gives me, I can at least, acknowledge it or swallow it. But for me, I don't mind if an achievement doesn't have something in the game, as long, again, as you don't go too far. Like, you're never going to have something in Final Fantasy VII that's a level 7 Tifa outside of a bonus set. Like, that's just not something that's going to work. Like, the things you have to do in the game to make that happen is just ridiculous, to make it even be something manageable. But level 28, it's probably on the fence, like probably close to like that kind of level, where if it was anything lower, it might be an issue, but it gets by. So I think it just kind of stays where it is, again, just because it really doesn't have a home otherwise. Like, if we already have a bonus set that already hits low level, like significantly there. So if you're really wanting to go no holes barred low level, you already got that in the subset with Tifa. You already got it's going to hit all the buttons of what you're looking for to really challenge you in that way. If anything, maybe the low level functions as a way to kind of get you on that road. You do that low level David and Goliath, and if you're interested in pushing yourself, that's kind of the thing that can kind of encourage you to head off to that bonus set. Because now it's like, okay, you did this, but can you do this kind of challenge there, in a way. That's at least how I view it anyway. I could be wrong.
Is there anything you would not like? Let's. What's your least favorite trope in RA? What would you not put in one of your sets that you?
Oh,
see?
wow. The type of thing that really soured for me in achievements are deathless achievements.
Oh.
Speed. Well, speedruns is interesting too, because I typically wouldn't really put speedruns in a game unless it was something built into, like a Metroid or something like that. Like, Metroid has speedruns built into like the very game. So like for me, I think a speedrun achievement for a Metroid game is like peanut butter and jelly. It just melds well together in that way. But like, if you're telling me like a speedrun in like a like say in like an RPG or something like that, that's more difficult for me to really swallow, because RPGs are more, for me, I mean, people do it. Like, I know people who've done it with like different games and stuff like that, but when I think like an achievement for it, it just seems kind of, unless like the RPG is built, again, like something that specific RPG is built, that if you beat it under a certain time, it gives you a certain reward.
Final
or
Fantasy
something
IX
that's
is a perfect example.
like Excalibur
too.
2 or something like that. Then it makes sense, I think, to have something like that. But like any old RPG, beat it under like 10 hours. I don't know if I would.
That's the point of
this.
the game. Like, you play an RPG because you it's kind of more relaxing. That's what I did. That's why I did Lunar 2 yesterday. I'm like, look, man, it's been a busy 2 weeks for me. Like, I kind of just want to chill out and relax,
like you play RPGs usually to kind of kick back and like kind of not be speeding through it in a way. So, but it's like, as a genre, it just doesn't seem to fill it. But for like a game like Metroid or something, absolutely, like I would think that sort of thing. Now, deathless achievements, I used to kind of be all right with them, but like the more that I've gone through it and experienced it myself, I just really have an aversion, and this is just me. Everybody has a different experience with it, and if you can deal with it, hey, more power to you. All that kind of stuff. For me, I just feel really sad when like I've been at a game for a number of hours, and then all of a sudden some real bullshit just comes out of nowhere. There's really nothing you can do, and now it's like, okay, well now I have to play all of that over again to do that sort of thing. For me, that downtime always kind of got me. Again,
Little Ralph.
maybe I could stomach it if the game gave you something for beating it deathless. If it had something as a reward, maybe I could stomach it and be fine with it. But like I'm as me, it's more difficult for me to concede putting that in a set than at this point than I probably would have been when I started. Like if you asked me when I was a junior dev starting out, I've been like, well, that's part of the challenge. Here you go. Nowadays, I'm kind of like, unless the game gives me good reason to put it, I'm more likely to leave that kind of stuff out on the cutting room floor.
It's
You
the
know what I
personal
was talking-
reward you get. Personal reward.
The journey,
There-
the friends we made along the way.
You see, yeah, there you go.
See, I don't really mind deathless achievements within
Me
reason.
either.
Like
Within
Castlevania
reason,
4 Deathless, yeah, that shit was fucking hard as balls. But once you got it, you're like, it was euphoric. You know what I mean?
It must, but that's the flip side. When you do something like that, it's so cathartic. It's so rewarding when you get out on the other side of it. Because the only difficult part of that deathless part, though, it's the bridge, right? That part in the cellar. That's like literally like the pinch line. If you're able to get through there, then you're on pins and needles the rest of the game.
Yeah.
After that, because you're just like,
The bridge
Ugh.
was never a problem for me. It was always the fucking the climb up with the stairs that fall.
with the buzz.
Like, I
Oh,
would just
yeah.
fall through-
Stage-
I would just fall
stage
through
B.
the stairs. I'm
I
like
fucking
trying to
hate
walk
that
up
part.
them, and I just fall. I'm just like, I'm literally trying to walk up the stairs. and
that
I
happened
just
to me.
fall
You
through.
don't, no joke. That's happened to me a number of times where the thing will just go and I press up and literally I won't be able to hold on. So I definitely feel on that. But you showed me actually, Frank, that because first I thought it was random and you're like, no, wait a minute. And like there was a part where you were literally getting the bridge like each time.
It has a
like you would
pattern.
just wait.
People always say there's not a pattern to the bridge. There is. You just got to
Mhm.
wait a second. Yeah, that's all
And
you
that's
have
what,
to do.
and you showed it to me. You're like, oh, see, watch, I'm going to get across right now. And he did it like each time. And I was like, well,
I was going back and forth. I was walking across the bridge and back across the bridge.
I was like, shut me up.
Dragon
I
was
was
looking out the
walking-
window. He's like, "What the fuck is that asshole doing out there?"
Everybody's always like, "Oh, the bridge is impossible to read." I'm like, "Well, you're not waiting long enough then."
That's why I believed it, because I literally saw them all doing it, and then they would keep falling, and then this guy over here did it like at one point he literally did it like 5-6 times in a row on the runs he was doing, and I was like, that you couldn't do that if it was random.
You just gotta fucking wait and let the pattern form, and then you see the pattern and go.
Patience.
I think that's where we're at with retro achievements has evolved so much, even since Gal's become a dev, and he's been a dev for a couple of years now, I believe.
Yes.
I'm always the biggest proponent of subsets, so you can basically take an existing set and start morphing it a different way, like the rare drops, speedrun showcase, Deathless can be part of the regular set depending on what it is,
Exactly.
But there's just so much versatility with how you can do subsets instead of compromising the original set with a revision. I think revisions have been either done 1000% correctly or just for no reason. Like, I could vouch for Gal, because I was like the first person I looked, when Frank said, "Hey, Final Fantasy 7 dropped," Gal put it, and like everybody's coming out there trying to shoot Gal in the neck and stuff like that.
Hey, I got a target. I got a target over
I
here.
was like, "Oh, this actually fleshes out the set." Like, none of this stuff looks really bad. It's just kind of progression shit.
There was
left
hardly
out.
any progression in the
Yeah.
set previously. There was literally huge swaths of Midgar. You're playing Midgar for like 5 to 6 hours.
It's like,
And
leave
literally you get like
Midgar.
what?
It's
Like
like
2,
save
3
dying child
achievements?
on the beach. I'm like, all right.
Yeah,
That's
I'm just saying, like, there's sometimes, like, if you got through Midgar, you're playing 5 to 6 hours, and literally you have like only like what 2, 3 achievements to show for it, like in the original. Like, I can
why I
understand why
stopped.
people look
It
at
was
that.
just-
They're like,
it was
Jesus.
kinda like, what am I doing? Like,
Yeah, like I'm not getting
Yeah.
any. Like, what am I doing? I'm playing like, I kind of feel like because there's always this middle ground that you want to find. That it's like you don't want to be like spamming achievements that like you're getting like 5, 6 in like a minute, but you don't want it to go like that someone's playing for like several hours and they get like nothing. And I
Yeah.
think it's
There's
always
a
like
lot
that
of-
balance
there's a
where
lot
you're
of
always
sets
trying to
like that.
find that and especially for an RPG where you're playing it for like 25 to 30 hours, you want to have it that like you're feeling that you're getting like stuff going as you're going along, and there's a good pace with it. And that's really what my thought process was a lot of the achievements on the revision was just like, look, I want it to be like you go from an area, you go to the next area, you're going for like a couple of hours or so. Even if you're doing progression, you're going to get an achievement. You're going to get something that's going to be happening along the way. So it feels like there's a connecting guideline that you're not going for like several hours and nothing's happening before you
about,
get the
like,
next one.
the quantity of achievement. Let's say you have a 300 achievement set, like a Final Fantasy IV on PSP. We were talking about that yesterday.
Yes.
And I'm like, okay, so in a regular play set, depending on what I'm doing, I should be able to pop at least 20 to 40 achievements in a day for this. You know, I would think that's a great average number for an RPG.
Yeah, for like 300, yeah, like
Yep.
you would think going through. And the thing is also with those big compilation sets, because like for that one for PSP, you have the original Final Fantasy IV, you have the after years on there, you know, a number of things. So, you know, because people will say like, do you have like a limit on how many achievements you look at for a set? And I say, well, I mean, if it's like a big RPG, then probably it's going to be like somewhere average, depending on how long the game is. It'll probably be somewhere around 100 to 150, I'm thinking, is like the general average for like where a set with an RPG might be. I think if you start to get that kind of thing in like action adventure games or stuff, it kind of is pushing it when it starts to get like really large. But
you said Final Fantasy VII was like 30 achievements or something like that when it was originally done, right?
Yeah,
like,
it was originally 90, but what ended up happening, it got to like, I actually was surprised myself because I didn't even look at the number after I was done with it. It ended up coming that I added 100 achievements to it. So it ended up coming out to 190 something or whatever. And people were like, wow, what's up with this or whatever. And I was just like, you know, funny enough, I didn't even look at the number. But like the things I did was I looked at, again, progression, different events or stuff like that. And then there were some things that I literally omitted, like a different dialogue that someone says or certain things. I just thought to myself, you know what? I'm not going to probably bother looking into that because it really doesn't have anything substantial. Like, is that really worth like a player like going through just to see like one line, like it's like 5 words that happens? Like, is it really worth it? I don't know. You know, like there's some things that you have to kind of balance when you're going through and making achievements. You might, like in my opinion, there's some things that you'll look at and yeah, it's new content, like a new dialogue piece or something, but like you kind of ask yourself, is that really substantial? Is that something that like outside of being someone who's really feverishly a Final Fantasy VII fan, is like the casual person really going to care about something like that? Or is it going to leave them with something that's really in, you know, wow, that's cool or something like that? Maybe not. Like, probably not.
I'm okay. Like,
in
I'm
that
a
view.
big fan of the Easter egg. Like, you know,
Yeah,
like
me
stuff
too.
that you never seen before and stuff like that. Like Wise Man just said in chat, it's like my favorite achievements are showcasing things in games that people don't necessarily know about. Secret areas, fast kills, and all that. I feel like if I learned something by playing a game I played 100 times, like, oh, like that's cool, neat. Wow, I never knew that. You know,
That,
Yeah, I
and
agree
that's
with that.
actually something. That's something that actually happened in 7 too, because there's one thing that I actually saw comments for because they were surprised to find out about it in the Shinra headquarters. When you go to the the item store that's on like the front, on the bottom lobby of the Shinra building, there's a television off to the side, and if you go up to it and examine it, it actually shows a car ad in
you can
there,
look, it shows like a
and
commercial.
dialogue and stuff,
Yeah.
and it's showing like the car is going like in circles. It's rotating around. In Japanese, I guess it's saying like the different cylinder engine and different stuff in there and everything, and it's showing the Shinra logo and everything. And someone left a comment like, "Geez, did anyone know about this?" And you're right. Like, to me, that actually brought a smile to me because I was like, someone saw something in the game they never knew was there. Like, to me, when it's something substantial like that it's a really cool Easter egg that's like hidden in the game that most people will not see. Most people will not see that because they'll be going, maybe buying an item, and then they'll leave the room and they'll go to the elevator to continue the story. They will not stop to look at that. And it's just, that's definitely a place in achievements that definitely, it's great when, and that was something actually that was brought up to me when I played Symphony of Night, with you know, some of those sets and stuff like that. I was like, wow, I didn't even know that was a thing in the game, and it blew my mind. I was like, here it is. I played this game for like 20 years and I'm still learning shit about it. Like, how many stuff they packed into these games that we just don't know. And retro achievements can be very
Like
helpful.
even
For that.
like the sword that you find in the wall. I never knew about the sword in the wall that you like swing it and it says like a whole word and like a whole bunch of like soldiers come
Yeah,
out and I'm like, what the fuck is this? That's cool. But
I
it's an
didn't even
achievement.
know about it until like when I saw it for the first time. I was like, wow, really? And I looked it up because then I was curious because I wanted to look up like what the word meant because it said verboten or something like that. And I looked it up and it was like, oh, it's German for forbidden. And I was like, ooh, that's so
Ah.
cool. like you're right. Like it's those little things that you just would never catch, and it's great that we can really do that for players. Honestly,
Baron, that's a great example and stuff like that. You can only give away so much in the description, but I always find that the badge itself, the picture, is very helpful if you do it cleverly.
Yes.
that
You can't-
yes.
yeah.
Actually, Schmelly did something again. I'm doing shout outs here to like he did something in the Saturn version of Symphony Night that was very much like that. There's one part where you have to go. I think it's in the Coliseum that you have to jump up to like the top room,
Mhm.
and he did it in such a way where he showed the skeleton master enemy slanted like horizontally in a certain way and showing the thing, which is exactly what the skeleton would look like if you freeze him in midair with the clock, and he shows the clock sub weapon in the badge. So just looking at that, I didn't even know. Like at first I'm thinking to myself, how do I do this? And then I looked at the picture, I'm like, I got it. I know exactly what I have to do. That was so cool. I love it. That's the kind of thing that you're absolutely right.
I'm hit and miss with those because sometimes you just can't figure it out and you just like wait and you're like going to the comments and like 79 people unlock this. Not a single fucking comment. What? How the fuck?
Those are the worst.
Oh, man.
I'm like, how the fuck did they do it? What the fuck?
What is going on? What did you guys know?
Tell me your hidden secrets.
Speaking of Lunar,
I tell you. Oh, go ahead, Max. Go ahead.
that guy Dev the Saturn version. I was really looking forward to playing that, and I mean I can't get past the first cutscene of the game. The game just freezes, and it's you're in a final walk animation for the entire time. But some people have already badged the game. I'm like, well, how the fuck did you get it to work? And they're like, sorry, I don't speak English, but they wrote it in English.
But they wrote it in English.
And, like, it's a well-known thing. Like the Saturn version does not like work or load properly after like when Alex is at Dine's monument. Like he does his little monologue, and then it just freezes, and he's like, "I'm like, all right, where the fuck is Null? Supposed to be coming up behind me."
Wow, I didn't even know that. So that's actually a thing with the Saturn version of Lunar that it doesn't load past the cutscene or so forth at the beginning.
Somebody wrote in the comments too, but there's some people who have bypass that, and I tried messing with the frame rate. I tried messing with like stuff to maybe jump start it to like get it to be like kind of like reset itself, but like not reset the game. I was like moving all sorts of stuff around, and then my controller became my microphone. I'm like, all right, stop touching stuff, Max.
Jesus. Oh well, that's good to know because I was actually thinking of playing that sometime down the road. So to know that it has an issue with even loading, like I'll definitely let you know if I find a way. If I find a way to crack into it, Max, I'll definitely let you know.
Please do, because I was originally going to play that, but I'm like, you know what? We're going to play Lunar too, because this ain't working.
Most certainly. Because I was thinking of playing it myself soon.
Go. What's the favorite set that you've debbed? What's your favorite, and do you have any future plans of games in mind that you might dev in the future?
My favorite set that I devved. Wow, that's a tough one. Because like each one of them, let me tell you, I know this sounds probably cliche because all my sets are my little children, and no. But it's there's truth to that statement though, in the fact that each one of them really had their own challenges and their own things that I look back on it, and it was really fun to learn things about the games that I grew up with that now how the devs, like for instance, doing Lunar 1 and Lunar 2 for Sega CD, you kind of learn a thing about the developers that made the game and how they got better at it the more that they went along and did stuff. Because like when I even joke with people, I say, Silver Star, I loved making the set for it, but goddamn, every so often I'll get a ticket that just makes me scratch my head because the memory is not acting right for this person who's playing the game at any particular point in time. And like the way they organized everything in that game was a little haphazard. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like it was really weird, kind of like where they moved certain things around, how things were going, and you think to yourself, this was the first big RPG that they were really doing back in the '90s, so they were probably going into it like, dude, like, what are we doing? Like, let me see what we're putting around there and everything, and you can definitely feel it going through and making achievements for the game. But then Lunar 2 Eternal Blue for the Sega CD was so much different,
Me?
so much more neat.
Cleaner,
Everything
yeah.
was aligned with where it is. It was much easier to know certain things in that sort of way. And so I've never gotten a ticket for it.
That's
knock
funny
on.
that you say that because you know that the English team, working
Yeah.
designs, are probably just like, hey man, we just got to get this published as fast as
Yeah,
possible.
yeah,
And, like,
exactly. And so you're
the-
surprised to think like, how they were able, like as a sea change within like a couple of years, how that experience with Silver Star really got them, I guess, to kind of work their shit out. And kind of by that point, it's like, oh, look, this is what we're gonna have to do. We got to get this game out. We know what we need to do and everything. And it's just fun to see that in the memory when you're seeing the kind of thing in there. I also learned another thing in Metroid, which was the first set, the NES series, Metroid for the
did
GBA,
Game Boy Advance version
that I
with it,
did
right?
for it, that I learned with it and everything. One
like
thing
those
I
stuff.
learned in that game, this is like a little tidbit with it. You know that there's the fake crate that's in Brinstar that's, I guess, supposed to fool you into like, hey, this is like Kraid, and it's really not in any sort of way. Well, at first, I thought it was just a regular enemy, like whatever. I'm looking through it, in the data and the memory for everything. The game actually treats it as a boss character, like the same address that's used for Kraid and Ridley, the actual Kraid. Fake Kraid shows up there too in the memory, and it has more HP than both Kraid and Ridley combined. But the thing is, if you use a missile or the screw attack, it dies in one hit. And it's weird because the health doesn't immediately go down to 0, but there's a mark that clearly shows that the enemy is dead. It's just really weird. You learn. See, that's the kind of thing that you're like, wow, I never thought that the game would treat it that way. But like, why wouldn't they just put it down to 0? It's like dead. Why did they do this like weird thing? Like the memory is like acting a certain way or what have you. So like each game is like that to me. But I guess if you were really pushing it, like what game did you really have fun developing for? I would definitely say it was probably Chrono Trigger, because
Nice.
it was a lot of fun. The game is a lot of fun, and it just was really good to come up with different achievements for it. But probably a close second would be Lunar 2, because getting to finally put a set together, because at the time the Sega CD games didn't have sets.
Yeah.
And to finally be able to do that, and to make it that those games now have a set for RA, and I was able to make that happen. When if you had asked me a good year or two before I did that, if I was ever going to do something like that ever, I would have been telling you were crazy that I was ever going to do that. And yet those sets now are out there, and people are playing them and stuff. And again, I don't know if they're necessarily perfect. Again, I'm thinking with Lunar 2, it might be something I kind of iron out and do better with it. But at least with regard to it, I'm glad that they're out there now.
I mean, look at the state of RA right now. I mean, we're a month away from the end of the GameCube event. GameCube is a thing. We will probably be coming shortly because they both use Dolphin.
Yes.
I heard that. I from what I understand, that it's not that far of a jump to get that operational. But what
Dude,
I know when it comes
to have
that,
Wii,
but, yeah.
to have Wii games, that would be something special. I would definitely have a lot of fun. Like, even though Skyward Sword isn't like absolutely one of my favorite Zeldas, I would definitely enjoy playing that game for RA. And I did enjoy Brawl a lot. Like Super Smash Brothers definitely took
Brawl's
off for
my
me.
favorite.
Yeah.
Well, besides Ultimate, Brawl's my favorite.
Yeah, true. But Ultimate definitely has taken that spot for me. But Brawl was
Ultimate
really the
is-
first time that I really, like, with my friends, my high school buddies, that was probably the first time I really picked up. They all love Melee, of course, because that was the first time they ever played. Like, for them, that was their intro, really, to Super Smash Brothers in a significant way. Me, it was Brawl onward. But
because of the Subspace Emissary. I thought that was like the best story thing like ever.
exactly, which is why it's so sad that people were like dismissing or like whatever. I'm like, I actually liked that. I liked it that they
I
had
thought
like
it was
a
great.
shared story and stuff with that. Yeah.
He did it perfectly in Ultimate. Like Ultimate literally is
Yep.
the ultimate love letter to every video game ever made.
Which is why I think it was great that they put that together, because it was really, that was basically a love letter to everything that Nintendo and all of those franchises were. Like basically it was like Sakurai and all of them basically being like, look guys, we all love these characters. This is why we created this game, this franchise. And Ultimate is like, I don't think it's, that's why when people tell me, are you sad that there might not be another one? I'm like, to be honest, with Ultimate, you have all the stuff together in such a package. If that was the last one, I wouldn't shed a tear at all. I would be pretty happy with that, because that's the way you go out, in my opinion.
Fantastic fucking game.
Yes.
Do you have a favorite? Do you have a favorite set that's not yours? Just a favorite set, period, or maybe a least favorite set? That's what I like. I like hearing least favorite.
Wow. My favorite set. Wow, I'm probably gonna have to look at my list just to see like the different ones on there that I've done, just so I can kind of get an idea of which one is there that I absolutely love, that I really enjoyed. Honestly,
man,
any of the
no.
Castlevania ones that I did, I like a lot. I like probably a good tie would be Portrait of Ruin and Ecclesia. I really enjoyed those sets a lot.
Portrait of Ruin was really good.
In there. Yes. I really, definitely probably my favorite achievement that was doing Death damageless. Like having to really do well with both Charlotte and with Jonathan, to have to do that. Like I really enjoyed that so much. And then being able to do the level 1 run, I was surprised by that. Like doing them for both. If you asked me, I would have never thinking of ever doing a level 1 run for any of those games, and to be able to do that for Portrait and for Ecclesia, those were, I mean, I got my ass handed to me a number of times in Ecclesia, but I never was frustrated enough that I was like, I'm not going to pick this back up. Like I would reset, I'd go back in and keep trying it. Maybe it's just watching you guys, and it's like, look, if Max and all of them could put up with all the shit that they put up with, I could reset and try this again. Like you guys definitely were an inspiration in a lot of ways. I think that's probably why I've gotten better with a lot of the stuff, because it's kind of you guys with your stubbornness and just really being like, I'm going to get this and everything like that. It really kind of showed to me how you can approach challenges as well. You don't back down from it. Like even if you have to put it away for a bit, it's okay, but you never are willing to try it again. So for those are definitely probably, I would say, among my favorites. Now my absolute, like a set I didn't like, well, I think it's probably more of a symptom of the game, because I'm really not as much of a fan of the game as others. I really didn't much care for Tecmo Secret of the Stars as much.
Yeah.
For a Super
Look at that
funny.
rock star, man.
That's funny.
God.
I clicked on that before you said that.
Yeah, I was wondering, did Lifted here before us or something?
Yo,
I
it
don't
definitely
know.
has my favorite. It has my favorite like badge of all time. Like where it's like get the loincloth at the circus, and there's a picture of this like fucking dumbass clown.
Yeah.
Like, yes.
No, that is pretty funny. I mean, let me tell you to caution, to just say this. It's not that I like absolutely hated it or anything like that. It's just one of those games that like I played through, and it just didn't really leave that much of an impression with me that I'm like, I pick this up again in any sort of way. It's one of those kind of games I wanted to experience because I was curious about it.
Yeah.
I heard that it was an RPG that was out there. If you like RPGs, try it out. And, you know, I checked it out and stuff, but like the characters just really didn't ingratiate themselves to me. I really didn't care much for the world outside of, you know, some aspects to it. You know, that's really the only thing. I mean, I do kind of like that, you know, some of the elements that they have of like ideas that they kind of threw in there with like how the characters necessarily bounce off. And I think if it was probably implemented a little bit better with how you used the different
Combo
groups of
magic and
characters.
shit. Yeah.
I mean, maybe if you had them implemented that they could at least when you bounce back and forth between groups, that there was more like interaction between them. Maybe I'd have a different opinion with it. But like between the Aquatilian and the Crystera, but I just didn't really feel like the game really made use of it. Like the Aquatilian by far are the ones you usually use for anything. The Crystera, you kind of just are like, oh yeah, I have to use you to open a gate over here. Okay, let me bring you over here. Okay, open the gate. Okay, I'm moving on. You know, I mean, and I felt bad about that. Like I wanted to have a game that like because I think the idea is good. I think the idea is cool to have like different parties that you do stuff with, and some RPGs do play off with that. When like even Final Fantasy has done it, where like they separate you into different groups, and you do different things in dungeons, and I like that kind of element with it. But I just don't feel like they really did much with it, honestly. So it's not really the set's fault. It's just kind of the game. The game is just kind of there.
It got
if you will.
revised too after I badged it, so I'm like, I am not going back. I'm
Oh,
not renaming
yeah.
my city penis. I don't care. I don't give a
Yeah,
shit.
with all the get all the treasure chests and stuff. Yeah. I
I'll let
gotcha.
that sleeping dog lie. Yeah. But
Just
yeah,
not my
I
thing.
felt the same about it. It was just kind of like a really unusual game. I'm kind of like, I'm glad I played through it once, but I'm pretty good with just once.
Tecmo, stick with your Ninja Gaidens and all that. You were definitely
Mhm.
better
Yeah.
with those ones.
And Super Bowls, yeah.
Most certainly.
Techno Super Bowl. Yeah.
Yep. Most certainly.
Well, you didn't answer a good question that Frank said though, Gal.
What question?
What are your plans for the future? Any future games
Oh,
you're thinking of
sorry, my
deving?
head.
Like,
Oh, thank
Yeah,
you for
oh,
reminding me on
God.
that. Sorry, my.
Come on,
No,
God,
I'm sorry, my.
we're curious. We want to know what dangerous set
Wow.
Gal's gonna create next.
So you could be like, stay clear, sirens. Don't go anywhere near. To be honest, that's a good question because at this point in where I'm at, I honestly don't really know what next I really will do. I'm kind of after finishing, Mega Man X Collection for the GameCube and then finishing the revision for Final Fantasy VII. I've been developing for like a number of months, like off and on, and helping with Metroid Prime and everything. Like for a time, I've just kind of been sitting back and enjoying games for a little while, just kind of taking a breather for it, and having that kind of time to kind of recuperate. But once I have it back, to be honest, I might consider probably thinking of because honestly there really isn't a game that like in my head at the moment that I'm thinking to myself like, wow, do I do this or do I do that? Like some people say, oh, are you going to develop another Lunar game? And I've kind of come to an interesting philosophy on that I really would like other devs to really take their hand at Lunar, because I love Lunar, don't get me wrong or whatever, but I think it's great to have variety of developers out there that are having their own take on things, that nothing becomes samey because the same developer does the same game for every single thing. And it's like, oh, this is a gal set, so it's always going to have these elements. It's always going to have this kind of thing. I think it's cool to kind of leave it open that someone else has their shot at working on a set and everything like that. So I mean, there's a Lunar game for PSP. There's Silver Star Harmony that's out there that people probably want me to say, hey, I'm going to develop that set. I don't know if that's going to happen. I definitely, if I get back into the swing of things, which I mean, after I have my little break and I get back, to it, that might be something I would consider potentially doing, another RPG, for that. Although I heard PSP comes with its own issues, so I'll see how well that goes with developing and stuff like that.
How about like we were talking about earlier, like your own take on a subset for Lunar? I'm sure if anybody knows Lunar inside and out, no matter what version, especially like the PS1 versions, then you probably have like an idea in your head of what would be a full challenge run of something. You know what I mean?
There probably could be something like that. I'd have to really like brush up like really what the challenges are for that are typical of like Lunar stuff. I mean, I know speedruns have been done of the game, but like I typically don't, as I've said before, like when it comes to RPGs,
Yeah.
I typically don't go down that road of really looking for something like that. But like if there's like a minimalist run, or there's some aspect of something that you could use like a solo Alex run or something like that, maybe I would potentially look into that or something like that. Again, that's actually a good idea with it. Instead of looking for a new game, maybe try to push for something in an avenue of a game I've already
I
developed
really
for in
do.
that
Like
way.
I that is the truth that I will leave with RA at this point in time, is that I think the future is absolutely subsets. There's a finite amount of games that we're eventually going to be able to do. Like, what are we going to do? PS5, like retro achievements, like
Yeah.
when I'm like 65 or something like that.
True.
I mean,
The point is,
you
there's
could.
so much versatility of what you can do with anything. Basically,
Mhm.
there's probably 10 more Earthbound subsets that somebody could do. Speedrun showcase. Somebody did a camera shy one where you just don't take a picture the entire time. I did it. Beat
That's
the whole
cool.
fucking game without getting a picture taken. Like
Mhm.
that. It was just. Oh, I'm like, all right, you know what? yo, twist my arm, play Earthbound again. Oh no, poor me.
Oh
You know,
no, woe is me, right?
yeah. Yo, where's the rare drop set for Mother 3? I would love that. You know.
Damn right. And I mean, that's kind of the other thing too. I mean, since item drops are a thing too, I mean, Lunar, there really isn't a lot of like rare drops in those games. I mean,
No,
there are
yeah.
some games that you could like steal stuff from, but honestly, those games really don't have that kind of repertoire. I think that could make a set, but I could probably look at some of the other games that I did and maybe like, see if there's anything that's like remotely possible with that and would do. That's definitely not something I was really thinking about. So definitely appreciate that advice because that actually is something that could be workable
I
with
think
there.
it's a wormhole when you get into it and stuff like that. Like even as somebody who's a non-dev, what I'm thinking about when somebody dropped the Earthbound rare drop set, I was just like, what a clever idea. I'm like, I mean, obviously I can't remember who did it, but they're obviously a huge Earthbound fan if they're going to look this far into it. And I'm a huge Earthbound fan too. I'm like,
Yep.
yeah, I'd be delighted to play this. Like, well, it's 120 points max, and it's going to take you like a whole week to do this, probably longer because it's one out of 128 drops like 30 times in a row. You know what I mean? I'm like,
hmm
yeah, so I want to do this. You can't
Yeah.
tell me no.
So I mean, or who knows? I might even be. I mean, I know that Sark and others have thrown games out there that they want to see sets for. Although I'm not really that great at pinball, he wants one for like a Power Ranger Zeo game on PS1 that he always trolls me. When am I getting that Zeo set call? I don't know if that'll be a thing because when it comes to pinball, I just don't think I'm really well versed to really offer like really good achievements. But he always offers and says, "Hey, if I'm willing to give you pointers, or whatever." So I mean, hey, at this point in my career, maybe I go that route and I, just am open to if someone wants to set for a game and I just work on that and, just put something out there for it. And hey, if I make anyone happy, either yourself or Sark or Lifted or Frank, that's kind of what we want to do too, is give them games that they want to play.
I would hope that the devs do this out of a labor of love. You do a set because you want to do the set and
Oh
you want
yeah,
to pour
absolutely. Let
passion
me tell
into it.
you, I would
Yeah.
only do it if I want to do it. I wouldn't do it because, I'm being, told like, hey, you better do this or else. No.
Yeah.
I've always been a fan that, when people say, oh, should devs, when people lament that there's certain games that haven't been made, I always say that like, well, I think it's sad, yeah, you want to see games, but just always remember that I think it'd be better if someone who works on that set wants to work on that set. I don't think you ever want someone who's just making something out of obligation because I think the set will suffer for it if it's
Absolutely.
done with that. And I think since these are games that we love, these are games that either we've grown up with or we are experiencing for the first time because we went through and maybe it fell through the cracks when we were growing up and we just didn't get to play that game at all. I would hope that we get that experience that's good to the game, and you're only really going to get it if someone really is like, I want to make this set. No one likes to make something out of obligation, particularly since it's volunteers, since all of us are
Yeah.
volunteering our
Nobody's getting
time
paid for this.
to do it.
And it doesn't matter how
um,
many points you have or what rank you are. We're not making money doing this except for donations
no,
on Twitch. That's it.
exactly.
Yeah.
But
And
nobody gets into this to play and nobody gets into this to dev. I mean, like that's what I would really like to say is and all three of us, I guarantee you, would always want to thank you for you and all the other devs and junior devs who put in all this work and stuff like that. So when I see people like ready up in arms, like want to kill you because you spent like 17 hours developing a new set for somebody, it's just kind of like, come on, man. Like,
no, but again, as I said earlier, I totally understand why someone might be frustrated. They might not communicate in a way that's probably the most effective,
agreed.
because I think there's a way to like tell someone, hey, I didn't quite like how that came out, and this is why. And this is my feedback about this sort of thing. Like if someone approached me like that with that kind of idea, I'd be fine with it because most of the time when people give me a food for thought to think about, I think about it. Now, it doesn't mean that I'm always going to do that because sometimes, people just have a different view than you. You're two ships passing in the night. You have different views of it, and that's all right. That's fine. But if someone at least talks with you and tells you why they didn't like something, and they give feedback for why it was that they feel could be better a certain way, I actually look at that and I think to myself, is there some way that I could potentially like answer to that? And sometimes people approach you with something because maybe you put an achievement a certain way and they tell you, hey, this is what happened when I experienced it this way. Like for instance, even in Final Fantasy VII, when I wrote the achievement for the train, when you're getting the items or whatever, the person wrote in the comments section and said, hey, this achievement doesn't work if you passed this guy. You have to make him take an item away from you so that you could get it back. And I'm sitting there like thinking to myself, wait a minute, that's not right at all. That doesn't make any sense that you would have to do that. So I went back in and I corrected the achievement to be like, look, if you pass that guy, you're still gonna get the achievement because the guy didn't take anything away from you. So why would you be penalized for it? Like, those are the kinds of things I'm always listening to feedback like that, in that kind of things. And if it makes the achievement better, that it makes it, for focus on what it is, and it irons out, what the things are, absolutely, that would be something to do. But it's all about, I think, that someone approaches you and tells you. Now, if they're screaming at you and saying, you ruined my childhood, you're Mr. Voldemort from Harry Potter, and you're a demon, and now I hate this game or whatever like that. Well, I mean, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I mean, there's really not much I can really say in response to that, but I mean, that wasn't the intent that I was doing.
It does look kind of like Voldemort a little bit.
But again, if sometimes, and this is the thing that I've always, when people say, how do you feel if people hate you for the achievement sets that you do, like, or they don't like what you did, and I said, I'm sorry that happens, but like, that's just how life is sometimes. Sometimes there's just going to be people that don't like the content that you put out there. It's not bad, because that's totally legitimate to have their viewpoint of where it is. I just make my peace with it, that you just have to realize you're not going to please everybody. Some people are just going to not like what you do. And if that bothers you and you don't want to do it, well, let me tell you, I wouldn't have entered into becoming a dev if that was something that really upset me, that I was going to upset people out there. I would have just kept playing games. Because I mean, hey, that's what I got out of RA before I was doing it. And I was having a lot of fun with that. I would have just stayed doing that and would have done it. But it doesn't, when I say that, I don't say that to mean that I don't listen to criticism, or I don't listen to it, because when it's constructive and it's brought about something and it has a chance to improve something, absolutely I listen to that. And people send me PMs, and let me tell you, as much as you get those comments in the comments section on games where they say stuff, you also get much more. You get comments from people that are very productive and are more than happy. People on RA are more than happy to try out achievements when you fix something, when they're willing to do stuff like that. This community is an amazing community of people who, it's not just about, I mean, there are people out there, sure, that are all about that, and they tell you, hey, I want this, I want my points, I want this or whatever. I mean, you always are going to have people like that. But on the whole of it, let me tell you, the vast majority of it are people that if you reach out to them and you say, hey, I fixed this, can you check to see it working, they're more than happy to do that. They're like, let me turn it on, let me check it or whatever, and then they come back and they're like, it works. Like, they have a eureka moment and everything like that, and they're right in the system with it, and they're wanting to be helpful to doing that. And let me tell you, after they do that, they always send a message back that they say, thank you so much for everything that you do on RA, because
Absolutely.
I'm enjoying this game. I've seen this game in a new light. You've done it. And let me tell you, nothing is more heartening than getting that kind of message back from people, that people enjoy it. People say, oh, you make this because you want to make our lives difficult. No, a lot of times we make things because we want to have those challenges. Does it mean we go overboard sometimes? Of course, we're human too. We're not some robot out there that just does things. We think ideas and stuff, and sometimes it doesn't maybe hit 100%. But let me tell you, from what I see in our community, it's far and away, they get a lot of rap because you see those comments of people, but most people that I've seen on RA are not like that at all. They're the type I say earlier, where they're willing to correspond with you, and they're willing to share save states, willing to let you know things and everything like that. When I'm having to ask stuff with them, they're willing to tell me everything about what's going on in the game and what they experience, and I'm able to work back from that when I'm doing kind of things. And then there's times where, like, they'll send me save states, and because whatever's going on, maybe it's because whatever core they're using, or whatever kind of thing, it's difficult for me to implement it. So I'll go back at them and say, look, I'm having a hard time being able to load your save state because Sega CD is being shit, or something's going on that it's not loading it. What's the exact type of thing that you have in the game, so I can try to recreate what it is that you have on your end or whatever. And then they'll tell me, X, Y, Z or whatever. So then I'll experience it. And I did that even with FF7 because one of the materia achievements weren't working the way I was supposed to. And I went back and I did put everything in exactly the direction that they did it. And it was on a different core. So I was worried, am I even going to have the same thing? I don't know. And the problem surfaced. I saw exactly where the issue was and everything like that. And it was that kind of dialogue that happened with the person being patient and everything with it, and working out to get the kind of information we needed to make it work. And that's what RA is all about, man. Like, to me, that's what heartens me, because sometimes what people say, like, can you keep going with that kind of stuff? I'm like, again, it doesn't bother me that people have different opinions. They're entitled to their opinions. If they don't like something, it's totally fine to be it. And sometimes you're going to get the raw emotion of it. You're going to get that kind of thing where someone's not feeling 100%. They're not Emily Post, as I like to say, in voicing to you how they feel about something. And you know what, I understand it. If I was coming from their angle, I'd probably feel that way too. But I don't let it get to the point where I'm unable to do what I'm supposed to do, because at the end of the day, I'm a developer for RA. I have to approach it, and I have to meet those kind of things. And if there's a way that I can fix the problem that I have, if there's a problem that can be fixed, if it's just disagreement, then it is disagreement. I mean, what can you do? But
there's
if it's something,
that barrier too, where you can't back down from somebody either. You don't think it's fair because they can't do something, and you just say, well, I think this is justified in the set. Many people have already done
exactly
this,
exactly what I said. Yep.
Or roll over because somebody is not having a good time with something.
Exactly. And that's where the disagreements come, in that way. Like, but I never say it with the proviso that I think that they're not justified in that impression. I come with it like, I see exactly where it is, but that's the requirement of the achievement. That's what it's doing. That, and this is why I put it this way. Sometimes I'll even justify, and I'll say, here's why I did it this way. And of course, sometimes they'll come back and they'll be like, oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. Or other times they'll be like, well, I just don't like that. It just seems really bothersome or really difficult to do. And I'm just like, well, I mean, that's kind of the point, but okay. It's supposed to be a challenge, but I'm fine with people feeling different about that. We are a community, and a community isn't a bunch of yes men. We're not all a bunch of people that just rock and love stuff. We all have different opinions about it, and I think it's part of having that dialogue to kind of come together and make sense of things. And we might not 100% agree. We might very much butt heads, and we'll come away from it like, hey, agree to disagree. But that's part of the talk. That's part of where we come to understand about those
Gal,
things.
before you were even a junior dev, you've been to my stream plenty of times when I'm blowing my goddamn stack.
Oh, dude.
But I'm like, yeah, I'm not having a good time. Fuck this shit. Oh my
Yeah.
god. But do you think I go to bed and wake up the next morning fucking pissed off at the dev or something like that? I'm like, no, we'll just get back to it again. Come on.
Yeah.
If you gotta give up, you gotta give up. It's not a big deal. You know what I mean?
I've done that plenty of times on achievements where I'll try something for the evening, and I try it for hours, and if it's not happening, I'm like, okay, let me try something else for a time, and I'll come back to this later on or something.
Sometimes you gotta step away for a little bit. Sometimes you just gotta take a step back.
But what's funny about that is when you come back, I don't know if that's the experience you guys have had, but like within like 5 attempts, like on your third try, you get it, and it's weird that
you feel like a dick because I'm like, what the hell was wrong with me yesterday?
Like, I'm just
spent 7 hours on this shit.
Like, what the hell happened, or what have you? Like,
it's called booze.
The funny thing actually is in Breath of Fire 3, I remember that I was going for the Goo King sword, and I spent hours for over a couple of days trying to get that, and it wouldn't drop. And then all of a sudden I was like, let me just keep playing the game. I'll get to the next area, and we'll be able near a save point, and we could try again because they spawn over there. I'll try again. Literally the first enemy that I fight, Goo King sword. I laughed my ass off for like a good minute thinking, you've got to be fucking shitting me.
Like, that's the way it is sometimes. Like, I'm playing Dragon Quest V on DS, where you can recruit the monsters and stuff like that. I go into a cave, I find the first metal slime on the planet that I've seen. Beat it up, it drops, and it comes back. Apparently, that's like a really rare fucking enemy to get to join you. First try and stuff like that. And I look at the comments, and it's like, this game would be really great if I didn't have to spend 412 hours trying to get these fucking metal monsters. I'm like, I'm not gonna say anything. Right?
I'm not saying anything.
Not saying anything because fucking I've been working on that Dragon Quest 8 rare drop set for 3 fucking years now, and I'm not done
Oh
with it
shit.
yet.
Yeah, that's definitely one that I'm looking forward to actually playing Dragon Quest 8 for RA, because Dragon Quest 8 is one of my favorite RPGs of all time, and to do a rare drop set for that is definitely. I know, looking at that, I was looking at that set, I was like, damn, that's gonna be a
Because you have
commitment.
to get both drops for every enemy. So
Yep,
and
that's
I
gonna
mean,
be
like
fucking
the one I'm
hard.
working on right now, which the reason why I stopped is I'm doing the Metal King slime, and both
Oh,
of its drops are 1 out of 256. I got one of them.
nice.
And then it
But
dropped another one.
goddamn,
Like last time I was working on it a couple of weeks ago, it got another drop, but it was the same drop. And I'm like, my heart sank.
like my
Oh
god, man.
yeah. Hmm.
But that to me is the weird thing about it, that you're gonna have achievements that challenge you, that are really struggling, and it's just, you put them down for a bit and then you come back, and for some reason when you come back, maybe it's just your mindset. I don't know, maybe, Max, it's just our mindset. Like, maybe it's easier for us a second time around, because by that point we've ironed out, we know everything about it. By that point, maybe we've digested enough muscle memory that we're able to just pick it up and able to do it, and it just doesn't bother us that much. I don't know.
There's a lot of things that factor into it. I'm sure Lifted and Frank agree, and you do too, as a player and as a dev and stuff like that. Sometimes, like Lifted said, sometimes you gotta sit back, try it again tomorrow and stuff like that. My advice to anybody when somebody says they don't know how to do something, I'm like, look for videos. Find a video
Yeah,
on YouTube. There's that guy Shadow Surg who does damageless bosses for every goddamn fucking game that ever exists. He's the
everything.
first guy I go to when I don't know how to do a damageless boss, and I'm like, all right, I'll try and emulate that.
And
I can't do that.
yeah, and that's what I did. That's what I did for the Saturn version, for sure, for Symphony of the Night, when I was looking at some of those fights that we had to do for, like, the Skeleton Knight and Galamoth with, like, Richter and stuff like that. Like, I didn't know the
Oh
first
yeah.
thing I was gonna do for that, and then I saw, like, how he did it and everything. And I mean, it was long and arduous what he had to do for Richter, but I pulled it off, and it was just like, holy shit.
Yeah, apocalyptic. Like if I can't figure out how to do something, you goddamn right, I am gonna go to a video. I will go find a video in Japanese from fucking 12 years ago on YouTube just to figure out how to turn into a giant stupid ass rabbit in Trip World on fucking Game Boy. Because that's how I figured out how to do it. I fucking translated the stupid name of the rabbit into Japanese, typed it into YouTube, and just prayed. And after a day of looking, I figured it out. Because back when that game was first dropped, there was no information on it. It was a Japanese only game. I
Yeah,
think it came out in Europe, but at the same time, there was no information, nothing. Sometimes you have to do a little bit of, detective work. You got to put on your little Sherlock Holmes hat and fucking
you
figure it
really
out.
do, because some of those games, like, weren't released in the States, or there was very limited release, and so you have hardly anybody who really knows anything about the game. Like, actually, one funny story I like, and again, I keep bringing up Schmelly, and again, because I owe him a lot for becoming a dev, and everything
He was your
that I did,
Jedi
and so forth.
master. He was your
Yeah,
Obi-Wan.
he is. I'm his Padawan, and
Well, you
I
keep that between
remember
you guys.
he-
You know.
and the thing is, I remember he figured out how to do general on Snatcher.
Yes.
And he broke and I remember that was one of the biggest stories on RA. Like, I remember
Yeah.
that was the
'Cause
biggest thing.
I
What
was
do you do
trying
for
to do it at the
this?
same time. I was trying desperately to figure out, and there were so many rumors, and like literally, I remember that's how me and Will Height became really good friends, because I believe he worked on the set with Televangelist,
Mhm.
and Will Height reached out to me privately, and he's like, "Hey, He's like, "I noticed that the only one you don't have is General." I'm like, "Yeah, I've never gotten General." Um, he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "We're doing some research right now, and it exists because it's in the code, but we can't figure out how to unlock it. Do you have any ideas?" And I'm like, "Dude, fucking like." And he's like, "The last fucking post from somebody who's unlocked General was 11 years ago at the time on fucking
Yeah.
Game FAQs." So I'm not sure how Schmelly figured it out, but like there was so many rumors circulating, like, don't use any money in the entire game, don't do any of the dumb stuff, like try to molest the guy who's just died daughter.
Yep.
Like don't do that. Don't be an idiot. It's like basically play the game like you're not a fucking idiot. And then there was like things, don't save, don't
Yep.
don't miss a single shot in any of the things, and that actually never mattered. It actually, to get General, you literally just have to do a couple of optional dialogue things that are very easily missable in some of the chapters.
Oh,
And that's
wow.
it.
And
Like
that's
you have to
such a
meet the
boon.
fortune teller twice. That's it.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't. I always knew that you could. you literally need to meet the ramen shop guy and the fortune teller twice, and I think that's pretty much 75% of the general run, and has no
Wow.
bearing on the story whatsoever.
That's so surprising because I would think it would have been exactly the first things that you said about that you needed to do on your run. So that's actually very surprising that it
Yeah.
really just is that just slightly different of how you go about the story
It really
in
was
that way.
a race. Shmelioff was the first person I know of to ever unlock it. He's the one who
Yep.
solved the mystery. But me, Telly, and Will Height, we were back and forth, back and forth. He's like, "Yo, any updates?" I'm like, "Look, man, I'm fast forwarding through this entire game. I'm hitting every right thing. Like when you no optional dialogue. I am basically streamlining this entire process.
Yep.
I'm not missing a shot. I'm not saving. I'm not getting hit during the fucking fights. Like."
Yep.
But still I'm coming out with like whatever the second best is, and
Yes.
I'm like, I just can't figure it out. Is it a time thing? Do I need to beat this in under 2 hours and 30 minutes?
I just
And
remember how much of a mystery that achievement was, because I remember when I looked through the set and I saw that it wasn't mastered, that was that one achievement that was there for a number of years. I was just there
yeah,
like, wow, has no one figured this one out? And I even did my own digging to try and find stuff. And yeah, I think it was the same post that Wilhite told you about
yeah,
someone talking about it, and it was like a good decade old of
yeah.
someone saying stuff like that. And I was just sitting there like, wow. And I do know that wasn't there like a talk that they like people were considering whether they were going to demote it for a time, but they said they
Yes,
didn't want
no,
to.
actually, literally, Will Height. I could go back into things. This is real RA lore right here. Will Height
Yeah.
talked to me, and he literally said, he's like, "We're ready to demote this because we can't prove this exists. It exists in the code." And I'm like, "No, let's fucking figure this shit out."
And good
Not
thing
being like,
too.
not being like, like a man's man or something like that. I'm just like, no, if it exists in the code, it exists. We have to do this. Somebody says 11 years ago on game FAQs that they have unlocked it. Like, we
Yeah.
have to do this.
That's our challenge.
That's the whole point of RA, is to extend the game to its limits, to every fucking
Exactly.
nook and cranny.
And which is why I'm glad that it had a happy ending, that it was eventually found, and now it's become something. I think that's a victory for all of us, that
Yeah,
we
that's a
kind of
big
pushed
win.
ourselves to get it, because it would have been very easy to be like, oh yeah, just emote it, whatever, nobody's really done it, whatever, it would have been the easy thing.
Yeah.
And yet nobody did that. Everyone was like, no, it has to be there. It has to be something that we could do.
The only credit I'll take for it is doing a little bit of the research. I didn't solve the problem like Schmelly did, but at the same time,
No,
I
absolutely.
wouldn't let Will Height take it away because Snatcher's my favorite game of all time.
Absolutely.
I'm like, it has to happen. Somebody's got to unlock it. And I'm like, Schmelly did it first, and like literally you can look at the time stamps. I did it like 2 hours later, because as soon as it was solved, I needed to hop on.
Fuck yeah.
I think I left work early that day. They're like, where are you going? I was like, I don't care if this whole fucking place burns down. Fucking fuck you.
Dude, I mean, hey, that's icing on the cake, especially since it's one of your favorite games. I mean, you're thinking to yourself, Jesus, now it's known. Let me get this shit. Absolutely. Yeah. That's what you live for stuff like that.
The only credit I'll take for it is, like I said, like Will Height had his finger on the button. He's like, yeah, we're thinking about it. I'm like, stop. And I grabbed his hand. I didn't look in his eyes because, I don't want to think that way about me.
No. But you told him.
Yo, top 10 bisexual characters. Go.
Oh, wow. Well,
What?
Segue. Well, the thing is, they're not. I mean, you're saying bisexual characters, but characters that I like.
Oh, that was just a joke.
Like,
we can still talk about Snatcher.
but absolutely, like, characters I really like at least if we're talking about guys or what have you, like one of the characters, I guess, and it's not probably a surprise too much, is Ronfar from Eternal Blue.
He's the best.
He's so funny and sarcastic and has a bunch of things, but he's also at the same time a very mature, very down-to-earth, like very much of a supportive character that you feel like, I would like to have that kind of guy like that in my life. Someone who's really supportive to you, who really sees the best in you and is really willing to move heaven and earth, even willing to feed you a blood potion to save your life if it takes everything, all that sort of thing.
Even though willing to drop like the R word twice in an hour.
Yeah, right? Like the guy has like no holds barred. And so for me, Ronfar is definitely one of
friends.
So for me, Ronfar is definitely one of my favorites. Like as a personal kind of character, if I would see as a good character to have in one's life. But another characters that like I really like too, that just because they're really cool, I like how they look, and stuff like that, are Rudy and Jack from Wild Arms. I really like them a lot. They're really tough. They really are very and also very supportive too, in there and going through the aspects of the story and everything. I also like different incarnations of him because of course throughout the series there's different versions of him. But I like Ryu from Breath of Fire. That he's very supportive of his
I think
characters. He's
3 is
always
the
wanted
best
to do the
one. 3 or 2
yes.
is the best
I
one.
like 3 a lot. 3 for me is probably my favorite. Although I like 4 too. 4 is really good too. Um, those are probably what I would say is my 2 favorite incarnations of him. And then Final Fantasy 7 probably has Zack. I like Zack a lot. In there, he's very confident, very, also very snarky and funny too, that you find in Crisis Core and everything. You don't really see it in the original Final Fantasy VII.
Isn't it such a shame that you have to play as Cloud and not fucking Zack in Final Fantasy VII?
Well, here's the
I like Cloud. I like Cloud.
the funny thing about Cloud is that I didn't like I didn't like Cloud as I didn't like Cloud as much at first in the story because clearly, you could definitely tell that there was something off about him or whatever. But the thing that sticks out to me about Cloud as a character and why later on he resonates is because when you find out that he didn't become all that he did to be, it kind of resonates with me in my life because, I wanted to do a lot of different things. I wanted to be a meteorologist. I wanted to do a whole lot of things that I dreamed about, but, I just didn't have the devotion. I chickened out on a lot of things. Like things didn't really work out the way in my life. So to see him, even with all the difficulties he had, to show that there was good in his life, that he did things. I mean, he knocked Sephiroth out of the soft side of the reactor. That you every time that you doubt yourself, you actually take away pieces of yourself that actually in you is good stuff. I mean, look at what I've been able to turn my life around. I've still been able to meet good friends. I've been able to make a difference in, bringing sets as well as, helping
Nobody
people
likes
at my
you, though.
job and stuff like that. To me, that's what Cloud story, why it resonates a lot for me. And I don't like him probably as like someone to go out with or something like that maybe, but like someone who's like a friend or someone who's like
well, we did ask. I'm like, Gal, who do you think is the best top 10
I'm just fucking
bisexual
around.
characters? Gal is doing some. He's taking some liberties with some of the characters, but who knows?
Where's Nick at?
Another character.
Nick's in Gall's basement right now.
Yeah. Well, oh yeah, Nick's always hanging around everywhere. You never know where he's gonna pop up, and be like, oh, me. What other I think other Final Fantasy characters I also like. I actually like Zidane a lot too.
Yeah, me too.
The fact that he was always willing to do the right thing. Yes, he's a player, and I mean that kind of was also endearing to me, of course, as well. But when push comes to shove, he would always do the right thing. And I like that picture that they have in the game Virtue. You don't have a reason to have to help people. And that really resonates with me as well. You always do the right thing. And, I mean, I'm not going to go too much into depth, but he's also, good looking. Like, sort of things like that. So, yeah, like, well, hey, since we're on the subject,
Gall wants to see that tail more than one way.
Let him cook, man. Let him
cook.
No, yeah, I mean, if it was just us three, it'd be boring. We're like, yeah, Tifa's got huge jugs, man.
Yeah, right, yeah. I like Auron is really awesome from Final Fantasy X. A real badass, always, and also he kind of reminds me in some ways like Ronfar, someone that is going to have your back, someone who's really supportive and everything, and he's just a confident badass. He doesn't take shit from anyone. Like, he will literally look at you in the face and say, that's how it's done. You're enough. Like, he doesn't care one whit. I think Max actually had a really funny moment actually when he was playing Final Fantasy X back in the day. He's like, Auron just completely shit all over that enemy. He just didn't give a fuck about whatever was going on. That's exactly like attitude that I liked about him.
No, because like there's some parts like when the dialogue activates for no reason, and he's like he's fighting like this stupid dog or something like that, and he just like rips it in fucking half, does like 10,000 fucking 698 damage to it, and he's like, enough. I'm like, yeah, fuck this shit. Why do we even show up?
Like, he just exactly, and to me, like that again, I love Auron so much. He's the best character in 10, like bar none. There's no I like there's another character I love, Lulu. I love Lulu a lot in 10.
Yo,
But
let's talk about Lulu. Yeah, like,
yes,
Yeah, let's talk about
hey,
those
Lulu.
jugs.
Lulu is like what I love is that I mean she's Demore. She's very sexy, all manner of stuff about it. But to me, I think when you think of characters just being a badass, like Orin hits the top of the line. Like there's no character that comes close to it. And then there's
Talking
Waka,
about
who I want to punch in the
Waka.
face. But but
Yo,
that's another
Waka
story.
Waka.
does that one thing though, like where like he like kicks the thing and he's like stupid Machina, and then he does that zoom in plus face where he's like,
Yeah.
Damn
whoa,
Albed.
all right. Yeah,
Yes.
yo, he's super the most racist fucking
Yes.
Final Fantasy character of
He
all
is.
time, man. He's
Easily.
like, "Let me see your
Dirty
eyes, bitch."
Albed. Just fucking talking shit about
Easily.
Riku the whole time.
Yeah,
but what's fun?
I'm surprised he didn't have like a slur for them. That like
Dude, Orin was this close. Orin was close to using his sword on him and slicing him in two. Because at one point he says something, "Is she gonna go with us?" And Orin just literally turns around and looks at him. Is there a problem? Like you knew Orin was this close to freaking
I never
slicing him
played
too.
X2, but doesn't Lulu start hooking up with Waka too? Imagine being Eskimo brothers with your actual
Yeah.
biological brother. I don't know.
Yeah,
man.
she
Like,
does. She actually has a baby with him too. I
Oh.
don't know how I feel about that because since she liked Chapu, and then she
yeah,
goes
his
out with
biological
him.
brother. Yeah,
It's just kind of creepy to me. I don't know. That just rubbed me the wrong way when that story
Waka
was told
wanted
with
those
there.
sloppy seconds.
I suppose, but it just was really that
He's
never
like,
sat
those jugs
well
are
with
too
me.
good. Like, he's like, I don't
That-
care.
that never
Like,
s-
he fucking beat
Yeah.
up that stupid Machina. Yeah.
Well, it's funny. It's funny too because by the second game, he absolutely wants nothing to do with Yevon. Like he completely like doesn't give a shit about like the new Yevon or whatever the hell is in that game. He's like totally like I've moved on from that. I have nothing to do. I'm like, wow, Waka definitely like fucked off of Yevon like completely. He doesn't give a
Actually-
shit about any of that.
Actually,
anymore.
never got a
I mean,
chance
at
to
the end of the
play
game, you're
X2
kinda
fully.
like-
You don't.
Yeah, I,
need to
I never
play
played X2
You
ever.
don't
Like
need-
I just thought it
nobody
was like some
nobody
kind of
needs
like
to.
Barbie
No.
fashion game or something. I don't know.
The only thing I would give X2 lifted is just that it does have some elements of a job system that you could play around. You could really customize your characters and stuff in the dress spheres. The problem is that it's really difficult to deal with the game because the story is such ass. I just really. It's just really see when I play an RPG. You have two different groups. You have people who are into gameplay or people who are into story, and they say gameplay is 100% what it is, and I totally get it. Like a game should be fun to play. If it's not fun to play, then it doesn't matter whatever it is. But with like RPGs, like there's just something more to the game. It has to have for me. It has to have like a world I want to like play with, characters I really care about, and stuff like that. And like 10-2, I'm sorry, like what they do after what happened in 10, I just really wasn't a fan of. I feel that they were really way too like Charlie's Angels kind of thing with it, and yeah, Lifted is laughing for a whole different reason though, as you with,
Yes,
with
I am.
Charlie's Angels.
Fuck that game.
But
Dude,
I know that was fucking bullshit.
the ending for X2, Titus just literally swims up in the water out of nowhere after fucking forever. It's just like
Yeah, that's literally the ending. He comes back to life because the faith allow him to come back. Which, by the way, let me tell you, is a complete ass pull from the first game. Because the first game, they're like, oh, all of them have to die because this is what needs to happen for the world to be back to normal, and everything needs to go. And that's nothing that's ever dealt with in the original game. I mean, I asked myself even when I played the game the first time, like, wait a minute, these people in Dream Xanarkin are technically real people. I mean, they're people with thoughts, emotions, and everything, and we're just going to kill them off. We're just going to have them all die, and everything. And I mean, the game, that's how the explanation was. The Faith have to stop dreaming. This is how it is. And then in 10-2, they basically make it, oh, you want to have Titus back? Oh, well, we could give him back to you. Wait a fucking minute. So this whole entire time, you said that they had to sacrifice themselves, but now because we really want this one person back, you're going to give it back to us. Fuck all of you. Wow, you guys are actual assholes. Like, you guys those people died in New Dream Xanarkin for nothing. Like, I'm sorry.
I love how
like,
death is so casual in that game.
it is.
I
Like, death
played,
is just what you walk off.
Like 20 years, like almost 20 years ago, I was dating this girl, Allison, and she was a big RPG nut. She loved Final Fantasy VI, but she never played 10. I remember we played it together, before streaming and stuff like that. And we were just sitting in my bedroom, we were playing and stuff like that. I'm like, make sure to get all the treasure chests here. She's like, why? I'm like, because this whale comes and does like 9/11 in 2 minutes, man.
9/11.
And she's like, why is the whale mean? I'm like,
Oh
I'm
man.
like, take your shirt off.
But like, to me, like, that's why 10-2 for me just didn't really sit well, because it really was the liberties they took with the story afterwards. Like, that's one of those reasons why I'm a kind of fan of when the story ends, let the story end. Just let it stop. Don't try to go back, because a lot of times when you go back and they take liberties with what they decide to do, sometimes it just kind of upends what it is that they're doing. It's like they didn't need a 10-2. They really didn't. The way that the game ended was very solemn, and I think it fit very well with the story that they wanted to tell. Some of the things I didn't really agree with, but I liked how it ended. I liked
the
how
ending
it
of the
stuck
game,
with.
like that one hit me really hard. Like I was with
I
Croc,
still, to this day, Max,
my
to
roommate,
this
like,
day,
we played it, and like we were those kind of guys that we get drunk, we pick up an 18 rack, and we're just like, hey man, you want to grind out some Final Fantasy 10? And we played through it probably 3 times until we finally got to the end, and we're like in the where's it, the calm field or whatever it is,
Yep.
like where you're grinding and stuff like that. And we always love each other. And I'm like, yo, let's fucking beat the game, man. So we went to Xanarkand, we beat the game, and we saw the ending. And I was like, and like Rob's looking at me, he's like, hey man, I'm going home. I'm like, I understand.
I understand.
I'm like, I think I need to be alone for a little while.
No, let me tell you, that scene where Titus is fading away,
Really?
and he's hugging Yuna
Yeah.
before he jumps off and fades. To this day, that's always a memorable one. It's definitely probably the best ending to a story. Like, even with all the love stories that they did, I think that was the better one. I don't know if they hit all the marks with Titus and Yuna, but I definitely think that they ended it well.
I'm a
with that element.
huge Jecht fan. I thought Jecht was a very underrated, awesome
Yes.
character. He was probably my favorite character in 10 outside of
And it's
Orin.
funny because at first
It's not about Seymour Guado.
Oh, Seymour's a fucking.
Michael Jackson can go fuck himself. He comes off the boat and his hair is made out of fucking 8 blue dicks, and you're like, what the fuck is this guy? And he comes over to Yuna, and Yuna's like, hey, yo, we're gonna go watch like some underwater volleyball, and he's like, hey, baby. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, this guy
What is up with that hair
evil.
anyway? What is up? Dude, when I saw him as a kid playing that game for the first time and I saw him come on, I'm like, he's evil. He looks like Sephiroth.
No, right?
It was like evil villain.
Yo, if a guy in Final Fantasy has 8 fucking different dicks for hair, fucking he's the bad guy.
He's the bad guy. Like, by far. That's how you know. And it was so funny because it was so transparent. I think my sister even laughed when I did it. Like, yeah, she's like, yeah, he's the villain. We just don't know how he's going to be the villain, but he's the villain.
As soon as he opens his mouth, it's like, hey guys, I'm here to see
that voice, man.
I'm here to see the game too. I'm like, all right, fucking, this guy is definitely not allowed.
No, and then later you find out that he's fucking like crazy as shit, man. He's just like, everybody has to die because then everyone will be happy. It's like, you're fucking crazy. But yeah, no, for me, Jecht is definitely a great. Like, at first, the story makes it that you hate him because of what he does, but later on, you find out so much layers to him and how much he wants to be a dad. Like, the line that really resonated when Orin tells Titus, Jecht wanted to be a good dad. He just didn't know how to express it. And the scene where he's making the videotape and he's saying everything to Titus, I hope you're well, everything. And then eventually at some point he's like, never mind, I'm not good at these things. And he turns it off. Dude, I actually, I was like, I felt for him in that way. And so later when he gets to see when they get to meet each other again inside Sin, that scene is fucking awesome. When he finally gets to meet there and everything.
1000%. Final Fantasy 10 is an underrated masterpiece. I think a lot lot just.
I love 10.
Yeah, it's truly one of the greatest stories I think of ever written in video games.
Absolutely.
Really.
And so for me, like with characters, like Orin and Lulu are probably my favorites. And Jecht is also up there too. I mean, Jecht's pretty cool too.
I love Jecht. I mean, if it wasn't for Lulu and fucking goofy ass
big
sweater morons.
Oh yes, those sweater cows right there, man. But that's kind of like, if we're asking for guys, that's at least off the top of my head what I could think of as like the the top characters for me of guys that like at least with looking at maybe if you extend it out to like just platformers or action adventure. I mean, I like Link in some incarnations. I really like his Twilight Princess look. Like he's just badass in that game.
It's funny
Um,
that you said that because like you're talking about platformers, I'm thinking about badass characters, and me and Frank were talking about the other day because Frank just finished Wind Waker, and I finished
mhm,
Twilight Princess after I did Wind Waker. So I did Wind Waker first, he did Wind Waker second, and vice versa. But
mhm.
we're like, he's like, which one do you like better? I'm like, playing them back to back. As much as I love Wind Waker, I think Twilight Princess is a definitive fucking Zelda game, and it's
Oh, yeah.
definitely
Twilight,
the most badass incarnation of Link. He just does not give a fuck.
yes, easily.
Like
He's the
he's
strongest
easily the
one.
manliest
He's
fucking
all
Link
combat,
of all
man.
time.
All
He's
Well,
the
fucking
when he takes the
strongest one.
fucking ball and chain, he's like, "Die, motherfucker! Die, motherfucker!"
Doesn't he wrestle animals in the game? Doesn't he like
He does,
wrestle
he
like
wrestles
boars and
like
shit?
Gorons.
Like Gorons and stuff, like barehanded? Like he just like fucking like does that and stuff. I don't
Yeah.
think he does that in any other incarnation of the series.
But
And yeah,
go
Twilight
ahead.
Princess to me is quintessential Zelda. Like it's definitely like it's the love letter to Ocarina that so many fans were waiting for. Like it hits all of those notes and more, in really building that stuff. Wind Waker, I think, is just something that I like too in different ways because I really like the animation. I really
The
like
expressiveness of Link
the
is top
quirkiness and stuff.
tier. Yeah,
Yes,
like he's the most expressive Link, Toon Link, where like you can tell what he's thinking at every moment. When you put him in the camera and he's doing the face like, I hate Mondays,
yes,
like that.
yes. It's true. Or when he's like joking, when he's being like goofy, when he won, or he's like saying "yay" and he's like dancing, whatever. Like there's just so much. Like it's just so endearing of a Link. But I like it for different reasons. But if you're like thinking like quintessential Zelda, like the kind of look and feel of the series, Twilight Princess definitely, I think, of the two GameCube games, definitely hits that in spades.
The
For
reason
sure.
I brought that up is because you're talking about platforms. I'm like, which character could never be badass? Fucking Mario. Like, I mean,
no,
like I don't want
no.
I think that's where they tripped up with Sonic. As much as we like Sonic and whatnot, like they tried to make Sonic too fucking edgy and extreme, and I'm just like, dude, you're a fucking talking animal. No one gives a shit.
Yeah, no one's
right?
gonna give
Like,
a shit.
but I mean, like, but Mario's just sitting there. He's like a fucking 45-year-old Italian guy, and he's like, woohoo, yeah. I'm like,
And I'm
this
sorry,
guy's
there's
fucking
just
retarded.
yeah. I'm just
Like,
gonna. That's
there's
why.
nothing badass about this guy. How does this guy's never been laid? Ever. He doesn't even give a shit about fucking
Dude,
getting
anytime he
picked
tries to get laid, the princess is in another castle. I mean,
up.
talk
She's
about
like, yo,
big
here's a
cock
fucking
blocks.
cake, man. You're never gonna see these tits, bro. And Mario's like, oh boy, whoa, me.
I mean, he has to make do with the cake. He has to make do with the cake because that's all he's
Yo,
gonna
he fucks
freaking
the
get.
cake. Yeah, we know.
I mean,
I was off in that other castle slamming it. What are you talking about?
hey,
You know that Luigi is fucking slamming the shit out of fucking Daisy, yo. You know what I'm
oh
saying?
yeah, no, he probably no, he isn't that actually isn't that canon within the story that him and Daisy are like
Yo,
together?
Daisy
or what have
makes
you?
sure that fucking Luigi's order does not have pickles on it. I'll tell you that. Right?
Most certainly.
The best
No,
fucking
but
picture I ever seen. So she's like, "Excuse me, he has no fucking pickles."
nah, for me, Mario was never gonna be. Yeah, you're right, Max. He's never gonna be that like kind of character that will be sexy or
He
anything
doesn't
that you
need
feel in that way.
He's just
He doesn't need to
Mario.
because that's what he played the game for. You just play to see, hey, is he gonna get the princess back ever? Like, or is he have to go through 7 other castles to get to where he needs to go? So definitely no, not for sure.
We don't need an elaborate story. The same thing. Why I'm endeared to Mega Man. Like Mega Man is literally a robotic 8-year-old, and like Dr.
Yeah.
Light's like, "Hey, Dr. Wily's, like he's an asshole, and he made 8
I'll
more
stop
guys."
him,
So
Dr. Light.
he's like, "Yeah, oh man, I'm gonna go fight Vacuum Cleaner Man and fucking Dick Master Man and fucking Couch Man, and and then he gets to the end, and he's like, Dr. Wily's like, God damn it, fuck shit,
Dude. That ending to Mega Man 2, man, when he's going through the different seasons and stuff like that. Funny enough, when I was playing it as a young kid, like it didn't really hit me, but like later on as an adult, when I went back, I kind of looked at that scene and I was just like, wow, like, are they having like an introspective moment where he's kind of sitting there, like kind of wondering himself, like, what's going on here? And I'm like thinking, why didn't you just arrest the guy? He was right there across from you. Did you just like look at him and like arrest? Like he was like they had like the solemn music and everything
Yeah,
playing. And I was just like,
there's a unique hollowness to the end of all the Mega Man things because he's
yeah,
designed to just save the world. He can't do anything else. And you know,
that's right.
I mean, like fucking at the end of two. I mean, you can look at it either way. It took him an entire year to walk back home because he didn't have a car. But fucking,
True.
but I think it's more of like an introspective thing for Mega Man, where he's like, why do I have to keep fighting, you know, evil humans? How come people aren't just nice to each other or something like that? You know,
And so,
you know,
by the time he gets to Mega Man 7, he's ready to straight up kill Dr. Wily, like shoot him right in the face.
Nobody ever talks about that. He's like, I'm more than a robot. I'm like, oh shit, he's gonna blow
Holy
his
shit,
robot head off.
Mega Man's
He's
fucked
blow his head
bad
off.
enough.
There's literally a line. He says the last thing he says, Dr. Wily, is "Die, Wily," and I'm like, holy shit, fuck. No wonder nobody's
Like-
beaten this game before.
But the ending where he's walking away from the Wily building being on fire, one of my favorite endings to a Mega Man game, where he's just walking away from the Wily fortress. In that way, definitely badass. But yeah, like that ending, I was like, wow, Mega Man's pissed. He's had fucking enough of this shit. and people were like talking about, oh, that wasn't in the original Japanese version. He didn't really say. I'm like, what could possibly be different of him aiming a gun at Wily charging? Clearly, he's intending to do something to him. I don't think that in the Japanese it could be radically different. But whatever. Other
But, you know, like,
characters.
you don't need an elaborate story. That was probably
No.
about as elaborate as it gets. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, you know, it's like give me a Mega
But it
Buster,
works.
8 new bosses, and I'm happy. I know
And that's
Dr.
what
Wily's
I
gonna
like.
be waiting for me at the end.
And that's one of the things that I think as the Mega Man franchise went on from the classic series. I mean, in X, they started putting story in and, but as games started going on and they started adding more and more story to it, that started to become, I think, more of the hindrance to what the spirit of the game should be. Because at the end of the day, it's great to have a lore to it and stuff like that, but I think at the end of the day, they're run and gun games. You're playing them because you want to go through the stages, you want to shoot what enemies are there, and get through it and stuff like that. And I think
X5 is
as
perfect example when Aaliyah has to talk to you every 5 fucking seconds.
Ugh,
you dev the set. You dev the set.
I know,
Mega Man
X
X5
Collection.
is like, dude, like, yeah, you dev
That
the
game-
Mega Man X Collection, but 5 is like Aaliyah's like, hey, hold up to climb the ladder. I'm like, fuck.
no fucking shit.
Yeah.
No,
I
but
know.
You should have seen it when I went through and I was going through, and there was one point in Matt Rex's stage where you have to go through because that fire is going through. And at one point she says, hey, you might want to go into this darkened area to guard with it. I'm like, that's exactly what I was going to fucking do. Why don't you do it? And then literally the fire came and killed me. And I was like, thanks, Alia. Thank you. Because of you, I died. Thank you. Like, and it's just, I sat there thinking, what was the point? Like, I understand, like, they had a first stage already, Max. Like, what you don't know is, and I added it, well, you already saw it in the set, but what's interesting is they didn't have it in the other sets, but what I put it in there is, there's already a tutorial level.
Yeah. I never knew
in the
about
game.
that. I never knew about that, where you fight the
Yeah.
Dragoon from 4, and I thought that was really
And-
great that you had in there, because I would have never seen it.
But here's the odd thing that you realize about that, though. They have a tutorial level, yet the entire game, they have Alia telling you things. It's like you already took the time to program a tutorial level and put it in the game. There already was something, if someone really needed to have it explained to them, they could play that. Why did you put her throughout the game then? That makes even less sense now.
Everybody
If there's a
shits on
tutorial game.
7, but I do think after 4, 5, and 6 were they were not bad games. They were bad Mega Man X entries because of what they were trying to do with the story. Like, I kind of appreciate that there's a story, an overarching story, but they went way too fucking hard with it. I think they
Yes.
missed the boat with the whole Zero fight. Zero fight should have happened in like X3 or something like that. Like real Zero
Yeah.
versus real X.
Because
Like,
they held it
waited
off
for
for
5. Yeah.
because they held it off for so many games until they finally threw it like, oh, we should probably do something about this. Like
Yeah.
they technically should have had that in the third game, honestly.
I
Like,
do
as an
agree.
arc?
I mean, the best storyline thing they ever did in the X series is the end of X4 when you play as Zero, and they got the whole cutscene where Sigma fights Maverick Zero, and they showed
Yes.
the Dr. Wily logo on his head, and I'm like, fuck! Oh my! I was marking the fuck out for that as a kid when I played it. I was like,
Me
holy
too.
shit, it all makes fucking sense now. This is great.
That-
I love it.
That blew my mind as a kid because it did two things. You realized what Zero's origin was, but you also saw where Sigma came from. in that way. So you realized all of that kind of aspect to it, but it that was definitely an awesome scene. That's like the only good scene in like the whole X4. It's really just
I
that one,
agree. Yeah.
because every other one is the characters doing really stupid shit. They were like, God, everyone in this game is a fucking moron.
What I noticed from the X games is, especially 4 onwards, is that basically the Maverick hunters like X and Zero are like authoritarian police, and they just judge you right there and then and execute you, like no matter what. There's no dialogue. It's like, I heard you're a Maverick, and he's like, actually, I'm trying to buy fucking groceries. He's like, very well done, fucking Storm Eagle, and he just like start blowing his fucking head off. He's like, look, man, I'm literally trying to fucking do these scratch off Lucky 7 lotto tickets and shit. I really need some gas money right now.
And it's just fucked up that literally, like, that's really what they're pushed forward as. The Maverick hunters are pushed forward as basically, oh, Maverick's whatever we decide, like what it is or whatever like that. It's like, wow,
because
that's
every
actually
boss
pretty awful.
laments. Like, every boss has, like, whether they're going Maverick or not, or crazy. Like, they always have like a thing like where they're like, well, basically every boss from like 5 on is like, you're wrong. Like, you're going about this the wrong way. And I'm like, I never thought that was really explored, because it's always like X and Zero are good, but they're basically like judge, jury, and executioner when they show up. Like, if they knock on your door, you're gonna die.
Yeah, you're done. And that's actually a good point that you make about it, that it's never explored, because there's never a point like when you ever talk with these Mavericks that you never fight them, or like they do something for you or something like that. Like, there's never another angle that you can ever approach in the game. It's always going to be, you show up at the Maverick, they talk to you, you kill them. Like, there's never a point that you're ever going to have that's not the end goal about it. So like, you're right. It might as well be a death warrant that you're knocking on your door to go see them, because it's never going to go any other way.
If whether you judge me as a Maverick or not, like, I want an honorable death, so we'll fight to the death. And like, a lot of them are like that. But like, Icy's correct. Like, Split Mushroom, and some of them are absolutely rogue. Like, I think like Magma Dragoon in 4 is literally like, I fucking really wanted to fucking fight you guys. I don't think he's even Maverick necessarily.
No,
is that ever confirmed? Did he go Maverick?
Well, under his health bar, the Sigma logo is shown for him. But when he talks, it's not like he was really following Sigma. I think it's that Sigma said, "Oh, you could fight X and Zero or something like that." And of course, since that was his motivation of what he wanted to do, like, all he wanted to do was just spar with them. Which, I mean, I just think to myself, really, you shot down an entire Sky Lagoon and shit just to do it? Why didn't you just go up to them and say, "Hey, do you want a spar match?" Like, why didn't you just fucking go up to them and talk to them? Like, that just didn't sit well with me as a motivation. It just seemed kind of weird to me.
Absolutely
to do it.
Bizarre. But like, yeah, like going back to the original point and stuff, some things just don't need a story. I do appreciate the story they flushed out for Mega Man X. I think they dragged it out too long, and they cornered themselves with like a stupid narrative, to the point where like, it's like kind of like, so are X and Zero actually dicks, or like, like, is there anything good? Is there anything redeemable about them?
Absolutely.
Or when are they going to turn like Maverick? Because that's the whole thing. It's just like, when are they going to turn Maverick?
Which to me, I don't know if it absolutely, like, it would be great if they went places with it, but since they never really explore any of it, it just ends up sometimes being a waste of time. And then again, it takes away from the Mega Man element of, look, I'm sitting here having to go through all this dialogue and shit, and having Aelia continue to tell me how to press right when I don't need her to do it, and I just want to go back to playing the game.
Shoot, and win or lose. That's the whole game. That's all it should be.
I mean, it's a Mega Man game. Why do you need to be holding my hand so much? It's the 5th game in the series. I think by this point we know how to play Mega Man.
That's why, I mean, out of all the games, I do appreciate when Mega Man 9 came out and it was retro Mega Man 9, and like, we went back to the roots. Like, I was just like, I'm like, great. I started, it's like, hey man, yo, like, hey, here's Hornet Man. I'm like, oh wow, bees, neat, cool. That's all, the only information I need. I only know it's gonna shoot him to death, or he's gonna shoot me to death with bees. That's fine. I'm cool with
9
that.
is still one of my favorites.
Literally, it's 3, 9, and 2, I think, for me.
Those are good
in that
ones.
order. 3 is definitely my favorite, because that was the first one I owned.
3 is really good. To me, it probably would be 2 is definitely up there. 3 is very good. 9 is very good. I probably, if I was to extend any others in there that I like, I really like 4. I really like 4 a lot.
Too. 4 is fantastic. I think that is the most underrated of the ones that are usually left out of conversations.
Absolutely. Like, I really enjoyed that one as well. So if I were to think like what are probably my best like favorite 4, I'd probably go with those ones.
Yeah, there was a fourth option. 4 would be 4.
Yeah, 4 for 4.
9 is extremely. 9 is just 9 is like what I think of like when I think of Smash Ultimate. It's a love letter to the Mega Man series. It's a love letter to
Easily.
retro gaming. And I was just
Mhm.
like, I'm like, this is literally. I didn't know this was coming, but when I got it, I was never more happy with anything in my entire life when 9 came out.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hi, Frank.
Hi.
What were you
I was
doing?
eating. I
thought so. I thought you. What did you eat for dinner?
I was eating
What'd you have for dinner?
Did you have a big old
hamburger.
Mega Man meal?
Hamburger here.
Mm.
You had ham hookies?
No, we had
Speaking
hamburger
of dinner.
Oh, fuck yeah, hamburger helper. Fuck yeah.
Oh, dude, I would
You
so want
you
that.
got some. You need to get. You need a little snack break, Gal.
No, I'll when I could still go for another like half hour or so, and then I'll go get a big dinner or something like that.
Just go eat real quick. It ain't
No, I want to keep talking.
talk the entire time, Gal. What are you talking about?
I love that about Gal. Like when Gal's like sitting here, I'm like, yo. I mean, like like I mean, this is our first dev that we've had on here, and this is absolutely like I mean, he's somebody that we've all known before he was even a dev. So this is like
Yes.
an incredibly good
Think about it.
opportunity to talk about the stuff that he's involved in, to talk about his insight on RA. I mean, we were all thinking the same thing: is that RA is in an incredibly good spot right now. RA is bigger than it's ever
absolutely.
been before. You know what I mean? And,
I think it's hit
sky
a
is the
big
limit
stride.
at this point.
I think it's hit a big stride. I absolutely agree with you with how it is. I mean, with GameCube being as good as it has been, and there's still other stuff out there. I mean, DOS is around the corner, so people who have been to DOS
DOS
are
is going to bring in a whole nother fucking level of players. It really will.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like there's some people who are on the fence. Like, does it have DOS? Like, just to imagine the sheer level of people that are going to want to play and get involved with it once that becomes a thing is
If I
amazing.
can't play Black Cauldron and fall into a fucking lake 47 times in a row trying to get the thing out, then yeah, I'm gonna be really pissed off. I think it's fucking unironically really fucking funny.
Oh, it is. But it's just amazing to think like that's around the corner. Of course, we were talking about Wii earlier. You know, that's going to eventually be a thing.
64.
It's
Commodore
right. I
64.
guarantee it's closer than you think, Wii, because it's running off of Dolphin.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, they were
just a
saying it
matter
wasn't
of,
the next thing potentially, but considering it's on the same emulator, I can't think it's that far off, hopefully.
They were saying that they were hoping for next year sometime, is what I heard.
Oh,
well,
okay.
we should stagger things because we need people to get excited. Like, you know, this GameCube thing has been launched. Actually, this is probably the best launch that has ever happened in RA history, and people are still pumped about Even I'm pumped about GameCube, and I don't even like GameCube. I used to use the handle to attack my retarded cousin Frank with it, like it was a lunch. Being powerful.
And I'm not as retarded cousin Frank, by the way.
No,
so
no,
wasn't
it's
it-
no, we're
no, Frank Ronaldo, not this Frank. You know.
I mean,
Yo,
to me-
I see Lifted giggling over there.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
He's like, oh, Max is hitting his retarded cousin with the GameCube.
Frank over there. No, but to me, Max, also like GameCube really wasn't when I was growing up. It was mostly like the PS2 that I was playing mostly
I was
for
not
that
into
generation.
I was not a
Yeah,
GameCube
same here.
guy.
Like
I was more of a PS2 guy.
Yeah,
Yep, same.
like for me, I didn't get
think
GameCube
everybody
until
was.
later because like some of my friends were playing Melee and some other games, so I kind of got the GameCube just because. Well, I mean, they're playing it too, so I.
It was
probably should
kind of
have
like
it.
a, hey, this is the next Nintendo, so I gotta get it. You know, if I want to play the next Mario, if I want to play the next Zelda, I gotta get this. You know,
That's how it was for me too.
Yeah.
It like GameCube really didn't like take off for me, or like for me to look at the game, some of the games like nostalgic wise or stuff until years later when I went back. I was like, you know, I would like to play those Twilight Princess again. I would like to go back and play Metroid Prime again. I really enjoyed those games and stuff like that. Sunshine, oh god, I'm kind of getting mixed messages right now. I'm getting really pissed off because I'm getting that Chugster stage in my head. I fucking hate myself right now. You know?
I found a new appreciation for it. It's kind of like when I did Final Fantasy VIII. I was like, I have made peace with this demon.
See, I love
Dude,
it.
I remember you should have seen Max when he had Pierce over, and I brought up, and I don't know if it was me or it was someone else. They mentioned Final Fantasy VIII. Someone mentioned Final Fantasy VIII.
I was wearing like
you
a
were
fucking
fucking
Reptar
pissed.
Hawaiian t-shirt and stuff like that. and I threw a fucking beer against the wall and it went everywhere and stuff like that. And Pierce was like, "Oh god," he was scared as shit. I was like, "Listen to me, you fucking fuck," you know, like
Because he was like, "Oh, Final Fantasy VIII isn't that bad," and Max just like has his face like, "No."
Max is like,
No,
you
like he's
Max,
like,
like you fucking lick that beer off the wall right now. You lick that fucking beer off the wall, kid.
I mean, no, because it's kind of funny because Final Fantasy VIII is kind of like a similar experience or feeling I have as Sunshine. There are some things I like, and then there's some things that absolutely piss me off. It's kind of like that weird love-hate relationship where there's some things that like you can appreciate, and then there's some things you're just like, God, what the fuck were they thinking when they
I
did
found
that?
appreciation for the game by doing the set, and
Yeah.
if it wasn't, in all honesty, if it wasn't for RA, I would still consider Final Fantasy VIII one of the worst games ever made.
Mhm.
Like literally like a bookshelf piece, like something to fucking keep your door open during the fucking
Yeah.
hot months. Literally.
But you're right that revisiting it for me kind of made me think, I'm not, I don't necessarily hate it, but I'm not going to come out and say that it's absolutely great. Like there's
No,
still things
same.
about it that like I look at it and I'm like, yeah, these things really didn't work or really, didn't go all the way with. But you know what? And I can definitely pick up Triple Triad in its base form and enjoy myself. It was definitely a lot of
Triple
fun.
Triad is the best part of the game.
And
It really
and
is.
yeah, like that easily is the best thing. And you know what? It's probably one of my favorite soundtracks from Uematsu. I think the
Yep,
soundtrack
it's
for
really
8
good.
is really good. And all that. But like if you tell me the characters though, I still fucking hate Zell. I still hate, a number of characters in the story.
Whoa! Leave Zell alone.
I will
Okay.
always pick on Zell.
You're
okay?
allowed
Zell
to
is-
hate. You're allowed to hate Irvine, and Questitz was a teacher that.
Yo,
wanted to fuck
I'll
all
never
her-
forget,
Quistis?
He wanted
I'll
to
never
fuck all
forget
her
like being
students.
drunk as shit.
She
like
did.
back when the game first came out. I was still in high school, and like I remember I was sitting with my friend Dean, and we were playing Final Fantasy the first time, and this guy Irvine fucking Kinneas comes in, and we're like, "Who the fuck is Irvine fucking Kinneas?" We were so pissed off with this dude for no fucking reason. I'm like, this guy, like, he just fucking threw this guy in here. This guy is a
They did.
fucking boner, man. This guy sucks. I hate
Like,
this dude.
It's funny too because he's probably like the one character that has some element of where they're going with when they try to do the twist later that I still think doesn't work. They all grew up in the same orphanage, but they all forgot because of their GF use or whatever, which I still think is an ass pull, and I think really doesn't matter at all at the grand scheme of things.
GF
It's like,
stands
well,
for goofy fuck, by the way.
yeah, right. Which, by the way, funny enough, in the game, they do have something in the menu, the tutorial menu at the beginning of the game, where they kind of insinuate, oh, it might cause a memory loss, but that's just what the GF critics, say or something. It's not really proven. It's like, wow, they actually threw that so that later on, when they throw that bullshit story plot twist, that's like, oh, it wasn't out of left field, guys. You see, it was over here. It's like, yeah, too bad nobody made any mention of it for the entire time, and then after that, they didn't care about it anymore afterwards.
What I will remember about the Final Fantasy VIII set is it made me learn that it does matter what core you use, and that is why I use the PS rearmed X core most of the time when I'm playing a game.
Oh wow, really?
During the beginning, when you have to do the exam and you have to beat the thing in under 20 minutes, loading times count, and I could only do it on rearmed.
Oh
to get
wow,
underneath it. It was an impossibility on Beetle or something like that.
That's good to know. I'll definitely make note of that, because the funny thing is, you bring up that my experience with Rearmed is very interesting, because I played it with the Lunar games. I did it with the PS1 games, and they worked fine. They were great.
Yep.
Everything was great. I played Final Fantasy VII with it, and it would always crash for me after I finished the first fight in Midgar for some reason.
Really?
But yet, everybody else
Rearmed?
who's used it, they would play Rearmed, and it's just fine. So I don't know if it was just maybe the core I downloaded was odd, and maybe I just have to re-download it.
Try to re-download it, yeah.
Yeah, and so I did that, and yeah, for some reason, I don't know, maybe it's just my equipment or something. Rearmed is odd.
It's
in there?
just like what happened with me with Symphony of the Night, where that one room would make me crash unless I was the poison gas.
Oh, dude, that was so
Metallica,
funny.
remember?
Did you? Yeah, Max, did you get to see that, by the way? What happened to Frank when he was playing Symphony of the Night? There was one time, like
Yeah, go ahead.
he like what he did was he went into the room. You know where the wooden bridge is that you have the skeleton ape blow up so that you can get to the abandoned mine?
Yeah.
At the very end. Well, he went in that room, and all of a sudden the bridge just exploded itself. Like it kept exploding again and again, and I'm like, what's this? Like randomly out of nowhere, man. Like it was literally just exploding again and again and again. Like that same sound effect that the skeleton ape would usually do when it throws the barrel, it would keep doing that sound. And then when he got to the abandoned mine, the room that you cross over from where Cerberus is to go to the area that the demon opens, it would always freeze for him in that room.
Bizarre.
Yeah,
Really
it
weird.
never did that for me. And when Schmelly came in and we were showing it to him, he had the same reaction. I've never seen this before.
What core
Like,
were you using, Frank?
Beetle or whatever. But what's
Yeah.
funny is
I've
like,
had issues with Beetle because and I would say that Beetle and Beetle HW are probably the most reliable ones you can use. The only reason I started using Rearmed is because of the fast loading times in between screens, because that's the only way I got a fucking like
oh wow.
the maximum
Okay.
score on the Final Fantasy VIII exam. And I thought I was going crazy. I was like, I literally have to pick a different core in order to do this, and it was easy with that core.
Okay.
But like I was looking at it, and I was looking at it from like a speedrun analysis where like the loading times was still ticking down my actual, because you know the little things in the corner ticking down. And I'm like, yo, like this is actually wild. Like the loading time between Rearmed and like Beetle is like 7 seconds compared to 3 seconds. And I'm like, what the fuck between
Oh wow, that's far and
screen
away
transitions?
better.
That's
That's
drastic.
far and away better, yeah.
But you know,
No,
like as far as the achievements concerned, that little counter in the bottom of the emulator is still going during those black spots, you know, like in between screen transitions.
yes. Wow. Okay. So that's interesting that we have this talk of experiences because, yeah, for me, it's always been Beetle that's been better consistent with it.
Yeah,
But then
it's a
there's other
consistent
times
one,
that
yeah.
that Rearmed has worked better for me. But then it's for games that people say, wait a minute, it worked fine for me. Like Final Fantasy VII, it had an issue for me, but everyone down, like either if it was Sam or anyone else who was sharing that they used Rearmed, they were already late in the game and they were playing it just fine. And I'm there like, why am I the one who's having the awful time? Everyone else is doing just fine. It's like I'm late to the party. What the hell happened?
I honestly think that this is a user to user thing. And I'll give you a good example. And this came from today. Like, you know, I'm hungover from hanging out with fucking Frank and Pierce until 3 o'clock in the morning. Thanks, Frank. Yo, Frank, we are not doing that. I got work in the morning. All right, Frank?
Look, you're allowed
but
to go anytime you want.
I know, but we're having a good time together, all of us, you know.
Oh, yes.
But at the same time, I have been watching this guy. Believe it or not, some of the things that I like to watch is speed runs. I think it's very, very like it's quiet time. You know what I mean? Like I'll put it on the background, and I'll either watch somebody live. Like right before we went live, I had some guy doing Soul Blazers on the background. He had like 2 viewers, but you know, like I was there, and I was like, this is cool. I like
Sona
seeing somebody push the limits of the game
5962.
and
Welcome
stuff
to
like
the
that when it comes
FBG
to that.
podcast.
I'm not a big speedrunner guy, but I think it's neat. But I've been watching this guy on YouTube called Summoning Salt. If everybody's familiar with that, I love Summoning Salt's channel. And he does all these retrospectives of the history of speedruns. So he does Ninja Gaiden, you know, with Arcus. He does Ninja Gaiden 2, and he calls it like chasing the main guy and stuff. And it's wild. I love his channel. So I keep that on in the background usually when I'm just chilling out and stuff like that. But I was watching one, and it was basically the history of new Super Mario Brothers Wii, which is a relatively new game compared to stuff that's usually speedrun, you know, like Punch Out and fucking Super Mario Brothers.
Yep.
But he does do Punch Out, yes. Him himself, but he does retrospectives on world records and stuff like that. So he did new Super Mario Brothers Wii, and like it's cool. He puts music to it, and like he goes through the history, and like you know, and it shows like the limits of what somebody can do for a game, and new secrets that are discovered, and you know, over the years, and you know, it's usually a timeline that goes for like 20 years straight. It's wild, and he did the Mario Brothers Wii, and he basically showed a guy get a world record over somebody who had a faster time than him because of screen transitions. He was playing it in a regular standard 4:3 ratio as opposed to a widescreen 16:9, and it saved him 2 seconds. So he
Holy
became a world
shit.
So I was like looking at that, I was like, that reminds me of the Final Fantasy VIII problem. Like it just matters what you're doing. And it could make the difference in something like that, where you get an achievement that you've been working at for fucking 3 days or not, just because of hardware, software problems. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like that
That
guy literally played a worse game than the world record holder, but still got it because of the screen transition that loaded faster in 4:3. And I thought that was the wildest shit.
No, because it definitely shows,
Chip,
like, on some
welcome to
levels,
the
it's not even
FBG
your skill
podcast.
necessarily, but what equipment you're working with sometimes that gets you to be able to do that for sure. The fact that, again, that for some reason some cores don't work for you, but then others, it's just odd that way for sure. But like that's why I'm always open to, like, if anyone tells me, hey, it worked well for this, I'll always check around to see what it is, because that's what happened to me. I was always using rearmed for like different stuff,
Yeah.
because again, I saw it when I was using the Lunar games. They worked fine for me, perfect,
I
no
will tell you-
crashes, no nothing.
Since we were talking about Lunar earlier, the Saturn version, the only
Mhm.
thing that it actually loads in, Roland Kurtz is a good game. The only thing Lunar on Saturn loads into is Yabuase or whatever it's called. It's
Oh, wow,
not
really?
the Beetle Saturn, which is what I prefer to use for anything.
Me too.
Yabuase is the only thing that'll even load the game.
And
But
even then,
and even that's when I get the soft lock, because everything else will just like not work. It just go to a blank screen, or it won't do anything. But
wow.
the point is, I would love if devs develop a game and they say which, like when you say, like it says like what the actual file is you use for it. What is that thing? Lifty, go to any game and it says like suggested. What is it called? Like
ROM.
the ROM,
Like the ROM type,
basically.
yeah.
Yeah, the ROM
tell
type,
it-
like literally what it links to and stuff like that. You should also add what they developed it on, which fucking
That's actually a good idea.
I think it's a really good
actually-
idea, because I'm like, because the Saturn, in recent memory, the Saturn one, I'm just like, what the fuck did this guy play it on? I can't even load this thing,
Yeah,
It's-
no, absolutely. That could be something I definitely will take to heart, because most of the time, like, I won't really probably do it unless I find something, like when I'm testing, because usually I'll test cores when I'm doing anything. Like, for instance, when I did the Crusader of Senti revision, it worked on every single thing perfectly fine. I was trying all the different ROMs, the different languages and stuff like that, and they were all working perfectly fine. The memory crosses over really nicely, whether you play the French version of Crusader or Spanish or any amount of stuff. But I always keep in mind, like, if something didn't work, I would probably write down, like, hey, you should probably play this with, these versions. If you play with these ones, the memory isn't going to line up very well, or stuff like that, or stuff like that. Like, anytime that you can find it, like, I absolutely would do it. But I definitely should make more of a habit for that, definitely saying what I worked on for sure. But most of the cores, if I was to ever say, if anyone's curious of any sets I developed, it's usually on the most common core that you have for that system. So if it's for a GBA, then more than likely it's probably going to be MGBA or something like that. If it's hey Fee, hey Fee.
Yeah, real quick, Scanline Heroes, thank you so much for the raid. We really appreciate it. Hope you had a great stream. And thanks for all the follows, guys. Appreciate you.
And then for PlayStation, it was always usually Beetle. I would usually do,
Beetle
but that's
is usually
because
the
Beetle
best,
worked
yeah.
for me. I mean, because let me tell you, when I tried to use HW, it was always rough. Like, I always used the normal one for it. Hey Fee. And what is it? What's the other one? Saturn. Yeah, it's always Beetle. I always use Beetle. I never really used Yabarus, or I think the other one is Kronos. There's like some
but
other core that's like
were
very
back when they
minimal.
were
Chrono Gear.
Like not in before RetroArch, when those were like I remember playing Albert Odyssey back in the day, when this truck drove by like in the mid 2000s, and it dropped off a whole bunch of like really like expensive Saturn games, and I just took them inside and I started playing them on real hardware. But I remember downloading Kronos and Yabuase, and them working on there, and I was just like, oh, neat, cool, what a coincidence. And and those were like standalones before. I mean, if you remember back in the way back Wild West of fucking RA, they were all standalones before RetroArch was basically the commonplace thing. I mean,
I usually use
nobody
SNES
played Genesis. Nobody played RA Gens because it never worked.
Nope.
I didn't. You'd start it and be like, Sonic's like, hey guys, I want some chili dogs, and it just like stops and turns into shit 3 seconds later. I'm like, yeah, I want some chili dogs too, man, and some achievements, but I guess we're not doing this, all right?
I guess we're not getting that tonight.
Yeah.
I think you literally said that on a stream. I think you were literally like, well, I guess we're not doing that game.
We'd have to until RetroArch came along. Like, I didn't touch any Sega because none of them worked.
Yep. I mean, for me, it was always with Super Nintendo games. It was always SNES. I always used that one a lot when I was going through before there was really RetroArch or whatever. I would use NES for Super Nintendo games. I used Visual Boy Advance, I think, for GBA.
I was obsessed with VA.
Yeah, like it was always like a few of them that are like that. I didn't really have a Genesis one because I definitely agree with you. Like I couldn't really tell you a Genesis emulator that I really used that was particularly good. I didn't really
Funny
play a lot
because
of Genesis
Master
games.
System worked better than
Bethesda.
Genesis, which is wild. Like, like there was like
Yep.
a standalone. I can't remember what it was called. You'd probably know better than I do, but there's a standalone Master System. Yo, Keg of Fusion. That was
Mhm.
hit or miss, but mostly miss.
Yes.
Um, but I
That's
remember
how
like
with
turning
Sega
it on,
was.
and it had the static screen. I thought that was cool. Yeah.
But it was the way with a lot of them. Like I just didn't really have a good Sega catalog on my computer because of it. It was usually Nintendo games. I'm not gonna lie. Like, and it's not because I didn't have Sega games growing up. My uncle had a Genesis. My uncle had a Sega Saturn, even though he didn't really have too many Sega Saturn games we played, but he did have it. That's how I got to learn about Guardian Heroes
Oh,
and other ones
my
with it.
favorite beat 'em up of all time.
Yeah. I played a lot of that with him because of on the Saturn. Like that was probably the one I knew the most on the Saturn because of it. And then there was what there was another one. Oh, he played Knights on there, which
Yep.
I mean that was probably the other one I really knew. Like there wasn't really too many Saturn games that we played, if I'm being honest. Like there was maybe like a handful of ones that we got to play. With Genesis, like that's the reason why, because the only systems I really had growing up. My first one was a Super Nintendo, and
Yes,
that's what I had, and that served me well for a number until eventually we got the Sony PlayStation because that was what the big one was. I didn't really get to play Nintendo 64 games until some years later with my friends because they had it
Mhm.
and they had all like the cartridges and all the stuff there. That's how I got to play Mario Party for the first time and got to see my friend exhume tremendous tears because he lost on the 34th turn of 36 turns of Mario Party because all the stuff that he had was exchanged with another friend of mine. We were literally on the floor laughing for like 5 minutes. It was really good.
So
But
you definitely you got to experience like true friendship like dissolving like
oh
playing
yeah,
with
oh it
Mario
was.
Kart.
Let me
Yeah.
tell you, there was bloody murder that night. There was a fucking murder that night. Like you could tell that it was difficult for them to look at each other for like a good the rest of the evening. I was like, holy shit. Um, and I mean, we're still good friends to this day. But yeah, it was definitely a funny moment
Yeah,
where
I
it
remember playing
literally.
in high school with like three other dudes, and like we were like all on the football team in high school and stuff like that. I was in wrestling, but the other guys were on football teams, so we're all like athletic dudes, like, and we played Mario Party when it first came out at Mulligan's house, my buddy Dennis, and
Uh-huh.
we were sitting there, and like I was drunk as shit. And I'm like, you mean to tell me you are going to fuck my ass on top of this birthday cake, you piece of shit? I'll fucking kill you, you piece of fucking garbage. It was, it was the birthday cake stage,
Oh no, absolutely. But
Pierce threatened to murder me and Max because we
Yo,
believed
I've never
between
seen
us.
Pierce that
Yeah.
angry in my entire life, and me and Frank were just like, because me and Frank were like teasing him. We're like, yeah, we're gonna team up on you and beat you up, and he's like, nah, you
oh
guys would
dude,
never
he
do
got
that to me.
fucking pissed.
And like me and fucking Frank teamed up and fucking ruined his whole life and shit like
Well,
that.
he was beating us, so we had to take his stars. I mean, he was in
Yeah.
first place. That's how it works.
No, like that happened with the funny thing is that back then a buddy of the friend who had all his stuff taken away from him. He was winning for most of the game because he had all this. He had like pretty much almost all the stars. He had the coins. Like if all things being equal, he would have gotten the coin star. He would have gotten everything going for him. He was on his way to win easily, and then he got screwed over because someone landed on chance time and he got screwed. And and we were all crying with laughter. It's probably one of the hardest times I've ever laughed in there. And he's just there. You could tell he's fuming. Like he's just looking in there and everything. And I'm just like, and the other buddy says, "You see, Ruben, that's what Mario Party is all about." I'm like, God damn, I've been missing this my whole life. I've been missing this torture. I'm like, well, I mean, hopefully nobody gets killed tonight because apparently we're having that going on. But
Alpha blood.
no, I mean, but to me, that's what makes those games amazing, though. It's a shame that they went away from that for a few games. They then started doing the car shit, and they were like, "Oh, we're all in a car,
Yeah,
and
I
we're all
remember
going
that. I was
through and
like, what
shit."
the fuck is this?
I remember they did that for Mario Party 9, and I looked at that and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" They're like, "Oh, we're all in a car and we're all going along and getting stuff." I'm like, "But that's not Mario Party. Mario Party is supposed to be that we get tears. We're ruining friendships. What are going to ruin friendships being on this car?"
Yeah, it's
What
supposed
are
to
you
be Lord of
doing?
the fucking Flies, man. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
I don't know why the hell they did that, but to me, like that's why you do it and everything. You do it because you're gonna basically, hey, I know you're my friend, but you're gonna lose. And hey, you know what? There's no reason to get pissed at you because yeah, if someone's winning and you have a chance at getting why wouldn't you take the chance to get them to lose? I mean,
Yeah,
makes
you
sense
have
to
to
me.
literally, like it's. I would definitely, you know what? If I have children, I hope I have twins or triplets, and I'm gonna give them that game. I'll be like, who's the strongest?
I mean,
I need to prepare them for life, you know.
no, and also to give them the sense that you could do everything wrong, and then something shitty comes along the road and it hits you over the head with it, like the hootenanny or something. Like, I don't want to have a hootenanny right now. I want to get that star.
You can be the best of all time, but it doesn't matter. Somebody's gonna sneak in there and be like,
It's a good lesson. It's a good lesson of life, if I'm being honest. Like, you could get everything right, and then chance time comes out of the way and screws you over. A
"Yes,
Bowser.
it is, yo, chance time, fucking 1000%."
No, but that was the worst. And the other funny one was when Bowser had its things, and then you land on like one of the. No, the funniest was when one of my buddies didn't have anything, and he lands on the Bowser space, and
No,
Bowser's just like,
he
"Oh,
pities you,
you
right?
poor, you poor little person. Oh, you don't have anything. Here's 10 coins." I'm like, "Wow, I've never seen that before." And then my friend says, "Yeah, that means that he sucks."
True, yo, like Bowser, like literally comes out. He's like, "I'm gonna destroy." Oh God, you're homeless. Oh wow. He's like, you know what, man? He's like, look, I don't need these sneakers. I'm gonna go to Payless Show Store and get a new pair. You're like, you need them more than I do. All right.
Yeah, it's true.
Here's a bowl of soup, you piece of shit.
And I was like, wow, I was like, wow, he can actually help you. And my friend's like, yeah, that just means that he does that too, that means you suck. That's not a good thing. I'm like, wow.
I got a good question for Gal. I'm sure
Tell me.
Lifted and both want to know this too. Do you have a wish list for RA? What would you want out of RA that people
Ooh.
just don't feel like doing?
Wow. Is there really a game that I would really
not
like
even
to
necessarily a
see?
game. It's kind of like like we were talking about before, like like even like something as small as me being like the devs should put in what core they are using when they dev the set, stuff like that.
A
even
change
little
that
things
you would
like
like
that.
to see, something
Oh.
added.
Yeah.
Wow.
But it could be games too.
Well, I'm
But
trying to
Gal's a
think.
dev, he can make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a game, I could just be like, hey, I'm developing the set now. Here we go. There's honestly not. There really isn't something, at least off the top of my head, that I can think of now that would be a change I would like to see, really. I mean, I know that there's coming a day where eventually subsets and core sets will be able to played alongside at the same time. And that's, on the list or what have you. And that's going to be a boon. That's going to be a boon in such a way. Like the fact that it's going to come to the point of whether you want to play a set, it's not going to be the limitation and what ROM you have or what you have to do to put a patch on it or anything like that. You could just put it in and all those achievements are at your beck and call to be able to play. Like that's going to be fucking sweet. And I can't wait for that. And I know that bit by bit it's being worked on. And, one day whenever it drops, that's going to be a boon, like in a significant way. I think it even helps that it's going to help for all those other sets to be tried. Cause sometimes people just aren't that tech savvy and they just don't know how to, patch or do those kind of things. And they're just like, I don't really want to try it or whatever. But the fact that you could just have the game and you'll be able to do it, like that'll mean people will be more willing, I think, to even be willing to try that stuff because it'll be more at their beck and call.
Leaderboards too. I'm telling you
Yeah.
right now, if Sark really wanted to right now, he could do a couple of pinball sets and fucking beat. I ain't doing no pinball sets. I ain't good at it. But
Oh no.
Sark could be number one tomorrow if he just does like 10 pinball sets in a row. But I could counter that by playing all the Dragon Quest fucking subsets at the same time.
Yeah,
because the regular game.
Because those are the other ones. Yeah, exactly. And when it comes to RPGs, he ain't gonna go anywhere near those. So that does give you a side there. But to me, that's probably one change that's coming up that I'm really looking forward to. That's really going to be a boon to, I think, so much of what RA has, because there's so many sets on there that players, I think, just don't engage with because it's just beyond them in being able to put on a game and be able to play it. It just isn't readily. Well, now that's no longer going to be a hindrance.
We're speaking about that. It'd be a great idea for that is when you load the game, it says load subset as well. Like, let's say you didn't even want to do the subset. You know what I mean? I'm not saying like, be like, well, why would I want to do it? I'm like, well, perfect example is like Ninja Turtles, Turtles in Time. The bonus set, you could beat the game without dying or beat it without a continue, and you would get one achievement in that. But it destroys your fucking overall rate, like your completion level. If you're interested in that stuff, you know what I mean? So I would say no. I just want to play the base set. But the option to be able to like kind of turn in like a toggle switch, I also would like to do the subset simultaneously. I mean,
that would be actually good. That would be good that you could actually have it, like even that you could toggle on and off. So like when you put something in, it'll have it automatically in there. So like you already know that all that stuff is there. But if you don't want it and you're like, I just want the core set achievements, that'll also be something when you load. Yeah, that would actually be pretty good.
From what I
the gold medal set was one of the that was 2 months straight of me playing nonstop, and I fucking got super fucking lucky. Oh my goodness. But that's like, I'm talking about rare drop sets. I was obsessed with that set, 1000%.
And it just would have been sweet if that was also there alongside it. Absolutely. What were you going to say, Frank?
Yeah.
From what I understand, that it's going to be like for like RetroArch, it's just going to be an option. Like you check subsets on. It's going to be another thing added into the emulator.
Okay. Well, then I guess there's our answer. That'd be pretty awesome. I'll probably have it checked. It really just depends on the game, though.
It's like, for example, Final Fantasy VII and stuff like that. Like, say I beat the first boss at level 3 Cloud and Barret or something like that, and it's like, oh, well, you pop this one. I'm like, well, I sure as fuck ain't gonna pop the rest of them, so I'm gonna get rid of that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because I'm gonna be fucking grinding after this.
And you're just like, well, that's all great, but happy trails.
It's a circumstantial thing between games and stuff like that. For example, like the Dragon Quest games I'm talking about with rare drops. There's no reason why you shouldn't have the fucking, unless you don't really want to do the drop set. I mean, what's the matter? I mean, you're getting 5 extra points every 2 seconds if somebody drops a fucking pair of pants or a fucking herb. You know what I mean? Who cares?
Yeah, and honestly, I don't care if like I happen not to get every single one in the set. Even though, I mean, I'll probably go for a lot of the rare drops because that's just the way I am. But like, there's no penalty to me. There's no penalty to me because, hey, it's more points you're getting. Oh, I got that for there, so I'm rewarded for the fact that I just got that achievement to happen, and it's there, reflected. So like with some games, yes, I'll just have it checked, like RPGs and stuff like that. But then there's other games that I probably won't go too far into it. It just depends really, how much. Like low level, like really stringent low level, like level 7 Tifa.
Yeah.
Probably not going to do that one because, I mean, I love Final Fantasy VII, but I'm not really as good in that kind of stringent low level challenges. But if it's rare drops, yeah, easily I'll have that on probably all the time.
Knocker, greatest example I can think of. Because I did Powered Up, and then I did the Powered Up 468 stage subset afterwards.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Imagine how many I would have gotten while I was doing the regular set, just by chance, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Damage and stuff like that. And that would have inspired me to get even more on it. Like, because I'm just like, hey, I did a lot of these damageless or whatever, or I beat them with these characters in this certain way or whatever. So I'm like, shit, I would definitely, literally 180 something achievos.
Yep.
You could get a manual unlock for that, but this is what we're talking about. Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect example why this question was asked, because Gal mentioned that the subset thing that's been in discussion for a long time, like a couple of years now at this point.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, like that would have definitely, and if anything, like picture like Lifton or Frank picks up fucking Powered Up on PSP, the Mega Man set and stuff like that, and you're getting these extra subset ones. I think that Lifton and Frank would be more inclined to jump on the subset because they have unlocked several achievements in there and be like, hey, you know what? That wasn't so bad.
I agree.
Instead of just being like looking at 468 achievements and being like, I ain't climbing that fucking mountain. Not now.
Exactly. And so it really helps to get that bridge in. Like it has that door in that's closer in there as opposed to it being so distant.
I look at it as an incentive.
Exactly. Agreed. And to me, that's why some people were like, oh, is it really needed? I'm like, no, I think it's the next step. It's been a long time coming. I think that you could have that possibility that anyone could play any of those. Because at the end of the day, I see these all achievements as being under the umbrella of that game. I'm loading this game. Here's all the possible achievements that I can get playing this game.
That's the best way. The umbrella is the best way you can look at any game whatsoever and stuff like that. No matter what, pick any fucking game. Illusion of Gaia, right off the top of my head. Illusion of Gaia and stuff like that. There's so many subsets you could probably do with it. And so I'm not saying rare drops or anything like that because there are none. But like a speedrun set. a no damage set, as difficult as it sounds and stuff like that. But I mean, like, that's all under the umbrella, and it's how much you love a game that you're willing to go the distance. But just popping a few would make me want to. What is the only way it would elicit me being saying like, hey, you know what? I think this is next. This is what I want to try. You know what I mean?
And potentially you already had a really good experience with the game because you went through the core set. So you're there. Well, I like this game. You know what? I got some of these achievements. Let me give it a chance. Let me try it because I really am good with it and stuff like that. And so you're right. Like that could be your next challenge then because you're like, and since people like to challenge run games, it gives RA that other like boon in that way. Like you can build more with other achievement sets and stuff because now they're all connected more than they were before.
Like the in this way, perfect sets can be crafted. A perfect core set and perfect subsets. That's what I mean. Earthbound does it magnificently. I think the Earthbound set is perfect. You could actually, honestly, drop a couple of the rare drops in because they are in the fucking rare drop set. You know what I mean? Like the broken antenna and the Sword of King. I think the only one I would keep is Sword of Kings because that is kind of key in the main game.
Yeah, that's like quintessential like in the game. You know, there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But like if you manage to get a couple, like let's say you played Earthbound for the first time, like Frank, and he was getting a couple of rare drops and he popped at the same time. I think Frank would look at that, like when he's just sitting there quietly on a Sunday in the morning and just be like, I could.
And Frank's really good. Yeah. And Frank's really good of grinding. Like in RPGs, we'll spend time in the chat and he'll be doing it for like there. So that would be perfect for him.
I was doing that with Lunar earlier before, Frank's like, you ready? I'm like, yo, give me a second. I'm like, I'm fucking 2 seconds away from getting level up fucking,
True.
With Hero. But at the same time, I'm thinking like let's say Gal, you debbed Lunar 2, the one I'm doing right now, Eternal Blue on PlayStation 1. You said there's not that many rare drops and stuff like that. I noticed like where I'm grinding right now, there's Goblin Kings in the Illusion Forest. And once in a while, they'll drop an Angel Tier, which is rare. And but like it'd be like, hey, 2 points, you get an Angel Tier. Maybe there's like 16 rare drops in the entire game. But I would have popped that and I'd be like, you know what? I'm going for this rare drop set. I want to play, you know what I mean?
I do have a guide to Eternal Blue for the PS1 that does show like some item drops. It's just that for item drops in Eternal Blue, a lot of them there really isn't like any ones that are truly unique outside of like items that you would expect that you can buy in a store. Like usually when I think of rare drops, I usually think like, oh look, there's this really cool sword that like this enemy drops that you can't really get anywhere else. Like that's what you'll get in the Dragon Quest games, or you'll get every different things. You get like unique stuff. With Eternal Blue, a lot of the items are the kinds of things that you'll probably find in stores, and that kind of undercuts a little bit to me. I mean, if it's just the act of getting the rare drop, then maybe it's fine, but usually I kind of see it balanced. It's like it's a rare drop that you're going for, and it's also something unique that you won't really see anywhere else when you're doing it. And I think there's only really a few instances in Eternal Blue that it's like that. I'd have to review that though, because I definitely review it. I definitely review it though.
It might be a bad example, but what I'm looking at and stuff like that now, picture like things are color coded and stuff. And hear me out. Like listen to this.
No, I'm listening.
Let's say you're doing Earthbound. Perfect example. You're doing Earthbound and and subsets are unlocked at the same time. But they're color coded. Let's say that like remember how it used to be orange, like when it used to pop up and stuff like that. Now let's say subset was green or something like that. So you beat an enemy, and you get like you get an achievement for beating the enemy, but it also has a rare drop. So you get an orange pop and a green pop at the same time. Like to me, that's addictive. I look at that and I'm just like, oh shit! Like I'm getting like basically what is it, like a residual effect from doing what I'm doing in the core set, and I'm getting an extra bonus that I'm not even actually aware of because of the subsets. But I'm just kind of like, this is a euphoric feeling right now. I'm like, this
absolutely
incentivizes me to want to go and do the rest, like actually master this game out of everything that I can possibly do. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That makes
and that's sense. No, I absolutely get it, because I mean that's what started the whole achievement run for me on the first place. When I started unlocking achievements for the first time, it's like, wow, look at this, that I'm doing that and everything. It becomes that kind of aspect with subsets and all that added in. I think it just adds that other dimension to what you can possibly accomplish. That okay, I'm going through the game, but oh my god, look at these other kinds of things that I'm able to do while I'm going through with it, you can almost start looking at the other subsets now. You'll be like, oh, what other kinds of things can I do in this area with other enemies that I can do as I'm trying to get this progression achievement and stuff. Like it just offers that other multifaceted dimension to it that I think you couldn't really do earlier. Like you had to play the core set, and that's what you were playing, and that's all you could really hope for.
The best example I can say is like I said, I did Dragon Quest 4 and I did Dragon Quest 6 on the DS for the rare drops and stuff like that. So what I did, and you can call me sneaky or not, but this is how you do it. You beat the game regularly on the core set, you get everything you possibly can. So basically you're like level like 60 something, 70 something at the end. You put the game as the loot drop set or whatever, and then you change your save file to the same thing. You're basically level 60 or 70, and you can go back and beat all the monsters all over again easily.
And get all the stuff.
Yeah, because I think that's working smarter, not harder.
No, that's perfect.
Wouldn't that be great if let's say like I have the I'm fat fucking thing that goes off when I pop an achievement. Imagine if the subsets was like I'm not fat. So like I'm fat, and it's like I'm not fat. But they pop at the same time. I'm like, look, I am doubling my experience here on RA because I'm not only hitting the fucking regular set, but I'm hitting the subset at the same time. That's kind of like making me like, okay, like this is more bang for my buck. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, this is how I'm gonna keep on top of Sark, baby.
And you won't have to go back as much because you'll know as you're going through the game.
Get creative.
It's like,
I just basically said I had to rename the entire file just so I could keep my stats, so I can go back and get the rare drops. Because it's easier to do that and more efficient than starting a brand new game under the loot.
Yeah, and then you're able to go back and get all the kinds of items you did, and it's much easier because you know, hey, it's going to save me time because I'm able to go back and get those particular items from my grinding and everything like that. No, that makes sense. But now you won't have to worry about doing that anymore.
Yeah,
because now you'll be like, look, I'm getting through the game.
Yeah,
I can do it
instead of just being like, hey, this is going to pop in something. Like in my mind and stuff like that, it's like, hey, like, you go to the grocery store and you're like, hey, I'm going to go buy some hamburgers. So like, hey, if you get this brand, you get free buns with it too. I'm like, oh well, shit.
Nice some free buns.
There,
I love me some fucking free buns.
Right?
Yes. In more ways than one.
Damn right.
Yo, where them fucking those big ass emotes that fucking lifted ass?
Yeah, the ones that Twitch kept like saying, "What are you doing here?" I'm like, sorry, we're actually having fun.
Excuse me. This is from Vice City. Fuck you.
Yeah, right.
Dude, Lifted was ready to go to war. Like, look, it was hilarious when his emotes first got banned the first time.
Yeah.
Fucking, he's literally bringing up girls that are in bikinis with their asses hanging out like that, and he's like, they can do this, but I can't have a fucking emote of them doing it. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
He's like, here's
now all of a sudden it's allowed.
It's literally
quote unquote
pouring fucking Greek yogurt out of her fucking shirt every 3 seconds. I think I can have this stupid emote. All right.
Right.
Well, that's not really Greek yogurt. That's something else. Just kidding.
Oh well.
No, it's
wink,
definitely
wink,
hot and crazy looking. Fucking. I'm not complaining. It's, free buns. I don't know. I mean, we got off on a tangent on that, but Gal said that's like what he would like and stuff like that. I think that would incentivize so many more sets being played. We have a whole thing called the Unwanted, and like I hate that there's a thing called the Unwanted. It's just things that maybe people are not aware of. I think I played a game called for DS Solo Taroba, which is like this furry game where you're in a mechanical wheelchair. You know what? Never mind.
Mechanical wheelchair? What the?
Go to DS and go to Solo Taroba. And I swear to God, it was one of the most fun games I've ever played. It's called like the Red Fang or Solo Taroba or something like that. Solar Taroba. And I swear to God, if you guys play that, you'll be like, I love this game. This game's really good. But it's literally about a dog in a wheelchair or something like that. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And it's super fun. I love that game. But it was on the Unwanted list because everybody's just, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, who wants to be a dog in a wheelchair? Sark would try to kick him out the wheelchair.
I think Sark played the prequel to this. It was
Sark's the one that put him in the wheelchair.
He did.
Yeah.
I mean, he has the punch emote.
The guys at From Tail Concerto it makes cameos in this game. Apparently, this is a sequel to it. But this one's really fun. I would recommend this game highly. But
I definitely am writing it down here. Solo Taroba, you said?
Yeah.
For DS.
For DS, yeah. Check it out. It's super fun. Very.
Great, now
it
there's
reminds me of
now-
Mega Man
now-
Legends. It's very anime, cartoony kind of.
Now it's gonna get a revision, Max, because you told God to play it.
No, I'm not gonna.
He's
Wow,
gonna
I
have
can't
a
even
good
play
time.
anything anymore.
Nope.
Because everybody's gonna automatically think, he's
You
gonna
can't
make a
play
revision.
anymore. Sarconius is crippling the dog even further. Now he's even. He is literally attached to those things.
Have
He
you ever
puts
seen his
candy on
outro,
next to him.
Max, from Majora's Mask? He's literally the Goron just bullying that dog.
Yeah, just beating up. Oh my god, no, but like, I can't make a revision for it because then Sark's gonna like hunt me down. He's gonna be like a revision call, and he's just gonna like chase me down.
Yeah, Waffle's the cop that shows up in Solo Taroba. But it's kind of like Mega Man Legends, but like there's different missions you can pick all the time. Where it's just like, would you like to accept this adventure? And like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. You know,
Oh, okay.
fun.
I like
Trust me.
Legends.
Trust me. Check it out.
No, for sure I will.
Big fan of that. But I'm saying like stuff like that will end up on the unwanted, you know. And I'm just like, why? Like I think there's no games that should be unwanted. I think games like that should be highlighted. And I think Sting takes care of the unwanted. Is he the one who's in charge of that stuff like that?
Don't
But
know
I think
if he is, but
I mean, if it's literally like something like dog eats a pile of shit simulator, I'm like, okay, you know what? I would play that. But fucking, it's like stupid. It's like Pong, but you're paralyzed. I'm like, oh. So is there like, can you even use buttons or no?
yeah, it's like what's even going on?
Yo, okay, unwanted. Perfect example, Sanchez. Turok 2 for Game Boy. That's you guys' homework. In fact, I'm going to tell you right now that you're both expelled, so you don't have to do it. I never want anybody to play Turok 2 on Game Boy.
Turok 2.
We all went. Me, Tanuki, Triple Deke. Who else did it? Fucking Jesus Christ! But Jay Nasty beat me to the punch. He's the one to master it. Turok 2 on
man.
Game Boy Color. It is one of these stupid. It takes. You're a Native American in New York City in the first stage. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
But you're in the Turok costume, and everybody else is wearing like trench coats with guns and stuff. I'm like,
what the fuck?
Right. Yeah, it is. It's something. It's fucking.
No, I could definitely tell from the premise already. Jesus.
Yeah, but I think that was on the unwanted, and we're just like, Jesus, fucking Christ.
Well,
yeah. Let's see if there's even a filled out top 10 on here. Jesus Christ, I don't think so.
man, for Turok 2.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah,
There's only 8.
yeah. 8 poor fucking souls.
Yeah, Sanchez is not on there. Sanchez, what the fuck are you doing?
Sanchez refuses to play. He just wants to enjoy people playing it. That's it.
Oh wow, Sanchez.
He
Really?
gave Foxy Man fucking Turok 2 Seeds of Evil on N64.
I've never heard anything good about that game.
Sark absolutely hates Turok. If you mention it to him, he'll like freaking time you out or ban you or something.
Dude, Sark snuggles with my copy of Turok 2 Seeds of Evil all the time.
I want Sark
lie
to
to
jump
you.
on the Turok 2 Game Boy Color wagon and just be like, man, I hate this game. I fucking
Oh,
hate
he
that.
will fucking.
I love
know
the
wait till I
fucking
beat him,
Sark
I hope he-
impersonation. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, that's so good.
I'm not making fun of. He's just got that fucking baritone. That's like it's like his thing. That's just like that's what Sark is.
If Robert Belgrade could not do the voice of Alucard, I would hire Sark to do the voice of Alucard. He would probably do a very good Alucard voice. He has that
I
deep
agree.
voice.
Trouble the soul of my mother no longer.
And he probably would. 'Cause
Sark's like, Sark's like, he's
What do I put up
pulling out
with?
his Destroy Max overnight fucking list of games to play. He's like, this piece of fucking shit.
He's like, all right, it's time to pass Max. I've had enough of his shit.
Sark, I had enough of my shit too, man. Fucking put me in the ground so I can fucking have some fun.
Hey, Max was already moving the head back so he could do the slice to the neck. He's like, here's my neck. Come on. Do the Velociraptor, dude. Go right for it.
Free me from my prison, heavy as the crown, baby.
Pugsley's in
Pugsley's
Unwanted.
Unwanted.
Well, I know why that game's there.
I'm probably
Yeah,
gonna have to
Pugsley,
play
I could totally see
soon,
why. Yeah.
Like Pugsley.
Yeah.
Why ain't you badged it yet?
Because nobody gave it
I
to
don't
me.
like it that much. Yeah, I don't like it that much.
Nobody gave it to me. Only the
No one's giving it
request.
to him.
Well, get done with GameCube and I'll request it for you.
How close are you to gold lifted? Or did you have it?
I'm at 24.5 points.
Oh, you
But-
could get there.
Oh, we got
That should finish
Yo, Lifted, we
with,
got to
like,
play Metal Gear
36.
together. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah,
I'm actually in the middle of doing Twilight Princess, so when I'm doing Twilight Princess, I'll be at 30.
What
But I'm
Oh,
part
still
are you up
playing.
to? What part
I'm
are you
still
up to,
playing
Twilight?
WarioWare and the Mickey game, so I'll probably be like at like 34 points.
Oh God, Mickey.
What part are you up to in Twilight?
What am I going into the third dungeon now? No,
Yeah,
did I get that?
I think right before the third dungeon and the third dungeon was like the parts that I liked the least because there's a lot of optional, like the whole thing where you have to take fucking like lady on the wagon and not get it.
Yeah, that's the part I'm at. That's the achievement I'm at. That's where I'm picking up tomorrow. Is
Yeah.
that fucking don't let the
And-
wagon
and-
get set on fire.
What Gal said, I spent like an hour and a half doing that, and I came back the next
Yes.
day, did it the second time. I'm like, all right, I guess I can fucking stop here. So.
That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping for tomorrow. Is that maybe like the first like 5-10
It's,
attempts I get it done.
Yo, I'll give you. All right, Lifted. Let me tell you what. If you're looking at the comments, they're the worst comments I've ever seen in my entire life. It's the most misleading information I've ever seen on RA in the fucking almost 10 years I've been on here. Yo, Lifted. When you get to the, like when you get past the archers, and then you have to
Yeah.
deal with the guys on the pigs, and then the fucking
Yeah.
birds. The birds are the key to get to the next part. If you kill the birds, the horse doesn't get spooked and it goes to the next part. You can turn something that's like a half an hour into like 3 minutes. Kill the bird, and then the horse goes to the next area. Kill the bird as soon as it shows up, and then like the guys behind you on the pigs, just kill them, and you're gold. I wish somebody just wrote that in the chat.
Yeah, at one point I was like, why does the wagon keep going to the right when we need to go to the left? What the fuck? I did like 3 loops. I was like, what the hell's going on here? Oh, the bird.
The bird basically is like get rid of the bird, and the horse is just like, okay, I understand, and it goes like that. Yeah.
I get what you wanted me to do, Master.
I understand now that there is not a bird dropping explosives on top of my fucking name.
Oh man.
Probably my least favorite achievement in there, besides the damageless Zon. But damageless Zon is not hard. It's just the last part and getting up to it over and over again.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass fucking having to run up there every fucking
Because
time.
he's I want to say he's random, but he's really not. You just got to do full powered 2 swings, and then you just need to do a mortal blow at that point. I hate it.
Makes sense.
But but you have to worry. You have to need him to stop doing the spin, like where he gets tired, and then you put your sword away and then do mortal blow, and that's it. Easy as fuck.
Okay.
But
Hit a wheel spin, Lifted.
oh shit, yo, we need a couple of wheel spins.
Oh, did I save that wheel?
Better save that wheel. Slacking on us today, Lifted.
Am I?
Yeah, what would you say is the greatest set that has ever been made on the site? Because I think the Super Mario Brothers set is probably the most in and out fucking overall good set. After all the revisions it's been through.
Wow. That's a difficult one. Like at least from what I've perceived or from what I've seen, it may not be one I thought Super Mario World was really good all around, like from all the different things you could do in the game and the core set and everything like that. I think multifaceted wise, it was a pretty good one. Mega Man 2 overall, I think is a pretty good balanced set overall from all the different things that you can do in there across the game with challenges from the Robot Masters to the stages to different things over throughout that you could do it. So I guess I would probably put those ones, like if you were to ask me like quintessential like good examples of multifaceted sets that are well balanced, I think those ones you look to, in my opinion. I don't know if it's all of them. There probably are some sets I'm just not aware of that I haven't seen or what have you, but to me, those are pretty good sets from what I've seen. For me perceiving, Super Mario World was the first badge I ever had in there, and I think it was a good set to begin with. Like it definitely was a good intro to everything because it really gave you an impression of like different types of challenges across the game that you could get. I think
that's what makes a great set is like completionism, and where you feel like you've done everything there is to do in the game, and everything is balanced and fair. You know what I mean? Like no matter how hard it is, if it's fair, you know what I mean? Batman NES, I still haven't beaten that. I haven't originally badged the original set. Like it's something I started like when I first got into RA, and I just never went back. But it's like I'll spin it again.
Water swig.
Yes. No, Batman NES. I mean, having what is it to do the Joker damageless?
Yeah,
I
thought that was really easy.
I saw you do it.
Yeah, I watched Nilson Alex video on when I was doing that Batman. So I was watching a lot of Nilson Alex YouTube videos on Batman, and I saw that if you stand at a certain position in front of his pistol, his bullets will just go right through you. I was just like, okay, this is easy now.
Mm-hmm. So it's really just all of knowing the placement and everything. No, I get it.
Yeah,
but
basically, it takes a whole factor out of the fight. Instead of dodging the bullets and the lightning, you only have to worry about the lightning.
Yeah,
I don't know where Joker got these riding powers in this game, but whatever.
Damn right? I don't remember that in the comics. I remember seeing that in the continuity.
Yeah, but, I get the gun
double shot.
Oh yeah, the gun I absolutely get, but the lightning I didn't think he had the power of Thor.
Yeah.
That I didn't see coming at all.
He's like and like the
yeah
comes down. I'm just like, all right.
You're almost wondering if he's holding Mjolnir or something. Like, what the hell is he doing?
He's so insane that he's worthy.
Yeah, he's broke. Hey, they say the line between genius and insanity is that thin.
What do you got there, Lifted?
I got some bullet whiskey bourbon.
He's definitely Loki.
Yes. But like to me, those are the quintessential sets. Like one that I've played and one that I have. Of course, I love Mega Man 2, and looking over that set definitely looks like it's not too out of the realm, like going in one direction. It definitely hits like all the different aspects that you would expect in a Mega Man 2 set.
What happened?
By far.
You hit that bottle hard, bruh.
Yeah, I shouldn't have.
Everything
it burns. It burns.
The esophagus. My esophagus.
Yeah, listen, sitting there. He's like sucking down. It's like I have to hear about fucking.
He's like fucking Gall hasn't shut up in the whole fucking podcast. Let me take a drink.
Like if fucking Gal says one more thing about how sexy fucking Final Fantasy IX characters are,
Oh, I love it.
We asked the question and Gal gives the fucking answers like a fucking goddamn man. I'll tell you that much right now.
Absolutely. No, a lot of fun.
Yeah, I hope you're having a good time with us.
Guys,
always.
In the audience, if you got any RA-related questions, he is a developer. Ask away. Gall will answer them to the best of his abilities.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I really need to set up a bot for this account so that we can like do like a questions queue.
Oh, did we hit the affiliate thing right now?
I think we need one more stream.
We need one more stream. So one more stream, and then we'll hit the have the ability to sign up for affiliate.
Good.
All right. Well,
any questions? Definitely ask me.
Cowboys of Moo Mesa, because I think that's 3 players.
It is 3 players actually. I think did I bash that? That's a fun game.
Weren't you guys also planning on doing like a gameplay on the channel as well?
Yeah, we want to do a Mario Party.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Because Mario Party, Gal.
Yeah, whenever we sit down and plan out these events or whatever, I'll get around to making a scene where we can like do all the game catchers and all that shit.
Okay.
But
for Gal, how fun
that'd
was
be fun.
it to learn the Mega Mans you don't like for the X Collection set?
What happened? Say the question again. Sorry, I only heard the last part.
Crazy. How fun was it to learn the Mega Mans you don't like for the X Collection set?
It's interesting though in regards to the different it's actually each of the games were pretty well structured in what they had. I mean, there wasn't anything really crazy about them that you didn't think where it was going to be. Everything was pretty ironed out and stuff. It's just that some of the stats that you use for like damageless achievements or stuff like that, I would definitely say the PS1 games were more neat about it. Like you could be sure that like how they worked, how the health filled, that it checked that the enemy was there and everything. It just seemed in the PS1 games it was much more consistent in what those things are. The Super Nintendo ones, like even though I didn't see that there was any change in the health bar when it was filling up or certain things were going, it would still get hits. even in the Super Nintendo games, even was going when it was not going up at all. And I'm sitting there like waiting, like, wait a minute, why am I getting a hit that this is going on? Like I'm looking at the address right here and it didn't go up. Why is it in the box here saying that it did? So I had to change some of the Super Nintendo achievements to reflect that it's like it's identifying that the enemy is there rather than that the health is going up to show that the battle is active or something like that. I could do that more in the PlayStation games. I couldn't really do that in the Super Nintendo games. So that was actually an interesting thing that I ran across when I was coding the different games, that the Super Nintendo ones ended up actually causing a number of problems that I had to rework some of the achievements to do it versus the PlayStation ones. In that sort of way, the PlayStation ones were very consistent. They were great. I was like, oh, okay. I guess they got their act together when they were coding those those health bars, that they made it that they were doing what they were supposed to do in that kind of way. So, but other than that, all 6 games were pretty well structured. Everything was exactly ironed out, exactly where you would think everything would be. The health was where it was, the lives, everything. It was pretty well organized across the board and across the similar games. So the Super Nintendo games were all kind of similar, and the PS1 games were all similar. And then there's Battle and Chase, but the less we talk about Battle and Chase, the better, because Battle and Chase is whatever.
So for the X collection, it's X1 through X6.
Yes, it's X1 through X6, and then Battle and Chase. But to get and the only thing you need to do, to me, I like that was actually my introduction to a number of the X games, because as a kid I only played, I think, X1 and X4. I think those were the only ones I really played. I played a little bit of X2 because my uncle had it, but I don't recall him having X3. And I don't recall seeing X5 or X6, so I think most of them I got to play because the PS2, not on the GameCube. I played the one on the PS2 that came out for the X collection, and I learned all those games then, and that's how I got to see X5 for what it was. And Alia pissed me off even as when did that game come out? 2006. So I was 17, 18 years old, and I was like, God damn, good thing I didn't play that as a kid. It would have bored me to tears, and I would have been pissed off about Mega Man. So I'm glad I was old enough that I could tolerate this somewhat. And X6, Knocker will tell you, is a game that, like, I see there are some things about it that I like. The music is really good, and under the shit, there's a good game buried in there. There's some ideas that are interesting, and some things that
game. It's just a brutal fucking difficulty curve compared to the rest of the games.
Exactly. And that's what killed it for me when I was first playing. Like, I had to go back to the collection after a bit because I put the game down when I first played it, and I was just like, damn, man, what the hell is up with this game and everything like that. And then I got back to it and I played through it. I got through it. I beat the game and everything. I unlocked Zero, and the game was much more enjoyable once that happened, because I could kill bosses much quicker. He had the double jump. There was just so many things like that were better with it. And some of X's armors were pretty cool. I like the shadow armor and stuff like that. Like, you could shred Sigma at the end is very fucking easy anyway. I guess that's their apology to you if you got to Sigma at the end of the game. They're like, yeah, Sigma's easy. We're sorry. I know the game really irritated you, but no worries. You can kick his ass easily. It's okay.
I like how Sigma's first form is a bum.
Yeah, he's literally a freaking zombie. He's like falling to pieces. Like, God, even Sigma could be in one piece in this game. But they throw Sigma in at the very end of the game. Like, the whole game, you don't see anything about him. It's just Gate. At the end, it's just like, oh, I brought Sigma back. Why?
And Gate is a fantastic boss fight. He's incredibly irritating, but I think Gate is one of the best boss fights in the game.
He's difficult as fuck to do. Like, you have to really get down his technique and everything to reflect and stuff like that. But like, as a story, I felt it could have been fine just having him be the villain. You didn't need to bring Sigma in it at all. Like, Sigma's just kind of thrown in at the end for tradition. Oh, we have to have Sigma because it's a Mega Man X game, so let's bring him back in.
That's why they ended it with X8, and I've never played through it, but I've watched videos of like X8 being played. But like, I think Sigma's usurped at the end and finally like destroyed. He is. No spoilers, really, but I think there's a new villain at the end.
Spoilers, gosh.
You don't
want to play that dog shit game anyway.
I mean, it's been a number of years since I played X8, so I can't really say how I'd feel about it now playing it. But
tell me how you feel about X7.
I recall, no, X7. Oh dear God! Now, no. The less I say about that game, the better. That game. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. X6 infuriated me a number of times, but it still had some elements that I liked, as I said, that were still something. And the fact that they shut up Alia, that you didn't have to frickin' hear her ass
1000%.
for the entire game, that was already an improvement. I was clapping X6 for big time for that they muted Alia. But X7, I can't even really say anything that's great about that game. I mean, I guess Robert Belgrade voices Cygnus, but that's it. I mean, that's the only thing, because he voiced Alucard in Symphony of the Night. That's probably the only thing. Yeah, he did.
That guy's name? All right.
Yeah, he's the only person in the entire
he
cast.
He started saying the sentence. I'm like, who the fuck is that?
Yeah, when he talks, when I'm playing the game, Max, and all of a sudden he talks, he's like, X, do this. And he said the whole thing like an Alucard line, and I sat there like, it's Alucard. Why are you in this game?
Yo, like,
why did they pay you to be in this game?
Yo, you know what really sucks about X7 is you have to play through most of the game to even unlock X. And I'm like,
in Mega Man X7, in a Mega Man X game, you don't unlock X until you're almost done with the 8 Mavericks.
Axel, who anybody who's watched me play Command Mission, the Mega Man X RPG, as soon as we got Axel, I never used him once. He's the only character I never used. I don't want you, bro.
And no, because in the game he's a poor man's X. He literally is nothing like X. X does everything better than Axel does, which is not the way you want to introduce a character. You want to introduce a character, and it's like there's a reason to pick him up. But I guess that's why they made it that you couldn't play from him from the beginning, because why would you play as Axel when you could play as X? Like, X does everything better. And man, they treated Zero so bullshit in that game. He sucks in that game.
I want to know how Hunter rank works, because it definitely seems like it's the same way as item collection works in Metroid, where it's like, hey, new game, guess what? You get a fucking F right off the bat. You don't have bombs. You don't have new armor. You don't even have a single fucking missile, bitch. All right?
What the hell are you doing with your life?
It's like, did you fucking drop them? Did you like sell them? Like, do you have to like trade them in like when you leave? Like, I don't know, like, but like, no, shouldn't you be like super powerful at the end of like Metroid, Super Metroid? I want to keep all these things. I don't want to get rid of them.
To me, hey, that's always been the unsung thing about a lot of Mega Man games. Like, what happened to all the other power-ups? Did he just like get rid of everything? What happened? Although I will say
the Mega Man one for Genesis, where you play the tower at the end of all 3 games.
I like that one, the Wily Tower.
They let you keep all the weapons, and you get to pick 8 of them, whichever ones you want out of all the 3 games. Dude, and I'm just like, yeah, exactly.
To me,
would you forget? Would you go to
Wily Wars? Wily Wars had a lot of interesting things. Like, I overall enjoyed Wily Wars. I mean, some of the remixes were hit or miss, I guess, with what they did. But Wily Tower is the unsung achievement of that compilation. Like, if you just get through the compilation and get to the Wily Tower, the second they make you be able to select your power-ups and everything, that end part is so much fun. That is so worth the trip.
And like, I'm never like a person who's like, yeah, you got to play Wily Wars, because it is. I think it's an off-putting game because of how it translates to the Genesis. I'm not saying anything bad about Genesis. It is not a game that's supposed to be played on a Genesis. Everything's off. Like Mega Man, like I always thought when people are like, yo, Max, you're really good at Mega Man. I'm like, because Mega Man's a song. You got to know how to play it. Everything has a rhythm in Mega Man. It's like a heartbeat or something like that. You know when the enemies are coming. Like, for anybody who watches me play it, and like anybody who watches top tier players play Mega Man, you're already shooting before the enemy comes on the screen. It's already exploded by the time it gets there. You know when the fucking enemy's coming on.
It's a whole rhythm to where you have to go with it and everything like that. And Wily Wars, I would say it's hit or miss.
It's
like
it's a step off. It's
exactly.
A note off. It's off
it definitely doesn't have the same beat to it like the NES does. But Wily Tower, I definitely enjoyed it a lot, and I liked what they did with it and stuff. And I even liked the tracks too. Like, I liked the music and what they did. Like, it was like, wow, this whole aspect of it. Why didn't they just put it and make this? Like, why did they just make this be? If there was another game that was similar to Wily Tower, like that they made something like that, I would definitely enjoy it for sure.
What's fantastic is the remakes that Woodfrog is doing, the Mega Man 4, 5, and 6. We got the 4 on Genesis.
Yes,
like Mega Man Red or something like that, which is basically Mega Man 4. I absolutely love that. I know Navanos played through it too. Like, I think Navanos beat me by like 2 seconds to master the game. But like,
Dude,
I was obsessed with that, and like
I
that
didn't
is
even know. I
so
didn't
good.
even know that hack was a thing. That whole that whole thing was put together
It's
until
so
I
good.
watched his stream and he was playing it, and I'm like, they did this? Oh my god! Like I was blown away by it. I was so happy because that was one thing I always thought to myself. It's so sad that they never did a 4, 5, and 6 to
Mhm.
finish the NES. Uh,
They're
a
the sequel
bunch of
wars. That's
games.
what they're technically called. But like, 5 is in development right now. But the guy mastered 4. I mean, the guy who made it, Woodfrog or whatever, he made Mega Man 4 the definitive edition. It plays perfectly. It has a little bit extra stuff in it. You can play as Proto Man and Roll. And
Yes.
Roll is really hard because she's a melee fighter. There's no bullets with Roll.
No.
She's swinging around a little broomstick and stuff like that. And like, but you get up to the
Yep.
boss and you're just like, bam! Yo, take that! Oh my goddamn fucking Swiffer! Yo,
Don't mess with freaking Roll.
Yo, the Swiffer destroys Pharaoh Man's fucking skull. Bam!
Yeah.
Fuck you! And just
I mean,
like,
it's nothing. It's nothing like it's nothing like Roll Chan games, but
No.
but there's that's you see, Max knows, dude. I still remember the robot master. I will always remember from one of those games that you were playing was Cheat Man. I will
Yes.
always remember that one.
Yo, it's
That
literally
asshole.
Cheat Man.
That he
we
would
did the
change.
hack. I can't remember what hack it was, but there's Cheat Man in it. I'm like, all right, what's this guy do? I'm like, all right,
And
he's
he
got
just
a one.
changes the room.
He has a one-hit kill move that's a sword, and he just hits it at a random. And he can also make the floor disappear whenever he wants. I'm like,
You should have seen our reaction, the chat, and his we're just like, oh, dude.
You gotta go back and find it. But Cheat Man was definitely a legendary fucking achievement to be done. Holy
Yes.
fucking shit. It's like beat Cheat Man, 25 points. I'm like, he's a lot more than
Just beat him?
everybody
Oh, okay.
else. But he's just like,
And then
as soon as he starts, he's like, he does Thanos shit. He's just like, the fucking floor is
Floor
gone.
goes
I'm like,
away.
oh.
That still to this day, that is, I always remember that. And what was the I forget the song. I think it was an Earthbound song that played for his battle theme. I think it was from Earthbound. I forget which one it was. I would think it was from one of the I think with Frank, one of the gangsters you
Yeah,
fight,
it was
like at the
Frankie, the
beginning.
Frankie fight when you fight Frankie.
Yeah.
And Frank's, and it's like the fucking like the rockabilly song. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Fuck.
I can't remember which hack it is from, but you know, like type in Cheat Man into fucking RA and it'll show up.
I can
It'll
for
show up
sure
as that.
find it.
Yeah, I'm just like, yo, man, this took me to the brink.
It did. So I'm just saying, like, it's of course the brew of getting 5 and 6, all that kind of stuff with Roll. It's not going to be like Roll Chan, but that to me will always be quintessential. When I think Roll, that always comes to mind every time those games, the Roll Chan games.
But yeah, it always was. I mean, to me, like Knocker said, Nirvana says that was the set of the year. I'm like, I agree. That was magnificent. Absolutely,
it was
magnificent.
That was a great set.
Maybe it's me being biased as a huge Mega Man fan, but I mean, that's exactly what I needed. And it's like when you start a set Lifted, or when you start a set Frank, and you love it so much, you're obsessed to the point where like this is it. Like this is all I'm doing. Whether I'm doing it on stream or not, I need to finish this game because I am in love with this. And like, I mean, literally one of the games that I was obsessed with was Metroid Fusion, the Japan version. Lifted did that.
Yep, same here.
With that, and Portrait of Ruin, which Frank gave me as a challenge after he did.
Yeah.
It. I'm like, yeah, I was like,
I had so much fun with that one. Yeah.
Max yelled at me a lot though during.
It's Mega Man CX. Yo, okay, Mega Man CX was insanely fucking brutal set. One of the most brutal sets I've ever done.
Yep.
All right, we do have some other questions.
Okay. What else we got?
I don't know if Mega meant this towards you, Gal, but he said easiest way to find bit values.
Well, the thing that happens with RAM digging is when you're looking through, you basically do any event in game, whether you're opening a treasure chest or you're hitting a boss or any sort of action that you're doing in game. And so when that happens, you there's a thing that's in the memory inspector. So I'm going a little bit into the program, but basically there's a thing called a memory inspector, and so you'll start looking through different values. And there's a lot of things in the game that'll be moving all the time, for sprites, for any types of things going. There's a lot of stuff that's going. So you'll just keep hitting again and again and again until you get a more stable number of hits for bit values that are in the game. And then and you're always seeing what's stayed the same for each time that you're doing it. And then after an event happens, again, you open the chest, you hit a boss, or something happens, you then hit what changed, what isn't the same. And then you'll get some hits. You'll see certain values come up that'll show what's changed since the last time you hit it. And this is, of course, providing for whatever happened that you're checking for. And then whatever happened, you'll then tweak that and you'll go back and forth to see what happened. So this is where you use save states during those events to see what happens. And so from that, you can then start to see what is the treasure chest value, what is the boss's health, or what is an item that's come in, your inventory or something like that. All these things are going on. Now, it's not, I mean, to me, what makes it easy or hard really depends on the game. There really isn't, some games are stable. Like many of the games that I've done are static memory. What you find in the memory is exactly where it's going to be. And so, and I mean, that's usually the case with a lot of simple games. You'll usually, if you're doing any ROM, if you're doing any deving for like lower, like NES, Super Nintendo, Genesis, or stuff like that, they'll usually be pretty stable. It doesn't mean it will always be that way, but most of the time you can pretty count on what it is. But once you start getting to like the fifth generation, once you start getting to like PS1, Nintendo 64, and onward, you'll start to find games that they have pointers. And basically, the game is dynamic. Whatever you find in the memory isn't always going to be there. And that's when it gets a little more complicated. I won't go too much into depth about that because it's more in depth of what it is. But that's basically the gist of what's the easy way to finding it. It's really a detective story. It's really problem solving, looking around when things go on in the game, and really operating to see, okay, what's changed in the memory I'm looking at that I should make note of for what it is. And if you do it a few times and you see that it's constantly doing that, every time you do it, then hey, what's this address is telling me is this treasure chest that I opened. This is what's going on. So if I'm doing a treasure chest achievement, or I'm doing a boss damageless achievement, I have to make note of those things here. I got that figured out here. And so now anytime I need to know when that stuff's gone on, I can make note of that for sure. It's not too complicated, really. And again, this comes from someone who has had no coding experience. It's really just knowing the tool, how to use it, and just seeing, that you're problem solving and checking things out as you're going through. And it really does most of the work for you. Like it does most of it, like what it is for looking. It's just for you to identify what that change is, really.
Could you technically make an achievement and add it to Final Fantasy X where you get the finishing blow with Lulu 1,000 times in a row and you call it 2,000 sweater retards because she has to bend over in front of you and like
I mean, the thing, I mean, I'm not sure exactly how the addresses work in that game, but if there is one that identifies who was the last player to do a move, or sometimes you have an address that shows what the last move was. So if you're able to know what the move is that highlights this is a Lulu move, you could do that for sure. You could do that. Lulu has hit this enemy a certain amount of times, and you could do something where if any other value comes up for like that Orin did something or Waka did something, then the achievement would get
I would literally program that in, like beat a group of enemies with Lulu 1,000 times so she get her win animation, and like I would name the achievement. I know what you're up to.
That's good.
All right. There's a question from Geek Random. He said, "Why does Oddball Games get sets? There is one for the SNES service cart."
I would assume that's just like a test set, like somebody tried.
Could be,
yeah.
Or somebody thought it would just be goofy to do a set for a service cart.
Yeah, most likely.
But he's not wrong. I think I get what he's saying too, and in a degree, there's like let's say there's like a great like bunch of games that don't have fucking sets. I mean, Journey to Silius definitely needs a revision more than anything.
And Little Samson.
Little Samson, good example and stuff like that. But then like somebody will put in like an incredibly obscure game that like nobody's even fucking heard of.
or wants to play.
Oh,
Let's see.
looks like
Knocker with another one. In terms of things about each game that you didn't know before them, how was it to learn those? I guess that's added on to his Mega Man question.
I mean, let me tell you, if there's one thing that deving has really done for me, again, and this stems from RA when we began the conversation, and I was saying how much it's changed how I look at games, how much I've really come to appreciate these games in a myriad of different ways because of the achievements that are on the site or what have you. I think deving has only built upon that even further because now, since I've been a part of building achievements, I've come to learn about these games in such fundamental ways that I didn't know about. That, you get to see how the developers, structured their data, how things are going and everything. It just has added like to the lore of how these games came to be and everything. And it's really just made me really happy to be a part of that. That like now I know more about like what those things are, how it reflects what was done to make these games a reality, and how what it was that they put it together to make them what they are. It's definitely made me appreciate the genre of everything in a more fundamental way. So I could definitely say now, being on the other side of it, these years of being with RA and developing and everything, I I've I've become much more what's the word? Much more
Fat.
grateful, not just informed, but also informed. Well, yeah, that
No,
too.
that's me.
Very
That's me.
fat.
That's me.
Um, I've definitely become more grateful for that opportunity. I'm glad that it's worked out the way that it did, because everything, to me, it's come to the point where I can't even see myself like without RA being a thing of it, that I get to experience and do all stuff when just some years ago I didn't even know it was a thing, and now it's so brought me to a point where you know the games that I've grown up with, it's like they continue to find a new life. They continue to find some other form of bringing something new to the table, whether it's new challenges or ways to really understand how they came to be and stuff. And just to see how gaming became more complex with it. They had to work within the limitations of what they did. And now, as we're getting to GameCube and PS2 and all that stuff, you get to see what else they're able to do and how much that becomes more complex with time. And it's just definitely, I'd say I've become very grateful for that. It's definitely been a good journey.
It is, and it's everybody's journey together. You know what I mean? Like in a way, like Lifted's journey is different than mine. Mine's different than
Mhm.
Frank's. Frank's is different than Gal's, and everybody else here. Sarconius, Mega, Control, fucking Truffle Waffles. I'm just reading names as they go on. Sarconius.
All of those are RA players.
All of them. They're all on
But I'm
RA.
saying, one thing that's beautiful and listening to Gal talk and stuff like that, I feel like I've talked a lot here, and I'm just like fucking Max and being loud and stupid. But at the same time, like
Oh,
RA is definitely, I mean, it's a huge important part of my life at this point. You know what I mean? For
me
almost
too.
10 years. And when like I always look at it where I rode into town 8 years ago on a little pony and stuff like that, and now it was a settlement. Now it's a city. Basically,
Yes.
what we're looking at right now, RA is a city. It has become so evolved and so insanely huge and complex compared to what it was. Where it's just like, hey man, you got Sonic? Yeah, we got Sonic. All right.
It's
Have you
true.
ever
It was
played? Have
You
you
got
ever played
Sonic too?
Mario before?
You ever play Wario? He's like fat Mario. But Mario's fat, but he's fat.
And it's just
But like it's kind of just like, and like Gal will definitely appreciate this when I talk about like like when I first started. I mean, like nobody knew a goddamn thing about me. I didn't talk to anybody in RA. No
no.
devs, no nothing. So it was very a singular journey for a very long time for a lot of people. I mean, like even Hippo, like Hippo's still a very singular person. We'll try to get him on at some point, but
Would be nice.
he's always been extremely. I think he's the voice that everybody needs to hear in here. I would love to hear from
Yeah.
Hippo. We keep on saying
Yeah.
it. Hippo
He's a
probably
very chill
watches
dude.
it and says he's just like, yeah,
I
he
mean-
is very chill and he's very
I mean,
funny.
if he wants to come in here and talk about hippo poop, I mean, he can come in here and talk about hippo poop.
Well,
Yes.
we'll probably talk about RA, but you can talk about animal shit too if he wants.
And I really wish that devs and admins would more like. I love that they're starting to get more involved with the community on Twitch. I think
it was unheard
hearing
of
the
like
players'
8 years
insight
ago.
would really help the
Yeah.
site out too.
It was always about the devs doing the sets and the players having a problem with them or just enjoying them, and it was always there was a barrier to be broken. Like I said, you know, when Wilhite reached out to me for Snatcher, I was just like, I was actually taken aback. I was like, wow, you want my opinion? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's nice. That's cool.
I mean,
And like I wasn't like, yeah, you know, like, yeah, you better take my, I'm number one, motherfucker. You know, like, you know, what do I know? Like, I don't even know how to read these codes. Like Gal said, he's like, yeah, you have to go search for treasure in the binary and stuff like that. I'm like, look, man, I wear the same pants 2 days in a row. I don't give a fuck. But I mean, RA has definitely been an adventure. I mean, all four of us can be here, and we all kind of got, you know, like me and Lifted didn't know each other from a hole in the wall like 2 years ago. You know what I mean?
It's brought us
he's a good
together,
dude and we're good friends. You know, but at the same time, you know, like me and Frank didn't talk for 5 fucking years. You know, but we all had RA going on in the background. You know.
And it's been that kind of force as a community. It's really brought us together from all the things, for all the different reasons that we enjoy the games, whether for challenges or for just, you know, what we love about the games we grew up with, or anything along the lines. I mean, again, I never saw myself ever developing a set in the way that I did. I mean, if you asked me like a few years ago, I would have never told you. I've been like, there's no way I can do that. I have no expertise. I have no knowledge of what it is. And it honestly took people in the community to give me the faith that I could do it. The fact that Schmelly and others came to me and said, you could do this. You could do this. And that's the confidence that I needed to be able to make that jump. And to be where I'm at, I wouldn't trade it, man. I wouldn't trade that because
that we need. I mean, we're all friends before this, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, but at the same time, you're technically on the other side. Look, you're on the other side of the screen right now. Me, Lifted, and Frank are sitting there.
I'm over here. Hi guys.
Shit, fucking making all these goddamn Mega Man fucking X collection shit. But at the same time, you know, this is the I hope that Gal's appearance on here makes people want to appear on here as a dev. I love
definitely should.
I love
this
to have
been,
people.
Yeah,
I mean,
this was a lot of fun.
This is the bridge that
we're not going to insult.
Yeah, we're not done yet, Gal.
Yeah, but if you do want to
Gal's
go
like,
get
I'm
some
out.
Food, if you do want to go get some food, you can.
Well, no, but the problem is that I have some things that I need to do, and I have to go to work early tomorrow. So maybe I can go for another 15 minutes. Maybe we could push that.
All right. Well, we do have some more questions.
Please give me some more questions. Absolutely.
Truffle asked, "What game is at the top of your I hope this gets dev'd list?"
Wow. What is a game that I really want? Because a lot of the games that I have wanted, like, again, I mean, as I said about the Lunar games, I developed them as for Eternal Blue and Silver Star. So that was like a big thing that I added to it. Like that was like if it wasn't for me, those would be ones I've been like, damn, you know, I would have loved, you know, the Sega CD games to get sets, and now those are there.
But you made that happen.
And I didn't, and I made it happen. I got up and I said, you know, that would definitely be something I'd like to do. But now thinking about like a game that I could see dev now that I would like to see happen, there honestly, I can't really think of one at the top of my head right now. Because I mean, a lot of the I mean, maybe it would be kind of, well, I said it before with like that I could possibly see, you know, hopefully Silver Star Harmony maybe gets a set for PSP.
I think that has a set now, to be honest. I think it came out very recently.
Well, I do know the one I do know the one for Sega CD is it has Sega Saturn has happened now for Silver Star, and I mean Eternal Blue also happened on the Sega Saturn too. I mean, that's another one that I could see wanting to see, you know, someone take.
Please dev that. Please dev that one, because fucking the other one's not looking too hot right now.
No, it's fine. I mean, and I'll let you know. I mean, you know, it definitely will be on my list. It's just that, as I said before, I like to see people take a crack at sets besides me for every Lunar game. You know, I don't want it just to be that every single one is, you know, being taken by me, every which way. You know, again, the strength of RA to me is the diversity in the devs taking their shot at different things and people bringing their own ideas to things. I think that's a strength. in a lot of ways to the community. That the community has different facets of bringing challenges for games in certain ways. But you know what? If no one touches it and it's still there, hey, I'll be like, you know what? I can play Eternal Blue again. Let me do it. And the safety thing will be is I'll put out there what core I used and how I got it to work. So the flip side of it.
God damn.
The flip side
Gall's
of it
listening.
is,
He listened.
No, I learned as I.
He's for the
I've been
people.
one for 3 fucking days. God damn it.
As I said before, I listened to constructive criticism of what people said. Max is like, I would really like to see that. I'm going to start doing that for any set that I make, for sure. That I'll put out there what it is, because I think it's very helpful to the players to know what a dev was working with. Hey, what did you do when you were deving? Oh, you use this core? Okay, I'm going to use that core too, because I know it's going to work.
Feedback that happens between player and dev, as long as it's constructive and stuff like that. Like, now Gal could make a fucking set and I'll bitch and moan the entire time I'm live because I'm frustrated with and stuff like that.
No, and it's fine.
I'm never gonna write fucking Gal or any other fucking I'll bust your balls. So like Gal will know and stuff like that. I'm like, yo, the Mega Man X collection. I'm like, I don't really have to do this bullshit.
Yeah, right. You're gonna really have to do this shit.
But I ain't gonna fucking be like, he's wrong for putting that in there. I'm like, it's a viable challenge, and he actually argued against Sigma X2, where it's like, technically you have to do it all on a row no matter what. So what's the fucking difference? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm like,
but even in the same time, I never said it's not okay for people to be upset about an achievement or not like something about it. People are entitled to feel how they feel about something, and if they don't like something, that's totally fine. And I told that even to the person who left something when they were saying they were glad that they mastered it. And I said to them, you don't have to apologize. You were giving your opinion about what it was or whatever. There's no need to say whatever. You found it frustrating and you said what it was. What's bad about that? There's nothing bad about that at all in there. And I just want to make it clear about that. Like, it's okay not to like something. It's okay to voice it. I think it's just that if you're wanting to tell someone like us, just try to give a feedback of maybe if there's some idea, that you think, oh, it would have been better this way or something, because at least it builds it forward. It takes it forward to the next step of maybe offering something that, we're able to take away from it and be, that's not bad. That's not a bad way to do with it. Now, does that mean it will 100% lead to change? Probably not, because again, as you said, Max, and I agree with, sometimes you just end up with different perspectives of what the challenge is there. This is what I wanted the challenge to be. Obviously we don't see eye to eye with that, and that's fine. But there's nothing wrong with feeling bad about something or not liking a challenge. That's why, again, if, we're a community, and we're not a community all of robots. We're all human beings here with all our impressions of it, and let's not diminish that ever.
Whoa. You might not be a robot, but maybe one of them want to be robots up there.
Well, there are robots on Twitch for sure.
Let's look at this in bare bones terms and stuff like that. Technically, an RA set, you're not supposed to like what you're supposed to do. It's a challenge. Like, when you think about it objectively, when you do a set, for example, I'm doing the Lunar 2 set right now because it's just fresh off my mind and stuff like that. It's like, beat this boss, but also there's an achievement, beat this boss without using items. I'm like, well, yeah, what do I really get for beating the boss? I'm like, that's just playing the game. I'm like, all right, for 5 points, yeah, that's no problem. But it's 10 points or 25 points to get friggin' without doing beating it with items. That's the challenge or stuff like that. So there is a bare bones, but there's also, progression, but there's also, hey, this is the incentive. This is the hard part. This is why it's called an achievement. What's the fucking fucking definition of an achievement? It's something that's not easily obtained.
Yeah.
And people forget that you're mastering the game, meaning that its ins and fucking outs.
That should never be lost, is the term mastery, because you are mastering something.
I don't like the word master.
Shit.
Shots fired.
All right. All right. What else can we use? Yeah.
I felt so bad doing the fucking Twin Snakes.
You were
set.
enslaving the set. No. Yeah, no, this is even worse. Indentured servant. No.
Indentured servant.
Look, that's why Lipton tries to stay away from playing games that have boats on them.
It's true. Wind Waker give me PTSD.
Yo, it's not playing Wind Waker.
Wind Waker. Damn. A whole lot of it.
I was like, oh no, they're coming again.
That was
Oh.
unlocking the ghosts of the past. For fucking
Oh my
West.
God! Fucking Sark said. "Whip
Every
that
time he
fat
played
into
the
shape."
fucking, he used the fucking the Wind Waker baton. He's like the
Yep.
souls of ancestors were behind him. He's like, yeah, I'm trying to dump this magic water on all these like plants. It's like, you know
Oh,
what
God.
you're doing is wrong.
Oh shit!
Man. Yo, we do everything on this channel. Trust me, man. That's why
Oh
we're
yeah,
good
no,
friends.
all goofy. No, it's always goofy. Gosh.
Gorge.
It's always that way, man.
Wait, me and Max are. What's funny is me and Max are fucking tired from fucking drinking till 3 a.m. last
Oh,
night.
I
but-
get you, man.
I'm still ready to go. Don't you worry.
Me
I still
too.
got
Me
beer.
too.
Don't say he's like, well, I'm ready. to go
Just
play
because
it."
Gall's leaving doesn't mean the show ends.
And I will still be in chat watching you guys or whatever, even if I'm not able to be visibly here. I'm doing stuff in the back, but I'm still listening.
I tell you
I'll
what.
tell
the
you what,
achievement-
yo,
the,
let's get a new person into fucking into the Gal
Hey.
416 fucking spot.
It's fine. That's
hey, the achievement
Clark,
of the
get in
weeks.
here.
The achievement of the weeks this week are really good.
What are they?
You
I
got
saw something for
you
Suikoden.
got Hot
Suikoden,
Wheels.
yeah, I
and-
saw the Suikoden one.
Yeah,
Wait,
and then
where
the
is
other
it?
one's GTA Liberty City Stories. So you got GTA and
Oh, that's
Suikoden
the
this
PSP
week.
one, right?
Yep. No
yo,
PlayStation
you know what?
2.
Where they have like 1,000 points for a GTA set, like which is normal.
Yeah, it's Hot Wheels. and
I waited
GTA.
my entire life for a Vice City fucking set, and it's 400 fucking points. I ain't
Well, the dev said once more people dev it and he gets their insight, he wants to raise the score.
I'll play that some point. I was looking forward to play Vice City. Vice City is one of my favorite PS2 games.
It is one of my favorite games ever.
Me too. I remember fondly as a kid driving around listening to the soundtrack as I'm doing the missions and stuff like that, all the 80s channels and stuff like that. It's one of my fondest gaming memories.
99 Red Luft Balloons. Yeah.
Yes. All of them. Like, it just really good medley of a game.
Yo, they have broken
All the way
wings. Yo,
through.
the opening cutscene has broken wings in it. I'm just like, listen, man.
Yep.
Since we've been live, also, there's been 3 new sets dropped.
What we got?
We got
Two of them are
SpongeBob
GameCube.
SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom. We also had that one's on the site. I don't know.
You saw a hack for Zombies Ate My
Yeah,
Neighbors.
there's a hack for
Yep.
Zombies Ate My Neighbors Out of This World experience
I've never played those ones.
and Combat Cars on Genesis.
It looks kind of like
That's a revision, though. That's a revision
for combat cars.
Yes.
Combat
it
cars.
looks like
looks
shit.
a lot like.
God damn, I seen 2 pixtures. It looks horrible. Fuck. Was RC
it,
Pro-Am?
it kind of reminds me of a bad-looking jackal.
It's a
And,
jackal.
and the other
a
GameCube
jackal.
game that Lipton was talking about, it's Zatch Bell Mamoto
Yeah.
Fury.
3D fighting game.
Oh man, shit! I remember seeing that on like Toonami or something like that, or
Yeah, I remember Zatch Bell back in the day.
Yeah, I'm like, so this is like hardcore Pinocchio. What the fuck is
It's basically what it is.
this? All right, I gotta get into that, but like with my pants on,
man.
I ain't gonna jack off.
But yeah, they have like a Suikoden. One of the achievements is here for a challenge. It seems like it has a
I saw a
progression. to it. It
Gremio
says,
picture. Yeah.
You make me proud. For the Soul Eater has reached level 2.
Oh no.
Soul Eater.
No, you don't want the soul. You don't want the Soul Eater to reach any level because it demands the soul of a beloved.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not a nice.
It's like you
game.
don't want that.
No, you don't. You don't want it to level up at all. But it's a sad game.
No, Suikoden is one of my favorites. I remember you playing through that, all the mini games and all the different things with that. That game is so much fun.
Suikoden 2 is
I got that on my wheel.
RPG of all time. Yeah, like no matter what, even if you have Suikoden 2 on there lifted, you got to play the first one first, no matter what. Because
Yeah, they
the second
actually
one-
requested the second one, and then I looked at the achievements. And I was like, I need to play the first one first in order for me to batch the second one.
Because I mean, it is so involved with the second game. Like the Suikoden 2 is literally the greatest JRPG I've ever played in my entire life. The
It's really
story
good.
is- I'm just like, I'm like, this is like fucking, like this is like Lord of the Rings, fucking Game of Thrones style, fucking like storytelling right here. This is Like, I mean, I have no idea how to even translate into this English. This is very complex.
It's very, very good. So I can definitely say if you want to have the best of it, 1 and 2 are easy winners.
Yes,
in
I
the-
heard
in
5
any
is.
sort of thing.
I heard 5 is very good. I have not played.
I haven't
5
played
yet.
5 yet. I really should
3,
go
I
into it.
started, and I'm just like, why is there a giant talking duck? I'm like, I don't like this. And 4, I heard, is the worst game of all time.
So basically, stay away from 4. Don't even touch
but
it.
It's funny because 4 is the most important story-wise because it takes place right before 1, like 7 years, I think, before 1.
Oh, okay.
Or
Well,
no,
that's a
or
shame.
maybe it takes place 100 years before 1, and 5 takes place right before 1. So it's kind of just like it like loops, and I'm like, oh wow.
Well, that's a shame. It's a shame that they couldn't get that right then. It really
Mega
sucks.
Seraphimon, yo, you're playing fucking Suikoden right now? Absolutely, please do so. 1000%. I could not recommend an RPG series more in my entire life.
I usually try to stand. I usually tell requesters that not to choose RPGs just because they're a little bit longer and shit like that. But lately, now I'm just like, you know what? I don't care anymore. Just give me an RPG.
Yeah.
So
I
got Suikoden and fucking something else on there.
I would like to say, yeah, like play what you want to play. I understand Sark doesn't like him and stuff like that, and like I mean that's what keeps him like close to the top and stuff like that. I will still mix in RPGs and stuff, but like I'm basically an action during the week, RPG during the weekend. That's always been my thing.
It's a good idea
because you have more time.
Yeah, but at the same time, eventually Sark's gonna have to dip in some RPGs to stay on top.
I've been telling him.
I'm done, you know.
I've been telling him like there's a number of them that are pretty good and stuff like that. I mean, at some point he's just gonna have to do the RPGs. I mean, what else is he gonna have to have? He's gonna have every
Final Fantasy VII's coming for you, Sark.
heck, I could see him doing Chrono Trigger. I mean, those
he probably like that.
Straightforward.
Yeah.
Like the SNES, he could get that down.
In Secret of Mana.
I mean,
I'm gonna need your fucking help with doing the minus 45 level fucking Lavos. Jesus Christ.
Oh, I can help you with that. Absolutely.
Yo,
I
spent an entire day on that and I was losing my fucking
I
shit.
will explain everything to you. I can message you. I'll DM you and send everything of what I did and all the videos and everything. No, dude.
I got to the core.
To.
I beat main Lavos and I got to the core and he fucking squashed me.
No, the core squashed me. The score quashed me, but the thing is, it's all in the technique. I'll tell you everything of what it is that you need to do, and I'll explain what my setup was and everything for that. And I'll even share videos that I had because there was stuff that people did that I did, and I just kind of liked it because people like visual stuff. I like to always share videos that show like what they had equipped, what they did, and everything like that, just so you have different examples of that and everything. I helped Chrono out because Chrono asked me how to do it, and I sent stuff his way, so I'll do the same for you too.
That's literally like what Mega's saying in the chat. It took me ever to do. I'm like, it is the roadblock I've experienced in it because I love the set. I think you did a really great job with the
Oh, thank you, man. I worked like a dog on that set, man.
But that is the roadblock, and I understand why it's 50 points. I'm just like, yo,
it's rough as shit, man. Let me tell you. I'm gonna tell you from my experience. It kicked my ass like a number of times to do it, but I knew because the only reason I knew it was doable was because I saw somebody show me like a video of an RPG Let's Player on YouTube who's like, hey, you could beat Lavos regularly. I'm like, really? I thought that was impossible. And I did it myself.
Is because I looked at the achievement the other day because I was actually curious. I'm going through literally this is between us and everybody watching here and stuff like that. And
of course, I'm listening. I'm right here.
Like that. I'm literally looking at because what my journey is after I'm not number 1 anymore. I want to badge all the things that I never went to badge. You know what I mean? I want to get all those extra 1 achievements, stuff like that. The things I have like a handful.
And finish all the sets.
Yeah, because that I'll have time to do that instead of wasting like days trying to get 50 points or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like I will have that time when I'm not number 1 anymore, and I'm like,
I'm right.
Like that's going to be my journey when I'm not number 1. I'm going to be like old man Max walking down the mountain as slow as I want, you know?
Absolutely. But, no, for sure.
But I was looking at that and I remember somebody posted a video on that thing and it was this guy from Mexico with no clothes on. And I was like,
yeah. Yeah.
I literally looked at it yesterday because I was looking through all the things that I had that's like technically close to badging because now that RA is very that's how far RA's come. You can look that shit up, like how close I am into a badge. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Like, and
They
it
show you the
sorts it
whole
for you. It's
progress.
great. So I just looked
Yep.
at that, and I noticed there's a video there, and I also noticed that this guy was on Twitch, but also not wearing any clothes. While he's doing the entire,
I know what you're talking
I
about.
was like,
Yes.
and he's like
Wow.
lifting his arms, and he's like, I mean, this guy's never fucking like trimmed his armpits or nothing like that. Like, I'm like, okay, I'm like, this is very helpful information, but like, I mean, I think you're supposed to be having clothes on, like when you're doing this stuff, but whatever, you know.
So you'll post like make like videos for achievements, like stuff to like show like what to do and stuff. Because I know you were saying you were thinking of doing YouTube videos
No,
of
that's
different things or
I
what have you.
definitely think that's going to be like my journey after I'm number two is that I'm going to be documenting everything, whether it's online or offline. But you know, like obviously I'm not going to be sitting there. Like I'll be doing like Mega Man X collection. I'm like, man, fuck all. I fucking hate these stupid shit. Fucking. I'm going to leave that out and I'll just do an overdub. You know what I mean? But you know.
Yeah, no,
So
I
anyway,
get you.
this game, I think this game is really balanced, and I love the developers' fucking insight into this game. You know, so you know, in the background, just like. Oh my fucking head off. But you know, I want to do that. I think that's like that will be my use after I'm not number one anymore.
That'd
I
be
still want to
awesome,
be an
man.
ambassador for RA.
Because there's so
I always
many.
want to be
There's so
part of
many.
I still want to be a part of the RA community and like a figurehead and whatnot and stuff like that.
Yes.
But I think that would be my use after because I'm never going to be going for number one again. You know what I mean? Unless Sarconius just completely drops off, then I'm eventually get it again because just stop doing it.
Yeah, you just keep playing. But
then
to
there's
me,
Docker crazies and there's fucking
Chrono is there.
Chronos, Lifted and Frank. I mean, there's a shot at the top. Trust me, it was not an easy road up here, but you know anybody's got a shot at it. And I'm telling you that as number one.
Just seeing all those people and everything, it just shows you like RA is in good hands. There's so many good gamers out there and everything, and all pressing
Absolutely.
forward
I have
and pushing
no
and
problem.
everything.
I have no problem passing down the crown. Trust me, I am just happy to be part of it.
Absolutely. And I mean, shout outs to you, man, because all of this, as I was saying before, when my journey began, I mean, it was from watching your streams and everything and seeing you do stuff. I mean, you introduced me so much to that avenue. If we, it's funny to think that if we didn't raid you that evening, so much would have been different. Like it's just amazing.
Look at the screen right now, Gal 416 RA Dev. Special guest on the RA fucking Fat Black and Greasy podcast, which isn't nuts now. It's just the fourth stream, but you know, I mean, you know, you're the first dev we have on, and this is a great communication right here between dev, ideal, and fucking you know basically the players are the customers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you think about it, that RA is a business and we are the customers, and we all we have to keep each other happy in harmony.
And it's just and also just because also it's like talking with friends too, since I knew you guys for well before I did, so it's just like it's kind of it's been it was wonderful to do this. It was an honor to come in and just shoot the shit and really talk about the things that we all not just like about games, but what we want to see for developing going forward and everything and what that can be.
This is your path as a dev, you know what I mean? We're peers. We are on equal footing here, no matter what rank and whatnot. You know what I mean?
We all are
part of the RA family.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most important thing.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Is there any questions left? Anything for me to answer from anyone?
Gall's getting ready to head out. Anything else you guys got for him?
I mean, I got at least one question for Gal and stuff like that.
Tell me.
It's very blanket statement and whatnot and stuff like that. It's like, you know, like, so what do you think the you know, like overall, like how has been your experience been on RA? I mean, we discussed that to a degree, but I mean, like, you know, what's it like right now in the moment, and what's it like going to be in the future? You know what I mean? Like, where's Gal 416 going to be in half a year?
Well, I see myself continuing to enjoy the games that I love now in a new light. I mean, it will continue to be what kind of challenges are across the horizon, what kind of things are waiting to challenge me and to push me to do things in games that I've played that I never thought before. And at the same time, what are things that, you know, what are games that I could potentially, you know, work on that, you know, I could really flesh out a set and really put something out there that, you know, will do justice to this game, but at the same time, you know, really challenge people in ways that, you know, I couldn't possibly have thought of, or things like that. I don't know if I'm the most original in all those ways. Sometimes you run across things like one thing that I really liked that I ran across that's probably weird. Some people probably look like, wow, really? That's so cheap. For Crusader Senti, one thing that I stumbled upon was making an achievement where you get the apple in the final stage and you have to use the sword kind of like a Tron, like it's kind of like a Tron game where you have to use a light cycle. You have to move the sword in a way to get across the stage to get to where the apple is and get it and stuff like that. And it basically is on a larger scale what you did with one of the apples earlier on where you had to use the sword to grab it, but now you're using it to get across the stage to get to it and stuff like that. And it's like it's not very common that you can find something in a game that's clever like that or something that's different like that. But that's always the challenge, and I hope that down the road as I find other sets and I put stuff together that there could be at least something out there that I can think of that can be new, that's playing the game in a way that's different. Because as you said, it's either the Easter eggs showing players things that they've never knew about a game before, or playing it in a certain way that's there. And I think that's where RA shines the most in that way, is taking you outside of what you traditionally thought about a game and showing what you can do with it. And all of a sudden, you come on the other side, you're like, wow, I've really gotten better at this game. Like you feel it from that, doing that. You're like,
so it's a good feeling.
It's one of the best feelings in gaming that you can have, and this is coming from someone who, as I told you, didn't start off as an achievement hunter, did not see themselves as being anything, and yet to me today, I can't picture playing a game without it. It seems almost like if there's no achievements, that something's missing.
That's how I am.
And to me, I think it's something that Nintendo still has not really grasped and probably never will.
It's funny that you brought up Nintendo. That's
Well,
because I never bought a Switch because they don't have achievements. I don't see a point in playing a game that doesn't have achievements. If you don't have achievements, I don't want to play your game.
I mean that was
because Nintendo's of the idea that we need to have the co-op communal game, and it's just not what type of thing it is. I'm like, really? Because look at what we have right here. We have a communal thing going on right here where we're enjoying everything and going forth, and look what it's fostered and what it's built. So I don't know about you, Nintendo, but I disagree fervently with that statement.
I like what you said, what it's fostered and what it's built over time, because that's exactly what it was when it came to being a one-horse town into being a fucking mega city at this point.
Yeah,
between community members. I hope that people will one day in the future look at the discussion that we had today right now between developer and player and be like, hey, you know what, like that was actually really productive. I think this was a good thing that this happened,
and that's what it should all be about.
Because I mean, we're very grateful for you, Gal, and all the sets you do and whatnot, even Mega Man X Plus. But I need achievements, hence why I use retro achievements. Almighty Otaku God, welcome. But yeah, exactly. We have Gal 416 in here, who started as nothing, but he's an RA dev now over the years, and he's our first dev guest on the channel. And I had a blast talking with him. I'm sure everybody did here. That these are the discussions that we need to have. This is stuff that I think does not happen normally between player and dev.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
I'm all for it. This was a blast. I'm all for this. And hey, maybe sometime down the road, I would be glad to have a part 2. We could talk more.
Definitely.
You can come back anytime, Gal.
I mean, events are going to happen.
Don't delete this picture of Gallium. We need it.
Yeah,
I'm keeping it.
Yeah, you're right, Frank. Events and everything, like when there are new releases or stuff, absolutely.
You'll dev some games. Maybe we'll have some questions for you.
Yeah,
but it's all been incredibly productive. Just discussing like what devs expect from the players and what players expect from the devs, and there's an open communication between that instead of just like, I mean, for the longest time it was always the devs making the games. The players complain about it if they don't like it, but then there's nothing out there besides war between the two of them, stuff like that. Not saying it's like extreme, but it's just it was a brick wall. Mm-hmm. There's never any communication. It was just like, hey, I don't like your set, and the guy's just like,
sucks to suck.
Suck my dick, whatever, man. I do what I want.
It sounds like a skill issue to me.
See, like that's not fair because I think RA is definitely for everybody, and like
Yes.
people pace themselves at what they can do and what they not. I mean, there's been plenty of games that I was the absolute worst at. I've never beaten Zelda 2 in my entire life. I've never beat Zelda 1. I never beat I don't even think I beat Super Mario Brothers until fucking RA came out. You know, you telling me that I'm the #1 fucking RA streamer on the planet? I haven't beaten. I was terrified of these games. I used to reset fucking in the moon level on Ducktales. I was terrified of it. Fuck.
Yeah.
You know, I was a big coward with games. You know what I mean? I'll get to the third. I'll get to the second stage in fucking Ninja Gaiden 2, and I'm like, oh, this is too scary. I'm out of here.
To everyone out there who wants to get into RA, please enjoy it how you want to enjoy it. It's your journey. Go through the games, enjoy them how you go about it, because ultimately we enjoy RA in our own ways. And if you do that,
Yes.
it'll be much more rewarding. It'll be much more fun. And you know what? Maybe you'll surprise yourself. You'll find yourself doing things you never thought. Because let me tell you, I never thought I was going to be doing a 1% run of Fusion. I never thought I was ever going to do a level one run of frickin' Portrait of Ruin and Ecclesia. You talked to me years ago, I would have laughed at you, been like, damn, I'm never going to be able to do that. I suck at I may love Castlevania, those Metroidvania games, but I'm never going to be able to do it. And you know what? I did them. I did those things. You may surprise yourself how well you can be at these games. All it takes is just knowing that RA is what your journey is.
You are
And
better than you think you are. Trust me.
Damn right.
But
No better words have it spoken. You are better than you think. Don't second, because you know what? You can do it.
We have seen miraculous runs come out of people, and there's nothing more rewarding than seeing somebody do something that they did not think they could do before.
So true.
I've watched myself. I mean, Max has always been Max since I've known him, where he just does his thing. But like me, like I started off and was like, oh, there ain't no way I can do this shit. Now there's literally nothing I don't think I can do. Like if I really want to do it, I'll do it. And Lifted was the same way when I first met him and he started his RA stuff.
Yeah.
He would be like, dude, I ain't fucking playing that game. He's like, I can't fucking play that game.
It was like Deathless, 1cc, damages every boss. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? This isn't. I was used to modern achievements, so I was like, what the hell is this? And I was like, I'm never doing this. And now I'm just like, Deathless, 1cc, damageless, bring it on. Like, that's just normal to me now.
It's part and parcel. You know what to expect from a set, like right off the bat, and you kind of dig in. You do a little detective work. You're like, yeah, let's fucking try this out. You know what I mean? But I mean, Mega Seraphimon has actually reached out and stuff because he's doing the GameCube event too and stuff. And he's like, look, man, I want to try and get some more badges and stuff like that. And Mega says he's struggling with some stuff and like that. I'm like, but Mega, you said. I'm trying. I've gotten better. I'm like, that's all it's about. No matter what your skill level, you just keep hitting the wall until you get through it. It will give way, my friend. Trust me.
The only person who limits you is you.
The main thing you have to do to keep in mind, and the where you should start, is the games you know the most. That way you can learn the basics of achievements. And then you start expanding a little bit to stuff that you've never played before. But you definitely start with games that you think you're an expert of. There's gonna be some new stuff that you were like, fuck, I didn't even know it was in this game, but fuck, you watch a video if you don't understand it, and fucking they do it, then you do it.
And always have fun. Fun's the number one thing. If you're not having fun, don't do it.
Well,
no one
depends,
is ever.
It depends which day of the week it is if I'm having fun.
Nobody's ever looking at anybody on this platform and saying like, "Oh, you can't do that." Oh, it sucks to be you or something like that. Nobody's ever. I don't recall any fucking instance, aside from stupid forum comments where it's a skill issue thing or something like that, where it's like somebody has ever said you can't do it because you're not that good enough. All you have to do is apply yourself, 1000%.
Yeah,
like anything else.
Absolutely.
Regardless if you're getting badges or just getting points, I always love hearing about people what they're doing and what sets they're working on, and I'll peek at their fucking profile.
RA is how you want to play it. If you want to go for badges, go for badges. If you just want to go for points, go for points. It's all you want, what you want to do and stuff like that. When, like I
And
said,
now
we
that
were
they
talking about the soft core thing and stuff like. There's a whole soft core leaderboard. Who's
Yeah.
the guy in #1 on soft core? He's like the Game Squad of fucking soft core. I mean, is there a soft core best fucking podcast? Is it soft black and greasy podcast out there?
Yeah, it's called dry humping.
It's called dry humping.
Never underestimated dry humping. Never got anyone pregnant.
Fucking, I've only been to second base achievements.
But no, it was good. I was a little mad at first when they separated the leaderboards, but I think it's better because like I was like, damn, all my double points. But at the same time, like it's better because now it gives the people who only want to do softcore, they can have their leaderboard and they can compete against each other. Then the hardcore players have their leaderboard, so it keeps both sides of the communities happy. I think that made it better for everybody.
Play how you
want
want
to
to play.
thing that's happening that is not keeping both sides happy though is you cannot earn the GameCube event badge unless you do it in hardcore.
Well, that yeah.
Well, hey, I mean, sorry. Yeah, like I don't know what you want me to
just
say.
how it goes.
Yeah, but at the same time, they gotta do it in a hardcore, but they allow you for this event to just beat the game. So if you can just beat the game, you get your points. Unlike the PS2 event where it was just like, no, you have to badge it to get the points. This one is like, all right, we're taking away softcore, but you can at least get points by just beating the game. So, I don't know, kind of evens out a little bit.
Yeah, and I think if you're just having to beat the game, I mean, hey, get some hardcore points. You know, I mean, you're just playing the game.
I mean,
you just put it's a setting on there. Just put the setting on.
It's pretty wild. Like beating Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes one time and getting 2 points is pretty crazy. Like
I will. Yeah. Don't you worry.
The set like I will.
He will.
Beating it is real easy. Badging it is a whole nother story. But
most certainly.
And I yelled at Will Hyde a lot during that one.
I will. Hey, Will Hyde's prepared. He's gonna be sitting there with his little bag of fucking, pop-tastic popcorn in the microwave.
And like Max was saying earlier, even though like I had some rough spots on that, I still DM'd Will Hyde after, and I was like, "Sorry for all the bitching. I appreciate the set."
I wouldn't even do that. I would just let him cook until next morning. I'd be like, "Yeah,
let him cook." So I'm stewing it.
Well, I
you know how fucking strong I am.
I ripped him like 6 days straight on some shit. Like, and a lot of it wasn't even his fault. It's just stuff that's in the game. Like, it's more
stuff that's in the game and it's stuff that needs to be done for fucking like points and etc.
Yeah.
So, it's fine.
Exactly.
I know what I'm walking into. Trust me. I've walked into Metal Gear.
I mean, most of the achievements aren't that bad till you get to the fucking boss rush mode, man. The boss rush is fucking terrible.
I am not looking forward to the boss rush, but we'll do it.
You'll get it. Sure, you'll get it faster than me because you fucking played Metal Gear before.
Weren't you doing the Mickey Mouse game to get that point?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the Mickey Mouse hide your brother in your asshole.
Okay.
Whatever the fuck that is. I don't know what it is.
So you can get that last point.
I'm gonna get that last point, but then we're gonna play. I think we're gonna.
Okay.
The only 2 games I want to play left on
GameCube.
GameCube for now is that and Metroid Prime because I've never beaten Metroid Prime.
Okay.
Hurt me more, Snake.
You need to make an overlay where, like, since Gall's leaving, Max could load up Mickey Mouse and us bullshit with him.
No, we're just gonna get somebody else in there, or it's just gonna be a black screen.
I mean, I have another scene for just us 3, so we're good there. But we can do it.
I'm not saying like now tonight, Max. I'm just saying, for instance, say like 1 week we're all just sitting here and
just shooting the shit.
We could do that. Like one night we just shoot the shit about fucking RA, and one of us is playing a game.
Yeah.
I could make a scene where fucking our 3 cameras on the right hand side, and we got our 3 of our games on the left hand side. So
that'd be pretty cool, actually. That'd be like,
only give audio to the one game, but
Yeah.
I don't know. We got a bunch of different ideas we could try. I'm down for it all.
Make sure to pick a game that had no boats on it for lift.
Well, it's funny because the whole time we've been talking, I've been playing WarioWare the whole time, getting Chivos.
WarioWare on podcast.
There you go. Throw on WarioWare.
Sneaky motherfucker.
I got 4 Chivos just chilling here talking.
Put WarioWare up on the TV. We'll watch you play it.
Sweet.
I'm gonna break now for WarioWare. But Gall, thanks for being on the show. Really appreciate it. Definitely be on some future events on the channel.
Yeah, you're always welcome.
Glad to have you.
Do you have any parting advice, parting words for the RA community?
I mean, I kind of said it earlier, I think, as we were wrapping up.
Almighty Otaku God, welcome to the
definitely,
FGG
I mean,
podcast.
RA has been a boon for video gaming in general for me. I can definitely say in the years before I really took to RA, it was really tapering off for me. I was really playing games a lot less. The job was really taking over. Other things were really taking a hold in my life. That video gaming was sort of, in a sad way, was really taking a back seat in a lot of ways to what it was when it was really a big defining moment of my childhood and my life up to that point. And I really felt that there really wasn't anything left to do. And RA proved me wrong. It shows, what, there's always another road on the journey. There's always something else to discover. There's always something else to achieve and to experience. And never stop yourself from experiencing things. And it goes even beyond RA in life in general. You never know what opportunities are going to be out there that you deny yourself just because you think you've seen everything there is. No, sir. No, anyone out there. You have not seen everything out there. There is definitely stuff to experience, and RA has definitely been a part of that in a significant way. And if you're thinking about being a part of that, enjoy it for what it is for you. Build yourself in there, challenge yourself, and you know what, you come out on the other side a lot more. It'll be that kind of experience in a lot of ways, as long as you make it what you want to do, what you want to feel with it. Because at the end of the day, just like it was for me, it's your journey in that sort of way. And just have fun, because that's really what the important part of it is. Challenge yourself, but at the end of the time, enjoy yourself, because that's really where all that fun and all of that experience comes from at the end of the day. Game on.
Well said, my friend. Absolutely.
Well said.
Game over for you.
From a RA dev saying that to the populace of RA, that is 1000% what we should all strive for as players and devs. And Gal is not just a dev; he's a player as well. He's an enjoyer of RA. That's the main thing to remember: is that these people that are doing these dev sets for you, painstakingly working over this stuff and going through binary and hexadecimal, I don't know, all these stupid ass numbers and shit to figure out how to open up a fucking box or see Lulu's tits 1,000 times in a row.
Oh, damn right, man.
But I'm just saying, you start somewhere, and he loved it enough to get to the next level. He is our first RA dev on the podcast. We will have many more in the future, trust me. But
for sure,
it's been a pleasure, Gal. I'm sure that we'll all say that, at the end of the day, it's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you. It's good to be friends again, after a long time.
Absolutely. It's been too long, man.
But
thanks for having me on.
Everything you said, and everything you said is basically what I feel about RA. It's like we came in a long time ago as nothing, and now it's a huge community, a gigantic community. And the future of RA is, it will go far beyond me. It'll go far beyond Sarconius. It'll go far beyond
and me
whoever's
too.
after him.
All of us.
But I hope people watch this far into the future and remember the humble beginnings of RA.
Absolutely.
We RA'd when it wasn't even cool.
Damn right.
Still not.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, thanks all. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Go enjoy
you
your
all
dinner.
as well. I'll be watching, but take care of y'all.
Take it easy,
Sounds
Gal.
good.
All right, who wants to be Gal 416 for the rest of the night?
Gal.
Oh god damn, fuck yeah.
Wheel spin time. I see a wheel.
Wheel spin.
Oh yeah, wheel spin. Oh shit.
Hopefully he's not double shot again.
Hopefully it's not fucking.
Hopefully you still got to get your annual Fab Like Greasy shotgun.
Why is it annual when we do this every fucking week? You goddamn fucking mongoloid! Fuck! How's it annual? I don't have to do it again for another year at that point. Oh,
no,
shit.
annual.
All right, chug. Yo, Gal, for real. I'm sorry. Lifted or Frank, if I was gabbing the whole entire time and stuff like that. But like,
Oh, it was good.
I was really really enjoying talking to Gal about everything about as a player to a dev and stuff like that. These are the conversations that never ever fucking happen when you think about it. These are the things that like is ultimate feedback between player and dev. And like I think we have the bounty and the privilege of knowing Gal outside of fucking just being a dev. You know what I mean? He's a friend. You know, I can't go up to Alex Gatal and be like, "Yo, man, stop fucking making shitty ass fucking Link to the Past fucking sets, all right? Knock it off." You know what I mean? Because he's just be like, "I don't speak English." I'm like, "Yes, you do." Fuck.
Listen, go take a bowl rip.
Yes, massa.
Oh yeah, yo. No boats, no bots, no Wind Waker.
No boats.
He's already badged Wind Waker. He spent his time out on sea.
He did. He was on the long journey. Yo, that's what you call it, Legend of Zelda Amistad version. Fuck, Jesus Christ.
Fucking Amistad.
And he tried to make it silly by having, Toon Link in there, and he's like, "Wow, ooh, ooh." I'm like, yeah, this is about slavery.
Every time you kill a boss, and he fucking starts jumping around with his fucking sword and shield in his hand, I'm just like,
I'll tell you, there's a lot of bosses between the two GameCube games that are in chains, all right? And I'm not comfortable with that.
There are.
The entire second boss in fucking Twilight Princess is chained up while you beat his ass. I'm like...
And then when he breaks out, you kill him.
Yeah, you shoot him in the face, and then you fucking use the chains to stop him. I'm like, yeah. Alex Gatal needs to be on the podcast he really does. I'd be like, hey, man, yo, what's the deal with you making all these fucking retarded ass fucking Mega Man X and Link to the Past fucking ROM hack sets? He's like, fuck you. I'm like, what? He's like, I don't speak English.
I'm Brazilian.
I don't speak English, asshole. I'm like, motherfucker. Alex actually came into my fucking channel one time when I was doing one of the stupid Mega Man X fucking sets. And it was one of the achievements where you have to not press left the entire stage while you have to do dash jumping. And like, I'm sitting there, I'm just like, I'm seething. I'm just like, stuff. He's like, this is really easy. I'm like,
the Saturn set?
Yeah, the Saturn set.
Mm-hmm. Saturn.
How hard will your next revision screw over players? I'm just like, dude, man, like, just be nice. His Link to the Past sets are hit or miss. They're usually pretty good. They're usually copy paste. Like literally, all his Link to the Past sets are like, get the lantern, get a heart container, get the fucking bug net. I'm like, all right, yeah. I'm like,
I think he does do a pretty good job on the Resident Evil sets.
The Resident Evil ones, he does really good. I will give him that. Like, he actually plans these things out, and he's very good at the Resident Evil sets. But he is definitely the person who fights back the most when he gets criticism. So I gotta respect that shit. Well, and it's really impossible to fucking be mad at him when he has a fucking angry picture of Woody Woodpecker as his avatar.
Yo, what's up,
I think
Necro?
It's great. Yo, what up, Necro? Jacking
also,
off Hulk Hogan? Fuck yeah.
You know who else fucking fights back a lot is Benghazi.
Oh yeah, yo, Benghazi and me. Benghazi might come into the next charity event and drop $1,000 to make me do the Xenogears set because I already said, I'm like, it's gonna cost you, man. I ain't doing that shit. But if you pay $1,000 in 2 hours, I will play the game.
Look. The big issue with that set is, man, is he makes every boss fight last 2 hours for no fucking reason. It's just dumb.
There are troll devs. I would love to have him on. I really would. I would love to have him on and be like, yo, man, what's your problem, bro?
Like, why do you want people to hate great games? Like, why is that?
Because he does, and like, I think some dev, like the Joker, man, he just wants to watch the world burn. He's like, he can do it because he can.
Well, that's when I feel like it. One thing that I do criticize sometimes is I think admin should step up and be like, "Yo, look, this set's unbearable. Let's
Jaeger would have to start
changes."
Xenogears also. Or did he make a blood pact with me when I said I would start it? No ifs, ands, or buts, and badge it. That Jaeger would do it as well. Is he a sacrificial lamb?
Knocker's in the Discord talking to Jaeger right now.
Yeah.
Tell Jaeger that we said he's a bitch.
Yo, bring Jaeger in. Where's the other screen? I love Jaeger. Jaeger's a good friend. I love Jaeger.
He's AFK. Figures.
That was a really good conversation with Gal, though. I will say I do apologize if I was yakking away too much and stuff, but it was very exciting to talk dev to player and stuff like that, and like all the stuff that needs to be said. And I think we made a lot of fucking headway, like literally in like the small amount of time that we said. Like, you know, between dev and player, there's a lot of good ideas that need to be implemented. You know, we're talking about the subsets being sequential with the sets. You know, like tell the player what core you dev this on. I think that's simple information that is left out. You know what I mean?
Yes, and with you talking a lot, I mean, there's gonna be episodes I talk more. There's gonna be episodes you talk more. I don't think Lifted can outtalk us, so we may never have an episode where Lifted outtalks us.
Lifted, he would definitely outsmoke us. I know that.
Yeah, that he would.
I remember we were just talking about that, and we were like, "Yeah, Wind Waker." He's like, "Man, don't talk about them fucking slave boats. I'm talking about them slave boats."
Fat Black Greasy, Fat Black Greasy, Fat Black Greasy,
Fat Black Greasy, Fat Black Greasy.
Bring Willhite on so he can bully him. Warrior Within already got claim travel. Someone else.
Willhite did say he was gonna come onto the fucking set. You know, he's gonna actually reveal his voice, whatnot. You know,
the other people. Willhite showed a picture of himself in my Discord.
He did, and I was like, "Why are you fucking molesting that animal?" I'm gonna bust his balls until he shows up, man. Fucking. There's a video with Willhite's voice? No shit. Is there?
He's from fucking Tennessee, so he probably sounds like a hick. But when Zero was in here, he said he would also be on here, so we could probably hit up Zero.
I like Zero. Zero's a good guy. We could have Sting on. Sting's been around since the dawn of fucking time.
Snow said he would do it. He's another admin I know. He can be our first Canadian guest.
Talk to fucking Snow and be like, "Hey man, yo, that Lufia fucking 3 set on Game Boy Color is retarded. I hate it. Fucking whatever." Give Snow. I bust Snow's balls a lot whenever he comes in.
He talks a lot of fucking shit.
He does. Yo, he does. But that's what we need. We need people to push back. And I think that's a strong thing. Like when somebody's not gonna back down. Like, you know what I mean? Like Gal never backed down from anybody who criticizes Final Fantasy VII set, the Mega Man X collection set. And I'm just like sitting there, I'm like, I ain't gonna complain about fucking shit, man. Like I respect it.
Yeah, post it if you want. Go ahead.
I want to hear Willhite's voice. You better not be fucking that dog.
Like a ding 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 ding. My name's Willhite over here.
My name is Willhite. I did fucking say it. I love Metal Gear Solid. This is my cat. I'm having sex with. Frank, stop shacking off.
Yep, he definitely sounds like he's from fucking Tennessee. God damn.
All right, we need fucking Lifted to put it on the screen. Fuck. Shit.
What we got here?
We got Willhite's voice on fucking audio. I want to hear this fucking redneck.
Pause that. What is this? Is this Brave?
Did that say the White Warrior?
Yeah.
Yo, what the fuck? That's David Hayter.
Oh wait, it's not even playing on. Hold on. You guys can't hear it, can you? Or not you guys, but the chat. Hold on.
Lexi, you are not allowed to be seen in this channel.
Lexi, are you going to be the first female on the fucking Fat Black and Greasy podcast? Or no?
Wait, was it playing on something? Hold on.
Well, someone has to be.
Advanced consoles like PS1, Nintendo 64, DS,
I gotta take this call.
there's a good chance you've encountered dynamic addresses. That means that like on one level, you may find your health in one location, and then on the next level, you'll find it somewhere completely different. That's where a pointer comes in. Somewhere in the game's memory, there's an address, and the value of that address is another address. That is your pointer. It is telling the game where to find that information, and that's what I'm going to teach you how to
It
find.
sounds like he's teaching me
For
how to
this video,
fire
you're
a
going to
gun.
need a hex calculator. I'll link the one I use in the description. This video is also going to assume that you know how to do basic RAM digging. If you don't, you probably shouldn't attempt this yet. For this video, we're going to be using Spider-Man 2 Inner Electro on PS1 as an example. On this game, everything related to Spidey is dynamic. Health, webbing, cartridges, etc. We're going to be searching for a pointer for his web cartridges. Now, the first thing we need to do is we need to find our dynamic addresses for our web cartridges multiple times. I've already done this step to save time. You'll see down here I have 3 addresses, all for web cartridges, each save state loaded, and I've got 3 save states. 1, 2, 3. Now for our second step, we find our
I'm
pointer.
never going to say anything bad about Will
The
Hyde
first
ever
thing we're
again.
going
It
to do,
sounds like he has
we are
no
going to
idea how
load
to
our
find the
first
library
save
book
state.
he's looking for.
And we are going to start a 32-bit search. Now, every time your dynamic address changes, the value of your pointer is going to change by the exact same amount. So we need to know exactly how far apart these addresses are from each other. To do that, we're going to need to use our hex calculator. Now, this is the one I use. This is from calculator.net. Now, what we're going to do,
She's got 4 broke
we're going
wrists,
to
she broke
take
her wrist.
our first dynamic address,
Just like, yeah, I'm back.
copy it, and put it in
My
here.
mom's like super fucked up, but
Then
I mean, this is like her 3rd car accident. Like
we're going to take our second
dynamic
dynamic address,
where she's driving.
copy it, and put it in here.
Well, good news is that she's
now we subtract to find our difference.
That's the most important.
And there's our difference, 3358. That is a hex value.
Well, yeah,
so, what we do now,
it's just
back to Rollup Retro.
She's whining about her car.
Load our second save state.
Look, you're alive. You're going to get a new car. You had full coverage insurance. Like, fuck
you'll see here,
get a new car.
our second address
so don't worry about
is smaller
like, I don't know,
than the first
you're
one.
Fucking alive.
So
that's
exactly
what we're going to do. We're going to do
like,
last value minus. This means the last value. The value now is smaller by the value that we enter. It's different by this exact same amount.
Talks like this.
OX 3358.
I just said I'm never making fun of Will Hyde ever again because it sounds like he's at the library and he just
filter
can't find
once.
the book he's looking for.
So do we decimals to sum up here?
Repeat the process for our second and third save states. So we're going to do this again. We're going to take the dynamic address for our second save state.
But I'm having a hard time getting.
We're going to put it in here. Then
I was hoping
the address for our third save
me
state.
around into the section where you have marine animal.
And put it in here and subtract
again.
again.
A lot of windows on the way to school every day.
This time the value is 928.
Windows, I just think that he fucking smoked the windows.
And once again, the second one is smaller, so we're going to do
as soon as I heard
I'm trying to be nice. So every time it's like, because Will Hyde's always cracking the dad jokes and stuff like that. And just like,
0x928.
It does sound like when I'm talking to Will Hyde, like now when I hear his voice,
and filter,
that like he's loading a gun.
We still have 11
while
addresses.
I'm saying bad things to him.
This can happen
he's
sometimes.
from Tennessee.
You're often going to end up with multiple results when you're looking for pointers. You'll have to use your own judgment to figure out which one you want to use. But as long as the pointer is consistent, will always point to the address you're looking for. That's okay. It will still work. And we're going to look in 32-bit mode at our addresses.
Where, you know, he's like, sundown, you better take care.
Every one of these is minus that first part. 8-0.
You know, he's ready to blow your head open if you come into his property.
It's always begun with 8-0. I know it's not like this on every console.
I'm glad it's only the 4th episode we had a good life fucking reference.
It doesn't matter. It's not relevant.
Shit, this is the best podcast of all time.
What I try to do is I try to find the one that is closest to the address I'm
Yeah, I saw
to
the
the
picture of him
dynamic
petting the cat.
addresses
I'm
I'm
like, hey, he
looking
looks
for.
like a really sweet guy. And he's like, listen, man.
Now, it's best to
They'll
find a
never
pointer
find your
with a
body.
smaller value than your dynamic address, and I'll explain why a little bit later. I'm currently on my third save state. The address here is
Just lay me out in the
1DB418.
grass. Just lay me
You
out
know,
in the
forensic files.
So
I'll be
this
on
one
it in
is
20
okay. The
years.
pointer
I'll
is
already be gray and
1DAE08.
Don't matter.
Spin the wheel again, Luther.
Frank wants
This
to
one, however, is
I want to pass out after
1DC28C.
this
So
podcast.
that one's
You
higher
will. Don't
than
worry.
our current value. We need to just 86 that one,
I mean,
exclude
we
selected.
already had Gal on. You know, we had a good time with
But
that.
we
I
need
had a
to pick
great
our
time. I think
pointer.
I mean,
I'm
every
going to
time we
use this
do
one. It's first on the
a
list, and it's
podcast, I always think
really
it's
close to what I'm looking
It
for.
made it to water.
oh
So
fuck.
let's make us a
No
note.
wait.
I'm going to call this
Oh,
player stats pointer because you can
lucked out
often
that time,
use
man.
I did.
the same
Yo, by the
pointer for
skin of my
multiple
fucking
items. Like I'll probably be able to use this for health as well, and the actual amount of
No, I
webbing
am.
we have. So save the note.
Yeah, I ain't
So
got
we
that
have our
fucking-
pointer,
I ain't
but
got
we're
the
not
hoodie.
quite finished yet. I'm gonna bookmark my pointer so I can get back to it easily.
Finish that
But
beer.
rarely,
All right,
if
yeah,
ever,
Same
will our
deal, pretty much. This is almost full.
pointer point to exactly the address we're looking for. So what we're going to do,
Thank you for the YouTube.
we need to know
There.
exactly how far our dynamic address
we
is
have a
from the
YouTube?
address that our
Yeah.
pointer is pointing
Oh,
to.
fuck yeah.
So first thing we're going to do,
We
I'm saying there's a lot
We're
of
going
versatility
to
in what we can do with this.
take our dynamic
This is kind of like
address.
like a
We're gonna punch it
clubhouse.
in
You know what I
here.
mean? We don't come here to hang out and do what we need to do.
Then
I know Lifted
we're
was
going
on
to go
here.
back
I
to
think
our
last
pointer.
weekend, right? I haven't been around in like 2 weeks.
We're
but
going to
fucking
take the
Lifted was on
value of
here.
our pointer.
And, he's
1DAE08.
getting us. I think today
Ignore
or
the
next
80.
time we
We
stream on
completely
here, we're
ignore
gonna
that
get
as
it,
far as
right?
we're concerned.
Yeah, we
It
need
doesn't
one more
exist.
stream after this one.
1DAE0.
When's it reset?
Maybe we should just go like live tomorrow and have like a little block party.
We're
Where
gonna E08. We're gonna subtract.
Lifted
Now,
like, man, it's like we don't.
610.
He's like,
That is our
It's like
offset
boring
for
as fuck,
exactly
man.
how
You're
far
like, so do you like
our
shuffleboard?
web cartridge's address is from the address that our pointer is pointing
We
to.
ain't doing no goddamn.
So we're going to add that onto our
Monday.
notes.
God damn. Yeah,
Plus
this is the
610
first weekend I have not been at work
equals
since fucking
web
July. And I was
cartridges.
I bet you're happy.
Yeah,
Save the
and
note.
it's just I literally I left the fucking second pack of fucking 12.
So now we have all the information we
beers
need.
in my
So
car.
let's put
and I
this to
cover
the
with a
test.
Scarf, like I said, so no, the
We are
whole
going to
people are
make
breaking.
a dummy
Again,
Chivo
so,
and see if it works.
I went downstairs
We're gonna
and
go to
got it
local
right
achievements,
before we went live.
add a
And,
new
you know,
achievement.
I'm like, God damn, my legs hurt. Why do my legs hurt? I didn't work out this week. But you know what? It's just from standing up for
I'm gonna
fucking
call
12
it
hours
pointer
a day for
test.
the last 7 days. I fucking,
Now,
goddamn.
we're going to
I'm like literally laying in bed. Like
add a
Frank's like,
line.
hey man, you're gonna go live. I'm like, dude, man, I can't even roll out.
And
of bed,
we're going
man.
to set the
I'm
flag
just gonna
to
jerk off
add
the
address.
porn. Sorry,
And
Ken,
we're going to
on
make the
keyboard.
size 24-bit.
That's what I
Now,
always
the
try to
reason we're
remind
making
people,
the
Lexi, when they're
size
going
24-bit and
there's
not
just a few
32 is
people that
because we
always
do not
bash
want
devs,
this
and it's
80
like, man, you
in
gotta
there.
understand, man. These
We
people
don't
are
want it
doing this shit
reading
out of the
that.
kindness of their fucking
So
heart. And
we're
there's a
going
lot
to add
to
a
it.
line under that.
Yo, and Gal
Our
was
web
definitely the
cartridge's address
perfect.
is 8-bit, so we're going to select
They
person
do
to have
give
on
revisions
here.
for free too,
and
Crank. You are
here
right.
we type in our offset.
Gal was definitely the perfect person to
Chrono
be on here.
610.
Because he
Now,
was our friend before
add
he became a
address
dev.
will
So
apply.
it's kind of like the bridge between dev
We'll apply it to
and
both.
player because he understands where we're coming from first of all,
So
and we understand
you
where
can
he's
do
coming from.
either way.
So
You
it's
can
kind of
do
just like
just program the
I think
Chivo
that's
any
the
way
most
you
important
normally
thing
would
that
here.
has been missing, but it's been
So here we type in
literally
610
made
again.
way more easier to talk
We're
to
going to do
devs
mem
in the
less
last
than
couple of
delta.
years. Because when I
Now,
was
if
starting,
our pointer
like,
works
like,
correctly,
devs and players did not talk.
then
It's like you make the game,
this
you
should
play
pop
it.
when I
You know,
lose the
no
web
talk
cartridge.
whatsoever.
So let's see.
Will Hype might have been the first person to reach out to me, or Sting, one of them, and I'm just like, hey, am I in trouble? What happened?
Am I getting
And
banned?
there it goes.
Yeah, am I getting banned? Yo, look,
Let's
man,
try
I'm
it
not
again
fucking
on a
cheating,
different
all right? Knock it off.
save state. Go back
None of
and
us are
activate.
cheaters here.
I'm really surprised about Wendigo still. Drives me nuts. He was a fucking top tier player. for a lot of
And
years.
bloop.
Like,
I think there's just some
Works
people.
perfectly.
You know what? He probably got
Works
a lot
like
of
a
his
charm.
achievements legit, Max,
That
and
is
then
how
the
you
ones he
find a
couldn't
pointer,
get, he
and that is
cheated
how
to
you
get.
use
I
a
mean,
pointer.
it's like, dude,
yeah, no,
that
I
badging
agree.
that fucking important.
I think
Now,
that's.
the
I
reason
honestly
that
think
we
that was
want
the
to
same
use a
thing
pointer
with
with
Don
a value
Cosmo
smaller than the dynamic
and
address
Sigma
is that
when
as
we
of
were
right
on top
now,
when I was number 3.
as of the time of making this
years
video,
and years ago,
we
2016.
cannot do a
Long
negative
time ago.
offset. We can't make the
But,
value go
I
down.
remember, like Don Cosmo was always a consistent
That may
player.
be
Don Cosmo
rectified
was
at
the
some
top
point
10
in the
before I
future,
even
but
was
as
even
of right
close to the
now,
top 10.
we
And
always
he
want
was
to
always
look
kind of
for
like
a pointer with a value smaller than our
he
dynamic
was just a
address.
guy. He's just a guy who played games, but then
This
like
may seem
he
intimidating at
became a
first,
guy
but it
who
will
was
get
doing
much
unrealistic
easier with
things,
time as you get
like
more and more used to it.
Castlevania.
Now I'm going to fade
With
into the
basic
sunset
whip
and
in one shot, no
leave you with
no
one of my favorite
damage.
poems. I dig, you
Yeah.
dig,
It's
he
not
digs,
realistic.
she digs,
No,
we
it
dig,
And I remember
they
him saying
dig.
like, "Hey,
It may not be a
who
long
is this
poem,
Bob Ross
but
of
it's
RA?"
deep.
That is Will
It's
Height's
Will Height,
voice.
not to be confused
Yo,
by White
yo,
Warrior.
oh my god, yo, okay, I forgot that you're playing his fucking. Yeah, there he is. There's Will
White
Height.
Warrior.
I'm telling you, man. Like, I'm afraid of Will Height now. I think Will Height's definitely gonna fucking shoot me in the neck. Like, he knows that's how to stop me as fast as possible. Oh, god damn it.
Will Height's gonna come in here and be like, "What the fuck are you retards doing?"
Yo, Chrono, hop in chat. Yo, Electric, hop in chat. It'll be in episode 4.5. Don't worry. We're just having a good old time. Now I am fucking definitely like bleeding piss like crazy. I don't know if you guys notice. I keep on getting up and I'm just blowing my piss out. I keep on making those yellow musicals. Oh goddamn.
Those R. Kelly beauties.
Yo, they are yo. You will never make love to you like I do, so give it to me. I'm like, why are you dancing like that on the beach? Just piss, man. I remember being at, like in high school when fucking R. Kelly made "Satisfy You," and I'm just like, you know what? This guy probably rapes kids. And that's not a black dude thing. That's like a white guy thing. You know what I mean? I'm like, why are you raping kids, man? Stop it. Just leave it to us.
All right,
Just leave it to us.
One more.
Just leave it to us.
I must have spin the lifted one more time. Spin the wheel.
Lifted is not a wheel. All right, just because you think that lifted is a chained up tool, knock it off. Frank. Look at Frank. Fucking goddamn fucking plantation owner.
You just made me spit. Oh my god.
I thought it was slowing down on fucking. So give it to me. Easy.
One drink.
Max lifted Frank. It's true. Yo, literally the first time that Knocker posted this song, I thought literally like he saw the clip of me picking up Frank and Pierce, and then he was like, Max lifted Frank. I'm like, I did. You know, but I'm like, oh, lifted sentence. Like, what the fuck? God damn, it actually turns out to be a good sentence, you know what I mean? But you know, at the same time. Double shot, baby.
What's up, Navanos?
Double.
Yo, Navanos, we were singing your praises earlier. Yeah.
Yes.
Ready to do another double shot, Lifted?
No.
Come on, Lifted, you got one more in you. Let's do it.
No, Lifted doesn't need to do anything after you called him a fucking wheel of torture and fucking slavery.
That's not what I was saying.
The wheel of torture.
You did. You basically were, you know, saying like, hey, you spin the lifted. I'm like, what? Excuse me?
How's that
Oh,
moonshine?
damn, Frank's almost done with that. Shit.
This is the mango habanero whiskey.
That's better. That's spicy. Doesn't tickle your throat.
Gives you a little kickback there. It sure does.
We were up till 3 o'clock in the morning last night talking with Pierce, and we were talking about Greasebound, where me and Pierce are gonna travel to Frank's house and have Frank play Earthbound for the first time, and we're gonna fucking try and get Frank to cry at the end.
No, I'm not gonna cry.
Frank's like, I ain't gonna cry, man.
I'm fucking heartless at this point in my life.
For fucking fruits. That's what Frank said.
I mean,
and he looked at me and Pierce, and he's like, "You guys are fucking."
Didn't cry when I didn't cry when Peter Parker died in the Avengers Avengers.
Yeah, but who cares? You know?
What?
I wouldn't either. I mean, I'm a big Spider-Man fan too, and stuff like that. But I mean, like Tom Holland, I'm like, they're gonna bring him back. Whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and then he had the raccoon and the tree die too. I'm just like, okay, cool. He didn't really do anything.
Well, I mean, anyway. Groot dies like every other day and then just grows back. He's a fucking tree.
I am Groot. I am Dave Bautista.
No,
Dave Bautista.
No, that's Vin Diesel.
That's Vin Diesel.
Vin
Diesel. They both look alike. So
did you see the shit that Undertaker was talking about Batista?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's take, yo, man. He's just like, yeah. Anyway, since I tombstoned this clown to fucking hell, anyway, vote for Donald Trump, baby.
and he's like, or you can vote for Kamala and Dave Bautista, or you can vote for Donald
and
Trump.
Like and Kane's sitting there, and like Kane's like sitting there in a suit and tie. He's like, yeah, I'm like actually a person in Tennessee that like is important, and I'm like,
dude, it's so weird seeing him all dressed up and shit.
Who, Kane or Undertaker?
Kane.
Well, Kane's just like, yeah, I'm the mayor of Knoxville, Tennessee. I'm like, I wouldn't make you. I mean, and I'm not saying about anything Republican or Democrat. I wouldn't make you the fucking manager of a Baskin Robbins, man. You're scary looking as fuck. You ain't gonna sell nothing. Like,
dude, you played in a movie called See No Evil where you literally like cut out people's eyeballs.
I was the mayor of Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yeah, in Tennessee.
I don't remember that movie, but I do remember Freddy versus Jason, and I was fucking, oh my god.
That was such a weird movie.
Yeah, we saw it in a movie theater, and I swear to God, everybody was sitting in like every seat was fucking packed up. People were sitting in the front of all the seats on the floor, looking up.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it was wild.
Dude, it was so weird. The little like Freddy snake came out and like hit the fucking bong.
Yeah, we were watching that part and stuff like that. I was with my girlfriend Karen. We're talking about 2003 or something like that. I was like 19 or 20, and like me and my girlfriend Carolyn went to go see it with Croc and his girlfriend Melissa, and you know we're sitting there and we barely paid attention to the movie because you know we were getting that fuck. Anyway. But I remember getting in the car. I'm like, oh my god, you're gonna have such fucking bad rug burn from the back of the fucking sedan. Fuck. It was a good night. It was a good night to watch fucking Freddy versus Jason. But Jason won. Sorry, spoilers.
No, that's Lipton looking at your profile.
What?
Yo, what's Chrono? Hop in.
Chrono, level 3 subset. How's it going?
Chrono, hop in.
He's almost done with it.
He's got 5 Chivos left.
What? Oh my god, was it easy or not?
Everything's easy for Chrono Gear.
He's a fucking he's a fucking Mario RPG nut, man. He fucking loves it.
I'm never badging Mario RPG because I cannot do 100 super jumps in a row, man. I ain't never doing it. I would pay somebody to do it for me. I literally would. I don't want to do it.
Chrono's like, how much we talking?
I'll give you $50, 50 cents per jump. Lift is like, yo, man, I'll fucking jump for you. 200%. I don't want to do it. It's just something that I don't think needs to be in the fucking set. I understand why it's in the set, but I don't want to do it.
You guys see the new Battletoads badge art they came out with?
Yeah, it looks good.
It looks way better than the one that was there.
Wasn't it like the Battletoads like just like logo?
Yeah, now it's that what Lifted showing.
Oh, that does look cool. I like.
Yeah, it's way better than the one it was.
That's the it's the box art basically. That was my 499th badge. I refused to give it the respect of the 500th. I used McDonald's Land for that.
I remember
McDonald's Land.
You went back and did it.
I hate Battletoads so much. I can beat it. I can badge it. I don't like it. It's just not a good game.
I like it.
Well, fuck you.
Wow.
Well, you know what, Frank? I fucking the more you say that, the more I like Final Fantasy VIII.
I like Final Fantasy VIII as well.
Shut up! No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Honestly, Frank's the reason why I got into Final Fantasy VIII, because he got into it, and I'm just like, you know what? I gotta do it too. Like, I just gotta bite the bullet and fucking do it. And I honestly really did enjoy the game when I played through it. I thought it was still stupid, but I don't think it was bad. And I think it wasn't bad because I was literally doing everything you could possibly do in the game to get it done. And I liked it. I thought it was all right.
I haven't played it FF8 for RA.
So what were you saying about Master
Gal's
Quest
messaging me. Gal is literally posting me. He's like, "Look, man, this is what you got to do to get this fucking badge in Chrono Trigger." Yo, Gal, thank you so much. And he posted the video of the fucking. Hold on. How do I? Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna post this and like lifted. Put this into the channel because this guy has no clothes on. This guy has clothes on.
So that's
why I mean, and I watched this guy for 20 fucking minutes, but this dude like literally is like playing naked, and I'm like, yo, what are you doing, man? It was more about him than the fucking game. I'm just like, all right, he's doing that. Oh wait, is that the wrong one? Yeah, it is. Okay, hold on. Let me get you the correct one. Oh God, yes. All right, yo, Lexi, trust me, you're not gonna enjoy this.
I don't know. Is he white?
I think he's from Mexico or something. I don't know. He speaks Spanish and English half the time, so he might be like God or something. I don't know.
God, you know he's about.
So this guy's naked. Like the entire fucking video, this guy's naked. Like I don't. So Gal says, I'm like, this dude is like the god of Chrono Trigger, and this is how I'm supposed to like master Chrono Trigger on PS1 is to look at this fucking Inspector Gadget looking naked guy and fucking understand his powers. But did this guy get untracked a while ago? Wait, this is a real dude? Who is this guy? I thought this was Inspector Gadget. That was after this. Okay, so this guy did this legitimately. I mean, this is even in the boss. All I know is
videos.
Yo, he got untracked because he refused to put a fucking clothes on. Look at him.
It's like one time we were all having shots on fucking New Year's Eve, Max. And Chef's like, I would have come in and take a shot with you guys, and fucking he comes in with no fucking shirt on. I'm like, Chef, put a fucking shirt on, you fucking retard.
Like, you need to see this guy's reaction getting this Chivo. Does he like fucking put his tits in the fucking mirror, the fucking camera? Like, I don't know, man.
He's like, I have no air condition, so I must be unclothed.
Yo, literally, like, this is the kind of guy that you see like in Brazil that has like bars on the window. Like, he's definitely a fucking hardcore RA player, man. Like, he makes sure that the machine guns can't get through the window to stop him from getting these fucking 25 pointers. Oh shit, he's not even playing this anymore. He's playing Sonic. He's like, you know what? Chrono Trigger is way too fucking yeah. Like, I'm gonna play this.
Look at this guy.
Oh shit! What the fuck? Stop, man! Yo, put some clothes on. All right, excellent, man. Yo, yeah, fucking fusion, go. Yeah, whatever. Get the fuck out of here. This guy is definitely back. Of course he came back. Oh my god. I don't know how to do this.
No wonder why that motherfucker got untracked.
Yo, he got untracked because he doesn't have clothes. He just has pants. How do you fucking equip your fucking lower? Oh shit. Yo, he's like drinking straight up fucking like Jose Cuervo fucking like platinum. He's just like, yeah, he's like, I love Sonic. I got a world record in beating a beach. I guess I should fucking kill myself with alcohol and not clothes.
The next episode, this guy knows.
Yo, let's get him on. He'd be like, hey, what's up, you fucking dumb homosexuals? I'm like, yeah, welcome to the podcast. Sorry, I don't speak English. I'm like, oh. Also, I don't have clothes. I'm like, oh, all right. Well, it seems like a typical RA experience right here. Next episode, this guy. Yo, I fucking love that, man. This guy Shiandaru, the guy who has like the Hadouken anime guy. Is that this guy? He wasn't on tracked? Because I was very suspicious of that guy the entire time. He was always saying something about like stuff I was doing. Yeah. See, like this guy. Oh, well, he doesn't look anything like the fucking Hadouken guy. He kind of looks like Denny's with eyeballs. I don't know. Like fucking I don't know what to say about this gentleman.
What am I doing next, Lexi? Sonic Adventure? I ain't doing Sonic Adventure.
Sonic Adventure was good. That was Sark's 1000 badge. I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. It's not too bad.
I don't even
a couple
like
of dog shit speed runs, but you know, it's Sonic, so what do you expect? If they're nowhere near as bad as fucking Sonic CD. If you can do Sonic CD, you can do this set. What the fuck is this guy doing?
Look, I've never hit a girl in my life, but after doing Sonic CD set, I thought about it.
I've never hit a girl in my life, but I also never fucking streamed with my fucking tits hanging out while I was playing Sonic Adventure. So this guy's on track now because this guy was a big RA dude for a long time.
What was his name on RA?
Shindaru Games or something like I don't know how to say it correct. Shindaru or something like that. But like you've definitely seen his avatar before it lifted. He's like a cartoon character with doing like the fucking Kamehameha.
Okay.
I mean, he was like kind of like Berserker BR, Wendigo. I mean, Wendigo was around for a long time. Fuck. But this guy's on track now. That's crazy to me because this guy had an opinion on everything that happened in RA for the last fucking 10 years. Trust me. I mean, he's probably around longer than I have been, and I'm old and goofy.
Hey Zash, Lord BBH badged Polestar too, as well.
As long as it wasn't Lord BBC.
What up, Zayish?
I can't exactly tell what this guy is supposed to be doing because this doesn't look like anything that has to do with the set. Like he seems to be like collecting as many coins as possible, which is weird.
Yeah, not sure what's going on.
But yeah, the speed runs and I mean, like Sarkonius is definitely the closest one who has done this entire set. Recently, I did this probably over a year ago. Oh shit! Yo, he's gonna show his nipples. Oh, he's mad. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh god!
It's the truffle shuffle.
Ladies, leave your man at home. This guy's a powerful, dangerous warrior.
Oh, the arcade one.
I am unsure what this gentleman's doing.
That's
but anyway, good. I'm sorry I posted that in there, but you know, I mean, Gal decided to show me that, you know, that he was the one who was doing that stuff, and I'm just like, all right, I gotta look. This is the naked guy. Oh, this guy does not wear clothes. Oh, also, yeah, I don't know if anybody's seen this. Frank, I think you're okay, but the Master Set is being taken over by the GameCube version, and I'm all about that, but at the same time, like, if you're gonna start the N64 version, you have like a couple of days to fucking badge this before it turns into the GameCube version.
It's in December. It says in December at the bottom of it.
Oh, all right. So I can still do it. That's cool. He should be in the top 100 RA challenge of fucking not wearing shirts. Yeah, I agree. Yo, I guarantee you go to like, if Lifted went to like random page on here and hit 3 times, you would see a comment from that guy doing the Hadouken thing. I swear to God. This guy is everywhere. They're just changing the hash. You should be able to keep the achievements, though. I'm sure you can keep the achievements. It's just that you're going to have to start a new file on GameCube.
Yeah, because the files can't be moved over.
Yeah.
Obviously.
His challenge is to get 5
But-
achievements in different games with shirtless characters like Contra. Oh my god. We need more shirtless characters in games, especially women like Lulu.
Kieran off of Shadow Hearts too. She's got a pretty big rack.
Let's go to Google search.
Google search.
How do you spell Kieran?
Karin.
Okay, Kieran Tits. Shadow
Kieran's tits.
images. Oh wow. Oh, there's a whole Rule 34 page. All right, y'all see you guys later. Setters background. Jesus Christ, she does have massive tits. What the fuck kind of character is this? She's a hot redhead with big jugs. All right. I'll look at this later. All right, I don't want to disrespect you guys.
It's a fucking job to badge that thing, though. Inferno's too. Lot of achievements.
Oh, so you're saying I can just like play that game for a couple of hours and use her?
I mean, you get her early on. She's the second main character. The ending's really weird.
But I'm not going to be paying attention. I don't care.
Like I said, the game gets weird. All of a sudden, wrestlers just start having sex with one another. It's really weird.
What?
Really weird. Yeah, the Man Festival, Infernos too. Yeah. He's like the only way you can defeat me is by fucking my asshole.
What the hell?
Why is this a game? I don't understand. It doesn't prepare you for the man sex at all. I assume. You just
No, like the whole. I mean, it's there's a bunch of guys like fucking.
Well, that's what you said. Yeah,
There's a bunch of guys
fucking.
Just like holding like some fucking gumbo in their hand, dancing while you're beating the shit out of them, and they're in their underwear.
And this made it to the States.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
It did.
So when I say, hey, we're gonna play Final Fantasy 11 together, you guys got no excuses. Like you have no fucking excuses to fucking just hop on. All right, because there's no gumbo ass fucking in that game.
I haven't ever played the New World Infernos 2, but I've badged Kadelka, I've badged Shadow Hearts 1, and I've badged Shadow Hearts Covenant.
Well, on the Final Fantasy list to badge, I'm telling you guys, we need to get a group together, and we're gonna make our own link shell. So we call the RA fucking Super Guild of the elite RA players on there.
Like I said, I'm definitely down to play one day a week.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, Final Fantasy 11 is the game I played the most in my entire life, 1000%. And everybody's welcome if you want to fucking join in and fucking hop on and be a part of the guild. We'll make our own link shell and whatnot. We'll play one day a week, help each other out, and it's a brutal game. It's absolutely the most brutal game I've ever played in my entire life, man. Leveling down is insane for a game, but yeah, it's great. I was obsessed with it. That's literally, I will definitely say that was the beginning of the end of my journey on RA. Last year when Final Fantasy 11 came out, I'm like, well, my time is number 1 is up. Let's go. And I was super happy about it. I'm only a couple achievements away from badging it on the original. And in a couple of months, they're probably going to be unveiling the set for the 3rd expansion, which has Blue Mage, Puppeteer, and Corsair, which is a pirate gambler set. Is Lifted sleeping?
I'm not. Lifted, are you falling asleep there, bro?
Yes.
Have I done Lufio 1? I was looking at setting my next badge. I have
Lifted's
not.
like,
I have done
motherfuckers, it's
Lufio
10
1 to a
o'clock.
set.
I'm an hour past my bedtime.
Yo, he was like, I'm like, you can go to bed, man. It's all right.
Yeah, you can go lay down. I'll text you when we're done.
Oh, we could end now. It's fine.
Yeah, or that if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, I need
don't
to go,
care
I need
either
to
way.
go to bed and freaking. How about we spin the wheel one more time before bedtime?
Sounds good.
We'll do it 3 more times.
Oh, all right.
Better.
It's like, fuck you.
Let's do it.
Piece of shit. Sleeping or cocaine? I have no room for cocaine on a fucking Sunday night.
1 drink.
Gall. Put it away, Gall.
Delicious. Yumbo bumbo. We have 2 more spins? Yeah.
Max is just like, please don't land on shotgun. Please
No,
don't land.
Chug.
I'll do it. Le chug.
Chug.
You know, one thing I think we should be doing at the end of our at the end of the stream on Sunday nights and stuff like that, Lifted, Frank, and myself should definitely say, hey, what's on the agenda for this week for our channels? Let's do that.
You can.
What are we thinking about? Oh god, Jesus.
5 drinks.
I'm gonna make dick monsters on Persona 4.
Oh. I'm sorry I asked.
I'll be working on the Twilight Princess set this week.
Yeah, you are on the. Let me tell you right now, Lifted, you're at the worst part because some of the shittiest parts in the game are where you're at and right before the fucking the water temple, right where you're at. I hate them. These suck. But once you're done with the water temple and you're on to like, you get the master sword and you're like onto the second half, like it's all good. It's all good. It's good.
Yeah.
Not bad
I've been
at all.
enjoying it so far. It's one of my
good.
one of my favorite Zeldas now.
It's really good.
I've only played like 4, so.
Which ones have you played?
I played A Link to the Past, Zelda 2, Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker. I think those are the only ones.
I'm telling you, Lifted, play Link's Awakening on Game Boy. That's my favorite one.
I heard a lot of good things about that one.
It's the first game that like really gives like Link the big personality, where it's like there's like goofy things in it, where it's just like when Link like touches something, he's like, "Oh, you should probably look at the front of the sign because you can't read it from the back." I'm like, all right, that's what you guys are doing, you pieces of shit. It's clever. It's I like things that are clever, and I think Link's Awakening is definitely the most clever Zelda game. All right, that's my 5 drinks, baby. Oh, we don't get a third spin?
That was 3. 1 drink,
All right,
chug, and 5.
right.
I can do it again.
All right, do 1 more.
Yeah, do it again. Yeah.
5 drinks.
Blow it up there to that shotgun max.
Oh shit. All right. Well, that's the end of this beer. I guarantee you. Well, I'll tell you what's going on my stream is we're going to be playing Twin Snakes on Tuesday.
Nice.
We're gonna get that gold. We're gonna get that gold, baby. And I know freaking Lifted's at 24, 25 or something like that. He's definitely going to get fucking gold too. By the time we're done with it. We're all going to enjoy that badge.
Yep.
But
Yep, can't
what I
wait.
will tell you boys, next year, when they start doing the Final Fantasy V Fiesta, you guys should join me in that because I've done it the last 2 years and I love it every time. It's so much fun. And it is rough. God damn it. And it's all RNG. Depending on what you get as a job, you're stuck with that, baby. You're gonna badge Sunshine? I am gonna badge Sunshine. Metal Gear? I know what Chrono's doing. Metal Gear.
Oh man.
So what have you boys learned tonight? Come on.
I might actually try to get some achievements in SpongeBob here in a little while. I'm gonna try to knock out the last 2 GameCube games I have achievements in.
That sounds mad fat and retarded. I don't like it.
Well, I started it and got a whole row of achievements, so I got to finish it.
Well, Lifted was playing fucking RA all night. Fucking when we were sitting there, I'm just like, Gal, tell me what it takes to be an RA fan. And you need to let me know if I can do it too, because I believe in you and you believe in me. Because I'm fucking stupid and white, whatever. And fucking Lifted sitting there, he's like, man, this is the easiest 25 points of my entire fucking life. But I mean, we did have great conversations with Gal. I definitely like I don't know if Gal was here when I was gushing about it before and stuff like that, but I mean, like, this is absolutely what we need to do. And like I'm like, in all honesty, like, I cannot wait till we have Time Crush on the episode because he has the original RA podcast, you know what I mean? And like, I've been on it twice and I love cutting it up with Time Crush. Time Crush is like he when we get Time Crush on here, man, you guys are gonna love him, man. I love Time Crush.
Well,
like, we cut it up big time.
I think what Time Crush wants to do is have us 3 on with him, and then him come over and do ours.
I would love to have him on. He is such a busy dude, but like, I mean, the guy can talk, and I love that. Like, there's nothing I like more than when you can like fucking talk, man. You can talk, you can shoot the shit and have a good time. That's why we get along. You know what I mean? In all honesty, like Gal, like when Gal came on and Gal was basically dominating the entire conversation, and that's the point. He's our guest, and he's gushing, he's loving RA, he's telling us what it's like, his journey as a dev, and talking about RA and how big it's become and whatnot. I'm like, let the motherfucker cook, man. I love this shit. Let him go. This is good. I love it. He's such a fucking blast. Exactly, man. And I'm telling you, like, I've been on the RA podcast twice with Time Crush, and like, he's one of my favorite people. Like, this guy shoots the shit. He's legit. I mean, obviously, we talk before and after we record, and I mean, the guy's real as fuck, man. I love him. Like, we just talk about him. We're just like, hey, man, you understand this bullshit? What's going on, man? he's like, yeah, man, I get it, bro. He's good. He can cook, man.
Gall never is short of words. Ever.
He's not, and that's why I'm just like, yo, man, like, we keep talking about it every time. We had Jay Nasty on last time. I'm like, yo, bring Jay Nasty back on. You already got a seat here and something like that. I'm like, now I'm just, yo, fuck Jay Nasty. Let's get Gal back. Come on, man. But now we need fucking Lexi. I think we're gonna have Lexi on next time, right?
It's either Lexi or Chrono was my ideas.
Oh,
as long as Lexi doesn't stand us up again.
Yeah, as long as, there ain't no anime movies coming out, she might show up this time.
What anime movie you stand us up for?
Leave your fucking
My Hero
at home.
My Hero Academia? A new one came out?
Yeah,
My Hero fucking who gives a shit? I'm a big fan of My Hero Academia. I'm sorry, but
my boy Deku.
Yeah, I love Deku, man.
I got a Deku tattoo.
Guy. My ex-girlfriend said I was like Baku, and I'm just like, oh,
She's gonna be the first
Kai-chan.
She's gonna be the first woman guest and the first woman to stand us up on the podcast.
Yo, she already stood us up. She already stood us up. But we're used to it. Yo, Lexi, look at us all. You know what? In all honesty, Lexi, if you agree to do the podcast, I'm gonna dress up. I'm gonna put on a 3-piece suit. I'm gonna get my tie. I'm gonna get my bow tie out. I'm gonna have my bow tie out. I'm gonna be sitting there. I'm gonna be all buttons and fucking bows. If you fucking show up, all right.
I put my dashiki on.
Yeah, but if you, but you have to have a bow tie too under the dashiki. You're just like, yeah. It's like it's a formal dashiki, you know. Frank, you have to have a dashiki on too, man.
I'm not putting a dashiki on.
You better, motherfucker, because I know you don't own a tie.
I own a tie.
You go down to the do-rag store and you get it right now.
The do-rag store.
Yeah, when I was cutting down trees after Hurricane Sandy, we all had to wear orange do-rags for like a year, and we're just like, I'm like, is this offensive? I don't know what we're doing. I'm just trying to fucking do my job. I'm like, dude, are black people angry that we're cutting down these trees now?
You're so fucking retarded.
But we did. We had to wear orange do-rags. Like, it wasn't like orange even baseball hats. We had orange do-rags on, you know. I have a picture on Facebook. I'll find it before next week. I'll show it to you guys. And I'm like sitting there. I'm like, is this appropriate? But yeah, Lexi still has not fucking even said anything. All right.
Well, she's looking at the box office to see if there's any anime movies coming out.
There's not. Lexi's like, I don't know if I have enough time for you gentlemen. But you know what? Gal spent his time with us tonight, and it was very incredibly productive. Like I said tonight, you know, I'm not even gushing or saying anything like really like, you know, like, oh wow, but it is. It's kind of just like, hey, I hope that people like see this podcast and realize what we're trying to do is literally bridge the gap between devs and fucking players and reach a common ground. That's the whole point of it. It's not just like, hey, what did you do? What did you accomplish? You know, nobody cares. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, hey, like, let's find like a common ground. And like, I mean, Gal was the perfect part to fucking start with. It really was, because we were all friends before he came on, or was even a dev. And we were just literally shooting the shit. And Gal, you're welcome back anytime. I'm sure the boys will agree with me. You know.
Yep. We'll have to make our rounds. Like throw.
Yeah, we're gonna do the rounds, and then we're gonna be like, all right, yeah, we're gonna have to do some fucking, we're gonna do some reruns, all right? Because we're not gonna pay people. That's what I'm saying. Everyone wants to start an RA podcast, but then you do like the same fucking 12 people, and then you have nobody left.
We can probably find more than 12 people.
Look, man, maybe. I have no idea how many fat people are around.
You don't know how many fat, black, or greasy people are involved with retro achievements.
I'm fine. What's it's like, hey, stupid white people, I need to go to sleep right now. Cut it out. Stop
stupid.
Yeah, because I'm gonna sit here because Lifted Sense is literally gonna turn off his camera, and then like me and Frank are gonna sit here and be like, you know what I like? Clue Land on Nintendo, and Frank's like, I hate Clue Land. I'm like, I like it, so fuck you. And Frank's gonna be like, you know what's good? I like RPGs. I'm like, I like RPGs too, man. Let's talk until 3 o'clock in the morning for no fucking reason.
Yeah, so far.
And Lifted just like we have to like call up Lifted to turn the fucking stream off because hey man, we need to go to bed. And Lifted's just like, you know, man, I didn't even know what the fuck you guys are doing. Shut the fuck up. Lifted is the balance. He is the balance we need. He absolutely is, because otherwise it's me and Frank talking to 3 o'clock in the morning about fucking nothing. Oh god, you hear me fart? Fuck. I had to lean forward and it hurt so bad. It felt like a cabbage fell out.
Oh man, this gonna stink.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm number 1.
I'm like 145.
Yeah, I bet your fucking shit smells like cabbage too. Fuck you.
Actually, I'm 147. I lied.
I made it to 333.
Nice.
333, half the devil's number, baby.
Almost.
And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what rank you are.
Is that a Flicky game? Another Flicky game?
It looks like Flicky. It says Flicky right there.
Fucking Lexi knows all about Flicky.
Max, I'm here with
the bean.
I'm the same feller. Yo, Chrono, are you gonna hop on next weekend, or is like Lexi gonna be like, well, I don't have no anime movies to watch this weekend. I guess I can show up. But if Chrono says he's gonna hop on, then we're gonna have to put him on. You know, she might be flicking off. Period. I don't know. She might be beating up that old fucking bean soup. I don't know. I know what she's doing.
Bean soup. Stupid.
I don't know the consistency.
The good old speed bag.
Yeah, the old speed bag. Fuck. Yo, she's setting a worldwide record in fucking Mike Tyson's Punch Out right now. Lexi, where is she? Is she in her own Discord being a piece of shit? Come on.
No, Luchador probably called. She's like, all right, guys, I gotta go.
All right, well that settles it. Chrono, welcome. You're next. I know Chrono's not gonna be like, hey man, I can't wait to go see fucking My Hero Academia. Fucking All Might has sex with a teenager. The movie, whatever. I'm in a Discord being a piece of shit. Suffer, do you want to fucking be on the podcast next week, you piece of fucking garbage?
Bruh, he's from Philadelphia. You know he's trash.
Oh, yeah. Yo, Suffer, like, when I first started my Discord, the old Discord, Suffer used to take pictures of himself without wearing clothes, eating a pizza, and I'm like, oh, God. Fuck. Man, this guy is a real shitbag. But I was a shitbag, too. So, like, yo, there's Lexi! There's Lexi. But I mean that out of love, Suffer. You know I mean that out of love. We're both shitbags. And unfortunately, I have 3 beers left, so you guys are stuck with me until then.
Oh, well, then let's get Lifted spinning the wheel some more. He's got to go to bed, though.
He actually did that, and I appreciated that. I know what Suffer looks like. I know what Suffer looks like without a shirt on and eating pizza. Yo, Lexi, it's between you, Chrono, and Suffer. Who's gonna be the next? Yo, do we spin the wheel and figure it out? All right, you guys need to pick a part of the wheel when we spin it, and if it lands on that, you're the next guest. Otherwise, if it doesn't land on that, it's just gonna be us three. It's just gonna be us three playing games and saying like "fuck you."
Lifted.
Oh yeah, Lifted so happy right now.
Lifted, you know what you know what we could do? You could let me like log into your computer and then I could just end stream and fucking spin the wheel.
Or Lifted's like, yeah, no, don't do that. Yeah, you probably shouldn't.
He knows I ain't gonna fucking mess with any of his shit.
I would definitely look in all his folders to make sure he has the same porn as me.
There's no porn on his computer.
Yeah,
his computer has never seen porn once.
Neither is mine. Unless my son did it.
Oh.
I'm
the oldest. I'm the oldest one here, right? All right, this is bad. Oh.
Yeah, you're the oldest, Max. Lifted's Lifted's 39.
I turn 40 soon.
We have to have a birthday party.
February.
Birthday podcast.
Lifted, where do you live?
I'm in PA, Pennsylvania.
Oh, you're close. Okay.
Yeah, shit, Max. Depending on how close you are to the fucking GreasyCon, you can just hop in the car with Lifted. Lifted drives down.
I've definitely been to the Pennsylvania for fucking pussy before. Yeah, but I'm not gonna have sex with you. Don't worry.
I appreciate that.
I'm just saying that I have driven there before. And for reasons. But
when Sark lived in Jersey, Sark would literally just hop in the car with Lifted and they'd drive here.
Yeah, first time I met Sark in person was him coming to my house and we took a 8-9 hour road trip.
Did when Sark pulled up, did he like roll down the window? He's like, "Get in, you homosexual."
He was just like, "Where should I park?"
Where the hell do I have to park? You know I'm really good at pinball, you fucking piece of shit. Sorry
Yeah,
about
dude,
that.
You're fucking that is spot on, Sark. I fucking hate it.
I hate that I'm good at fucking making fun of Sark because I love Sark, you know.
Fucking, I'm gonna pass
Get in the
Max
car,
one
you
day,
black son
and
of
I'm
a
gonna color
bitch.
this fucking dinosaur. Oh, I owe a double shot. Cheers.
Yeah, good for you. Fuck you.
Fuck you, Max.
Yo, fuck you too, buddy. I love you.
I love you too. Dude, we got to get Max to fucking just act like Sark for one day. That shit's fucking hilarious.
No, I'm gonna when Sark beats me, we're gonna do a 24-hour stream of me cosplaying as Sark, playing like pinball games really bad. I'm like, I don't understand what happened. I just was trying to get the ball up there, and it just wasn't working out for me. I have no idea how this autistic bullshit works at all. I don't. We're Sark. I love Sark to death. He's a good man. He has given me the greatest compliment I could ever have as an RA player, where he's like, "You're always gonna be number one, man," and I'm okay with that.
Sark's a really nice guy. Once you get the old grumpy part out of him.
Get in the car, you fucking homosexual. Oh God, fuck! I keep farting.
So Sark's the kind of guy that comes to your house on vacation and offers to wash your dishes.
Oh, why?
This is fucking horse shit, man.
Yo, Frank's gonna die. Nah, he's not gonna die. The point is me and Lifted don't have to really do anything. Slurp. Yo, Frank, you gonna puke? You gonna do a little pukey puke?
Not yet.
Are you gonna puke, Frank? It's me,
Maybe.
Are you gonna throw up in front of me, you fucking Barbie shirt wearing fucking piece of shit?
Now Bahu talks like, Frank, where's the Barbie?
Frank!
Yeah, bitch.
You gotta put on the Barbie shirt. I gave you $2,000 tonight to put on the Barbie shirt. You piece of fucking Kentucky garbage. I told fucking Baja, I'm like, yo, only 6,000 to go, baby. Because you weren't on. He's like, yo, man, here's 10 subs, here's 8 subs, here's. I'm like, all right, you know. Frank's doing the fucking thing. He's like, oh man.
I was like, I better hurry up and go live.
Yeah, I better go live. This Max guy might be a bigger piece of shit than I am.
Dude, it was so funny. We Gall shouted you out the other day, and you finally beat Dracula X, and you just started pouring beer on yourself over your head.
I was actually there. I had you up like, because I was doing my thing. I didn't want to talk to anybody, but I had you up in the background. But I remember seeing that. I was like, dude, I remember pouring the beer all over my fucking head.
You're just like, yes, I finally beat Dracula X. You take your beer and you just start fucking pouring.
Everybody's like RA legend. I'm just like, oh. I didn't say anything, but it was very sweet that everybody said that I was a good man. I was there. That's one thing. One thing I will tell you, I was there. I was sneaking around, but like, a lot of things happened the last 2 weeks, yeah. So I'm just like,
Oh, it's always something, man, in life. Like I said, my mom wrecked her, totaled her.
Your mom wrecked her car, and just like, yeah, well, at least you're alive, you dumb fuck.
Fucking 4 broken ribs and broken wrist, all bloodied up.
Yeah, that's not fun. It's funny because we were talking about it yesterday on my stream about like what's going on with my mom and stuff like that. And I got a message yesterday while I was streaming about my mom. It's just, I'm still working on your case. Don't give up. And I'm like, I appreciate that very much. That's really nice because I thought you were just gonna leave it at that. You know what I mean? But we'll see what happens.
Hopefully they get back to you soon.
Yeah, I just appreciate because usually it was like, you know what I'm saying, like, yo, if you don't have a phone number or an address, then we can't find her for you. And I'm like, but they reached out and they're like, hey, we're still working at this, you know, we'll find her for you. I'm like, all right, that's good, man. You know, I mean, a lot of things have happened in the last 2 weeks between Hurricane Milton and, you know, like my mom like literally is in the town where Hurricane Milton landed in Bradenton, Florida, and stuff like that. And I'm just like, I was that's why I said I ain't gonna be around for a while because I need to keep an eye on this. I need to figure out like my mom's alive or something like that.
Yeah,
you know, this is a big
absolutely.
deal. And but at the same time, like this is my chance to like achieve what I want to achieve at work. Like I need to work really hard, and like it was a really weird dichotomy between the 2 weeks where like I need to work as hard as I possibly fucking can to convince, you know, the CEO from Denmark that like, you know, I'm worth like $100,000 to this company. You know what I mean?
There you go.
But it's just it was just rough. It was just rough between this and that, and that's why I wasn't around for 2 weeks. I already talked about it yesterday on my stream and whatnot, but that's where I've been. That's why I haven't been around, and I'm sorry. That's why I wasn't around last week for the Fat Black and Greasy podcast. You know,
Spin that wheel again, Lipton.
Just yo, it better not land on dead mom.
Jesus.
I can laugh about it now because we're making headway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're making headway, and like I said
Oh
yesterday,
boy,
I have
go.
to make peace with it. Stop it! Stop it!
Damn it.
Oh! It worked for the both of us, Max. Wait,
she's talking about not. You do realize, Lexi, that there are two other co-hosts to Fat Black and Greasy, right? Me and Lipton still could have did the podcast.
I thought her mom didn't die in the hurricane either. I'm like, that's good.
She lives in California. She's on the other side.
Oh, okay. I'm glad about that.
So there's no excuse, Lexi. You stood us up. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Your dick called, you answered, and you left.
Yeah.
Lexi, what we need, if you're going to be on the podcast next weekend, you need to explain your dick absence and talk about like how the dick was that much better than fucking being here for the podcast. Like you need to explain why the dick was so good. In fact, yo, bring fucking Bo on here and be like, hey man, yo, like how good, like what did you do to her body to make her miss an entire podcast? And he'd be like, well, I was just, you know, doing white people stuff to her pussy. And I'm like,
it's stupid.
Well, I mean, that doesn't sound good at all. That sounds like stupid white people shit. Stop it. You know? And, you know, let me be fucking frank with you, and not Frank, not my retarded cousin Frank, or either Frank down at the bottom, Pulse XP, who also might be retarded, and maybe my cousin. I don't know. But
I try to get a check every month. They won't give it to me.
All right, knock it off. Cut it out. I'm trying to be the funny guy here. Anyway, yeah, like Lexi,
dude, seriously,
Lexi,
I'm really starting to get pissed
when
off.
you're on, we are definitely grilling you on this. Why you are not in the fucking podcast? Like literally, my mom was exploded by a fucking hurricane. I have an excuse. I was not having sex with her. I was not having sex with a white boy. What's your fucking problem? Get over here and fucking show up to fucking the podcast next weekend and tell me how good this fucking white dick was. All right?
It's
we didn't know. You could have him on too. You could have him on right next to you. I want to know what he was doing. How was he scrambling them eggs up? All right? Fucking tell me what the fuck was so goddamn big about missing this goddamn podcast, because it's so important. We'd invite Gal on here and ask him who his favorite bisexual characters were. Fuck. Anyway, Lexi, we love you. You're wonderful.
But you're still in the RA doghouse.
You're in the RA doghouse until you dig your way out, young lady. Better been some good.
Seriously, I'm getting fucked here. Okay, this is like my 6th double shot.
Oh well, you're not going to be on the podcast this weekend. Okay, explain why you getting fucked so good. Oh, he's drinking moonshine. All right, yeah, he's fucked. He's retarded.
Boy, Lipton's like, let's kill these beers real quick.
I told you a long time
Dude,
ago,
I swear to
Lexi,
fucking God.
you better be worried about the big bad wolf that is Maxi Boy, because I am not gonna fucking be nice about things. All right, knock it off, cut it out. I'm just gonna be a silly Billy. Let's chug.
Lexi, but Max said if you show up to the podcast next weekend, if you want to do it or not, he'll dress up in his Sweetie Boy outfit.
I will. If you do show up, I will dress up as Sweetie Boy Max. I'll comb my hair, I'll put on my bow tie, and I'll have a sweater vest on. I promise to make to make you feel comfortable about white people. I don't know. No Sonic suit. Oh, no. You know what? You did not earn that because you did not show up.
Look, you could have went.
But maybe next time you show up, maybe next time I will buy the Sonic suit for you. But you got to show up the first time. You got to show up the first time.
Look, the thing is, Max, what makes it worse is she could have went and watched her little anime movie on Friday, stayed at his place on Saturday. They could have left Sunday evening, dropped her off, and then she could have done the podcast.
But when were they supposed to have sex?
Rob, I've had enough of this wheel, okay? I've had enough of this
Yeah,
fucking wheel.
You buffoon. You absolute buffoon.
All right, that bottle's gone. Done.
Excuse me.
Bye, where the fuck you been? I done like six double shots.
Where the fuck is Bye been, baby?
You fucking New Jersey shithead.
Yo, wait till fucking we get affiliate. God damn, man. I think this is gonna be the fastest partner fucking stream of all time. Fuck.
All right, spin it again. We
got
got
yo, maybe a lip. Yo, look how big the bowl rip fucking lifted ass, man. Fuck. Oh, he's not spinning it. It's just rotating. I'm sorry.
Not spinning.
Oh, there it is. I see it. Whoop, there it is. Sorry, I am white. I'm just trying to fit in, guys.
Seriously, I don't think we could have put together a better crew for this shit.
We definitely couldn't, man.
Lifted mellows.
I love Lifted because Lifted is like, man, I don't even know what to fucking do with.
He's
that.
like these. He's like these fucking two dumb white people.
Like, I have no idea what to do with fucking Max. He is like the most autistic white piece of shit I've ever met in my life. But yo, we still have not got an answer from Lexi. Lexi, are you going to be on the podcast? We need to make preparations for now. Come on.
Did she even ever send you clips, Lifted?
Nah, she never did.
Lexi,
she's slacking.
How serious are you about this?
I'm messaging Bearded Luchador right now.
That's his name. Yeah,
he's got her all flustered, man. She's all flustered.
He does. Oh my gosh, she's got her
like, can you please put the beard away for just one weekend?
Goddamn dog shit white boy beard. God fucking damn it. That's all I remember. Like when we first started hanging out, Lexi's like, I'm going out with some fucking stupid ass white boy tonight. I'm like, all right, good luck. Have a good time.
Well, duh, Lexi, you already knew we were wild.
She was never heard of again. Look, I'm literally sitting here saying, like, hey, Lexi, if you come down next weekend to fucking hang out with us on the RA podcast, I will be all buttons and goddamn fucking white bows, and I'll have my bow tie on, I'll have my stupid ass fucking sweater vest on. I will look like goddamn somebody named Terrence. Fuck that shit. I'll be here as Terrence to enjoy your fucking company. And you need to tell us about your goddamn your fucking journey through RA. That's all we want. I didn't have to dress up. Yeah, I'll be Sweetie Boy. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Gal, I didn't even dress up as Sweetie Boy for you. I'm wearing like literally a throwaway t-shirt that I'm just like, oh man, this doesn't
Yeah,
sound
but
like
you're
shit.
wearing a Metroid shirt. That's perfect.
I know, but at the same time, I'm like, this is a play shirt, as my mom said. It's like, it's okay if you shit on it. It's okay. Because we're gonna throw it out at the end of the day. This week, yes. All right, because we're setting up the next guest, And Chrono's like, yo, I'm ready, baby, I'm ready. But Lexi's like, well, I don't know if I can come on or not. I might be having sex. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna come on.
He sounds like fucking Mr. Hanky.
I sound like fucking Will Hyatt.
Will Hyatt, the White
Will
Warrior.
Hyatt, yo, we had Gal on today, so we need a player on next week because Gal was a fucking fantastic guest. Let me tell you right now, literally, Jay Nasty's my boy, but fucking, I definitely think that episode 4 tonight, where we had Gal, was absolutely this is what RA needs. RA needs
this was probably our best business one so far. Like
it was 1000%, and Gal is always all right. Put me in, coach. I'm fucking shitty songs.
Lexi, before Wednesday gets here, Lipton's gonna need them clips. You know what I'm saying? Wednesday
clips. I need to make sure that next Sunday you're not getting your eggs scrambled. All right.
Hit that wheel one more time.
I'm serious, man. I ain't being mean. Fuck. Stop having sex on Sunday. Do it after we're done. We won't keep you long. Look, Gal's probably having sex right now. Because he left. He's having sex.
He had sex with his...
See that right there? Finished beer. He's having sex. That's his finished beer. He's having sex.
Lexi, you better be prepared for this, because once it gets to 10 o'clock, this is me and Max after hours. You better fucking be ready.
Yo, you better be fucking ready. And so, that's why everybody says, hey, you don't want to deal with Max at all. He's kind of scumbag. I'm like, listen.
No, you don't make the time. We make the time. It's not just going to be
2 hours tops. No.
Nah, you're 4 hours minimum.
You are 4 hours minimum.
Shit, you can keep it up. It'll be like a job. It'll be an 8-hour shift. You keep it up.
Yo, he can literally stand next to you during the entire thing. If he needs to hump your fucking elbow, I don't give a shit. Let him fucking go at it, man. Armpits are fucking soft.
He said you're...
God damn it, it's Snooky Juke, a man who's mastered fucking Turok 2 on Game Boy Color. Holy shit! Anyway.
Yo, what's up, Tanuki?
We're trying to make Lexi not have sex with her boyfriend next Sunday. What do you think about that, Tanuki? You're goddamn right, never again. Yeah, I know. Thank God there's not a Turok.
Did you finish that beer, Max?
Chivos over cheeks, Lexi. Chivos over cheeks.
Look. You have 6. You got 6 other days, Lexi. Okay, make the 7th about the Fat Black Greasy podcast.
Retro cheeks. Tanuki Juke is one of my favorite people of all time. He's not a huge RA player, but he does dabble. He's a good friend of mine. He plays a lot of horror games and stuff.
I don't think I've ever met Tanuki Juke.
You should give him a follow because he's one of my favorite people. Oh, stop it.
Man, Max, you've lucked out tonight.
You fucking goofy.
The double shot's the same fucking size as the fucking shotgun Max, and it's hit the double shot like 6 fucking times.
Because you're a fucking dickhole. Yeah, if you're not following Tanuki Juke, go give Tanuki Juke a goddamn follow. He plays a lot of horror games, indie horror games. That's why me and him are good friends.
I got him.
Back to RAS.
Oh, stop! Damn it.
So Tanuki Juke is back and forth between Japan, and he's white as fuck. His wife is Japanese, though. She's not white. She's Japanese. And but he's been back and forth between Japan. I keep on asking Tanuki Juke to take me to Japan with him, but he's like,
I want to go to. Chrono just got back from Japan.
I know. I'm so mad at Chrono for not taking me with him. You fucking dickhole. Chrono, you know what kind of fucking wingman I would be in Japan? I'd be like all the Japanese shit could be looking at me. I'm like, konnichiwa. I'm gross.
You guys
and
like people, you guys know how big fucking video games are in Japan. You guys show your RA accounts, you're definitely getting laid.
I know. I would definitely, absolutely be loaded with fucking One Piece tang from over there because
One Piece tang.
Yeah, you know, I would, you know, I would just be, you know,
bruh.
I got Tanuki Juke into One Piece, and Tanuki Juke's like, man, yo, did you see what happened last chapter? I'm like, yeah. He's like, I just wanted to let you know that.
Hey Max, how many beers you got left?
One after this one, but this one's fresh. This one's open. Fresh.
Okay, so finish beer. Let's go.
Fuck! Come on, man.
This is fresh too. I just opened the motherfucker.
Fuck. Tanuki, a long time ago. Look, this is me distracting. Tanuki, a long time ago. Me and Frank were best of friends in RA, and that's, you know, listen, we did the RMW thing. I'm sure you're around back then. Maybe super fucking new, but at the same time, we were the part of
Tanuki_Duke, welcome
really
to the FBG podcast.
Raised hell on fucking RA. I'll tell you that much. Oh, there's Tanuki Duke right now. He's like, yeah.
Grab some food real quick.
I was very green during RMW. Yeah, he was.
But we're back to being best buds now, and that's what's important.
Me and Frank were always at odds, but you know, mostly because of me.
It wasn't because of you. Stop it.
I think let's take 50% each way.
It was both of us being stubborn assholes. It's all good.
Yeah.
We're just gonna sit here and chug alcohol and act like that shit never fucking happened.
Tanuki, I don't want to scare you or anything, but me and Frank are good friends. But Lifted is black. I just wanted to let you know that ahead of time in case you had different choices. But Lifted is the best. Lifted is the best part of the goddamn podcast.
He is. He really is.
He definitely is. He just doesn't give a fuck, man. He doesn't give a fuck. Old men like us are too late in this world to fuck friendships. That's a good way to look at it. But,
it is.
Tanuki. It really is.
That's kind of how me and Max both was. We're like, man, we're too old and we're too stupid.
I'm telling you right now, like, I really wish like streams like Triple Deke and fucking Tanuki Juke. I wish they had like 40 viewers, like I do or you do and stuff like that. Because I mean, like Tanuki Juke is he's a horror indie streamer and stuff like that. Please go give him a follow. If I can ever ask you for anything, give Tanuki Juke a follow, man. And he's a genuine guy. Triple Deke is a math teacher by day.
I follow both of them now.
Yeah, I mean they're good guys. I mean, like I can never recommend people more than them or Jay Nasty, stuff like that. You know what I mean? I fell in love with new people like Necro G and shit like that. I mean, but we only have so much time we can do in a day. You know what I mean? Like I pop into Necro G's channel and he's fucking going crazy on fucking Friday night. I'm like, yo man, here's 5 subs. This is all I can do. I might not see you for a week, but fucking, I love you, bro.
It's getting to where I have like 7 streams up while I'm streaming.
No, I see that a lot. Like a lot of people are in other people's streams, like keeping them up and stuff like that. And I'm like, I want to do that, but I feel like I'm not doing them a service. I want to give them. Well, Max, I want to give them the fucking view, but I don't want to be like, hey, I'm a fake fucking friend. You know what I mean?
I love how
you see what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying though?
Yeah, like, right? I understand. I mean, there's that aspect, but like, me and Lexi love fucking with each other while we're live.
Anyway, yo, all right, goodbye, everybody. Fucking. Lexi, what the fuck?
Why we're live messing with each other. Okay.
I have emptied. I don't know if you heard all the fucking noises that came out of my ass because I let go of all the gas that was inside of my asshole when I was looking at you guys, and I don't know if you heard it at all, but fucking it was a lot of asshole noise when you guys were fucking, and I hated it. I did not.
That's not what I meant. When we're messing with each other.
How the fuck am I number one on RA? I am the most retarded piece of shit on fucking Twitch, and I hate it.
I do agree. I do agree with you there. You're pretty retarded.
I wish I was dead. Fuck. Why do I have to listen to this shit?
You know what I meant.
Frank, why did you have sex with Lexi?
I never. Shut up. Lauren could be watching. Don't say stuff like that.
Why did you do the things to Lexi?
Shut up, motherfucker.
I'm being quiet, you fucking retarded. Why did you retardedly have sex with her?
Oh my god, I hate you, Max. All right. Me and Max are no longer friends after this podcast.
No, we're friends. We're friends, you fucking retard.
We can't hear anything. It's cool. Yeah, I'm just asking. Like, what were you doing to her?
Nothing.
What were you doing to her?
Look, I'm just saying, like she'll post Diver or Sunshine in my stream while she's streaming, and I'll go over there and do boo. That's what I meant.
You know what? Lexi's
Yes.
never done that to me. There was no confusion between me and Lexi having sex or nothing like that. But Lexi definitely talks shit in my channel. I talk shit to Lexi back. But
look. The only time I've ever met Lexi, the entire time she was fighting with her boyfriend at the time. The entire time she was here, they were literally fighting the entire time.
Why were you doing that, Lexi? That sounds fucking stupid and boring. I hate that.
They left a day early because they were fighting.
Yo, and she left him a day early and never saw him again. I guarantee you. Yeah. Sorry.
Lexi was like, "Look, I want to go home. We had Mexican food. I got drunk. I slammed a fucking beer bottle.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother.
She left the table. She did, Groto. She left the fucking table.
You left the table at fucking Cancun or whatever it's called?
Look, she was so hungover from the night before. She met Mark's wife, Max the Enabler, who always gets people to drink more shots. Yeah, and fucking Lexi was fucking blacked out drunk. Yeah, kind of ironic since she's black.
I'm like, thanks for explaining that part of her physicality. I'm a disabler. We were talking. Yo, do you see the new clips that are coming out on Twitter about Batman Arkham Asylum where Batman's in the wheelchair? It's the funniest thing I ever seen in my life. She lost the Mexican.
She did. The full black came out in her that night, Neb. She was. Look, Lexi, this was her. What happened? She'd walk in the house because she was mad, so she was outside.
See, I would not want Lexi to lose her Mexican on me because that's the only thing we have.
She would walk in. She'd walk in the house. First thing she'd do is slap me in the back of the head, and then she'd look at Bo and yell at him a little bit, and then she'd walk back outside. And I went outside. I was like, Lexi, it's cold out here and rainy, and the rain's blowing in sideways. Why don't you come inside and lay on the couch? And she was like, no, I'm staying out here. I don't want to be in the house. I was like, well, I'm going to bring you a blanket at least, okay? So I brought her a blanket, and then she'd get up, come back in, slap me in the back of the head, yell at Bo, go back outside.
Yo, what were you saying to Bo where you're just like, listen up, you trick-ass fucking dickhole. Fuck you, suck my dick, but
no, I was just like, I want to stay out of this. I want to stay out of this.
Frank is like, I just really want to have a Mario Party 4 event.
I just want everybody to have fun and have a good time.
I said a lot of bad things. Oh yeah. Oh man, I can't wait till you're on the fucking podcast.
Yeah, it's every Sunday.
Yo, literally, like Lexi's gonna be on the podcast and be like, "Yo, literally, like, which one of you thinks is the most attractive? Come on, go ahead. I could be mad." This is what you have to ask the
she's gonna have to say. She's gonna say lifted. I mean,
she's gonna say lifted. Me? Oh,
it's one of her kind.
No, she said me. One of her kind? Yo, you can't say that. What the fuck, man? Yo, all right.
Max, I know you of all people, motherfucker, ain't tell me what I can and can't say, okay?
No, you can't say her kind. Fuck, yo.
You were talking about lifted being on boats earlier, okay, motherfucker?
Because he said it scared him because of these ancestral chains. I just noticed all the controllers.
Yeah, we have a very.
I would love to have Tanuki on the set just because I'm be like, yo, so what do you think about Ari? He's like, yeah, I do it like once a week. I don't even really give a shit. I'm like, oh, cool.
Look, Tanuki, we have a very talented co-host in Lifted Senses. He does all the he does everything. Me and Max just say shit that's probably gonna get us banned eventually. I mean that you got Lifted who holds the podcast together, and then you got me and Max who just probably say the wrong shit, and we're probably gonna get banned eventually.
Yo, we keep on saying like the really bad fuck. I gave a shit about yo. Tanuki Juke is a huge GameCube fucking fan, and you know what? Tanuki Juke is one of the guys who loves Sunshine, and like he knows that I hate Sunshine, and he was trying to avoid me when I was playing Sunshine because he knows how much I hate Sunshine. But
Look,
I made peace with Sunshine. I beat it.
you gotta
I
badge it.
eventually
You
had a
gotta
good
finish the badge off.
I'm gonna badge it. I will. I really will badge it. I feel like that. Like if you have a Mario game that's not unbadged, that is a core game in the series, then you're not a Mario player.
Yeah, the Tanuki Juke. That's what everybody tells me. I'll probably do the.
Tanuki keeps telling me to play Eclipse, and he's just like, yo, like it's really good.
I love Mario Sunshine, by the way. It's not like my top favorite.
He does.
Sunshine's not my favorites. Either Mario 64 or probably Super Mario Brothers 3. Those are my two favorites. But I mean, I do like Mario Sunshine a lot. I do. It's probably like my 6th or 7th favorite.
What's the Mario game you're the most racist against?
My least favorite's probably American version of Super Mario Brothers 2.
Alright, it's okay to be racist against that.
I honestly like Lost Levels more than I do Super Mario Brothers 2.
Yeah, because it's Americanized. It's good.
But
I definitely want to do that. I know
it's
you
not
went
a
through
reskin
that.
Another game either. You know, like they totally ripped off that one game and just basically was like, "Here, you American players suck, so we're gonna give you."
Yo, Doki Doki Panic is so good. I love it. I love Mario Brothers 2 American. Like it's so good.
I mean, I don't hate it. It's just
we wouldn't have the cartoons without it. Where the Mario is just like, oh man, I can't wait to fucking have sex with the princess.
Dude,
and Luigi's like, oh Mario, I don't know what to do, man. Oh god,
Max.
Oh shit,
Mario beat Bowser in Mario 1. Went to sleep, and you got Super Mario Brothers 2, and then he woke up and did Super Mario Brothers 3. That's how it went.
So you're saying like he went to bed the next night and he's just like, you know what? I need to go destroy 8 worlds of fucking danger.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. He fell asleep after he saved the fucking princess.
I think Mario that 1. Fucking Mario 2 is definitely like Luigi's adventure, where Luigi is like the best character in the game to play because he's like, awesome. I mean, like, yo, Frank, who do you like better, Mario or Luigi?
It's tough.
It's Luigi. Question. He's fucking awesome. I love Luigi.
I love both of them. But
but what if Mario came to your house and you're like, "Hey Mario, what do you want to do?" And he's like, "Wahoo, yahoo!"
Okay, look,
I'd be like, "All right, get the fuck out of my house."
I got to give Mario credit on one thing. He doesn't like mushrooms, and I don't like mushrooms either. So
how does he not like mushrooms? He fucking eats mushrooms all the time.
He doesn't. Did you not see the Mario movie? In the Mario movie,
which one?
The newest one.
Okay, he doesn't like mushrooms, and it's a good movie. I thought it was very cute and clever. But Luigi was fucking left in the dust. You know what I mean? I'm just like, yo, they better have fucking more Luigi in the next movie.
They will, and they're also gonna have Yoshi
and Wario. I hope. Oh my god! Look at Lexi. Who do you like more? Luigi or Mario?
She only likes Sega. She doesn't like fucking Nintendo.
No. Koichi. I don't know who the fuck Koichi is.
Look, nobody listens to Lexi. She's half black, okay? Like fucking, she ain't even full black.
Well, I like Luigi.
Spin it again, Lifted. Let's go. We got to land on that shotgun. Well, actually, Max is on his last beer, so he can't shotgun.
No, well, no, I can.
Oh, you got one left?
I got one left. I hope we land on half blacks have rights and they can say whatever they want.
No, let's not land on that.
All right.
Well, there's another finished beer. Holy fuck.
Yo, we should have one that's like really slim and it just says play Tecmo Secret of the Stars. Everybody has to play it. It's the worst game of all time. Fuck.
Jaeger gave that game to Foxy. He must
Yeah,
really
yo, he did. And he gave it to me and I badged it and then I got a revision. I was like, no, Jaeger, I'm not doing it again. I don't care if I can name the town Penis. I don't give a shit. Lexi, nobody cares. You're black. That's what Frank said. Oh, you're half black. Okay, never mind. So wait, Lifted is full black. So he he has way more rights than just
exactly. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out how the you know what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to figure out how the ruling class is and stuff like that, because I don't necessarily think whites are all that great, you know, because I am one and my parents are whites and they kind of fucking are like really fucking stupid.
Look, I ain't even sure what my dad was. Like, he was dark as hell. Like,
That's why I said, yo, I told when I went to fucking lunch on dinner on Friday for the fucking, you know, the event and stuff like that. We went to this nice Italian restaurant. I remember telling the CEO, I'm like, yeah, my grandfather's like Sicilian Italian, so I thought he was black until I was 10. I had no idea. I thought we were just African American. But it turns out that he was really dark. I don't know.
Dude, my dad could pass as a black guy.
He's Italian then. He's definitely Italian.
We are Italian. My family's from New Orleans. My dad's family is, so he's definitely Italian. And he got real dark because he hung vinyl siding for a living. He got real dark.
My grandfather was outside all the time because he was a mechanic and he was working on cars outside the house, like, you know, like in his garage, like in Oyster Bay all the time. So like I always thought my grandpa was black. Listen, did you know our grandpas?
Yeah, I think they took care of my family back on their farm back in the day.
Because they were passable, absolutely. Like, yo, like, you know, like, yeah, look, man, you really gotta, like, you know, like, let these guys go, man.
Look,
all right.
we're good people. Look, they invited them in for milk and cereal, okay?
Look, man, just because you give fucking Lifted Senses ancestors fucking milk and cereal does not make you a great fucking person, all right? It just means you gave him some fucking breakfast. Fuck you.
Look, that was a lot back then, Max. Okay, that was a lot.
I don't give a shit if they had Honey Nut fucking racist those. I don't give a fuck because they fucking needed more than that. They needed lunch and dinner too.
I agree. I'm so glad that I wasn't alive during those times, man.
Yo, I'm so glad that I'm fucking not gonna be alive one day.
Can you imagine me not being able to fuck a white girl? I can't live that life.
Nah, you would have been fucking all the white girls.
Lifted
hey, you know all the slave owners' daughters were getting slayed by the slaves. You already know that they were getting
fucking because they knew to leave their ladies at home. Otherwise, you know. Lifted was just like, look, man, like my dick is like insanely huge compared to like these fucking like
Lifted.
Pish posh.
You ever seen that Family Guy episode where like Peter finds out he has a black relative? And then like he meets his black relative in the bathroom as a ghost, and he was like, "I'm so sorry that you had to go through that." He's like, "It's all right. I had sex with all their wives and their daughters."
Yeah.
The BBC chicken.
How'd you know I was eating chicken right now?
Wow, that's racist, geek.
Yeah, geek.
Not for real though. Like we're talking a lot of shit, but Lifted is the centerpiece. That's why he's in the middle. He holds this fucking podcast together, boys.
Yo, if Lifted literally said like, "Hey man, I don't want to do this shit anymore. This is gay," I'll be like, "All right, yo, we're done."
Yeah. It's like having me or Max set up anything is a disaster.
And I would look in the mirror and I'd be like, "Am I gay?" And I'd be like, "No, man, I like pussy, right? I like tits." and I'd be like, but listen,
Max is definitely a tits kind of dude, for sure. He's like me. The greatest part of a girl is their tits.
Well, hold on. The greatest part of a girl is their tits until you see the back end of them, and if it's like not good, then you're just like, all right, hold up. Can we shift the fucking sliders right now? We need some ass.
I need some proportion. I can't have big ass titties and no ass.
Yeah.
I mean, that is
and
true.
Some girls have massive tits and zero ass, and I'm just like, look, man, I ain't fucking no fucking.
You know what the worst thing is never mind. I'm not getting into this.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm not getting into this.
No, come on. Oh, is it about Lauren?
No.
Oh. You have sex with a college degree? Oh, well, it's a good thing that I'm a loser. Fuck.
Dude, I'll tell you this right now. Me and Max met Amarath, and we met a porn star named Lauren Phillips when we were at TwitchCon.
How the fuck do you remember her name? I thought her name was like fucking Bosco. I don't know. Fucking, you know.
I mean, I don't know. Just, I don't know.
How the fuck do you remember her name?
You meet a porn star that lies to us and says she's a model. You just remember her name. She was
you
like,
remember my name?
Oh, my name's Lauren. Oh my god.
Yeah, she was their handler. Remember the guy that's just like,
yeah. There was some
like
fucking big ass bald dude with her, like walking around protecting her. I guess like.
No, he was like a loser. He's like a complete clown, and he's like, I'm basically here to make sure that fucking I'm the only guy who like gets money for her.
Nah,
and
you know what it is. He's probably one following around. Like, if any of you dudes fuck her, I got to be here to record it.
Yeah, I mean, kinda, yeah. But we met Amaranth. We talked about the Amaranth thing and stuff like that. She was like 5 foot nothing, and
yeah,
like,
she's like 2 foot
massive.
tall, and her tits are literally bigger than she is. Like,
but like nobody like said anything. Like me and Frank weren't like, oh man,
we were
that's
just
Amaranth.
like,
Somebody told us afterwards that was Amaranth, and we're like, oh, okay, cool.
Oh, I knew it was Amarath because she had like fucking 80 cameras around her. So I was like, oh.
Well, no, I mean her whole thing was that she was handing out goodie bags at the end of fucking like
to the affiliates.
TwitchCon, like anybody who's like walking
She came out of the partner lounge, and then she went up to the front. And she was giving the affiliates our goodie bags, which our goodie bags sucked. I think I threw all that shit away.
I would have been like, fuck that goodie bag. Show me your goodies.
Yeah, I looked at the goodie bags and I was just like, look, man, this isn't Coke. Yeah,
this isn't Coke.
What the fuck?
Max is like, oh, look, why don't you put a line on your tit and I'll snort it right off it.
Nah, not even. She could have thrown it on the ground and I would have fucking did a zigzag snip. You know, I didn't give a fuck. You know, like it would have been better than fucking dealing with her retard ass.
Oh my god. And what's funny is Lauren Phillips, the porn star who came up to me and Max and introduced herself to us. Like, we're just sitting. Hey,
what's up, stupid? You know, like basically.
She shakes our hands and's like, I'm about to open a charity. Would you guys ever want to do a charity for cyberbullying? We're like, sure, you know, whatever.
Yeah, we were all about it and stuff like that.
And she's like, one of my fellow models, she committed suicide because of cyberbullying. And then I didn't realize that it was August Ames. August Ames was the porn star that killed herself because of cyberbullying. And yeah, it was. And Lauren Phillips and her have been known best friends for like a long time. And I guess they joined the industry,
which is
what
fine.
they call it, together.
Yeah, I mean, like you're allowed to have that, but like
they eat each other's pussies.
They probably have done that before. Yes, probably.
As soon as we figured out that they were, porn stars.
Well, there was a special someone that we're not going to name names that was walking around the event just with his phone out showing fucking porn of her getting fucked. And
no, we talked about it last night when I told we talked about it, and like when Pierce was like, I will never forget the moment I looked at Pierce's eyes and he knew that it was time for me to stop like trying to kill this person. And Pierce looked at me and I was like, I need to calm down before I fucking murder this piece of shit.
And like he's literally walking around TwitchCon like showing people like, oh, we just met her. Oh, look at her getting fucked. And I'm just like, dude, can you like stop? Like,
how old was he? 15?
No, he's
he might as well have been. Yeah, he might as well have been. I mean, he's still around, and like the dude just like literally just like he literally came to TwitchCon and like sat down on like against the wall, and he's like, "It wasn't supposed to be like this," and we're like, what? But like Pierce, like literally the reason I didn't fucking tear this guy's head off, or Frank, was because Pierce was like so terrified.
Well, see,
fucking,
it was different moments we wanted to do that though.
Yo, yeah, it was between you and me, but like Pierce always stopped
Mine
us.
was in the Uber when he was being racist.
He's being
to
racist.
The Uber driver.
Yeah,
I literally wanted to.
He's like, I can say this because I'm Spanish. I'm like, dude, you look whiter than I do, and I'm like fucking super Irish. And like he was like
I
saying
literally
like
wanted
really
to fucking
racist
pull him out of
shit
the
to this
car.
dude. Yeah,
and then we got back, we got to TwitchCon, and the pout and shit and leaving, like we all followed him on Twitter and we seen his Twitter post. Matt, I literally had to pick Max up and carry him to like the other area because Max was about to fucking go off. Max was like solid red in the face, you know when an Irish motherfucker's mad. I just picked him up.
I was like, fucking Pierce looked me in the eye, and like it was like the moment in time, and we talked about it last night when Pierce looked me in the eye, and I was just like, but like you know, like 8 shades redder, and like I was like ready to fucking destroy this guy for being a piece of fucking shit, like absolute fucking horrible human being and stuff like that.
Like,
and
man,
I looked at Pierce.
We're here
I'm
for
like,
charity.
This is not what we're here for.
Show love to the charities that we've supported. And I tell you what, man, that fuck cancer crew was fucking amazing at TwitchCon.
They were.
Those were my favorite people that we met over the weekend. The fuck cancer project that is a charity. Like, if you ever want to fucking mess with a charity that they really give a shit about everybody that supports them, fuck cancer is definitely up there.
Well, maybe we should do a fuck cancer fucking charity on here on fucking our
Fab Like Greasy podcast.
RBG.
And we can make it the fucking RMW revival tour.
Yeah, we'll have a good time and stuff like that. But I would like to have people that like, you know, it's not like, oh, we're gonna have like partners on. I'm like, no, we want to have people that are fucking like
only 100 points. That's it. Vice City went up 100 points. That's all. That's it. 100 points. That's crazy.
Huh, yeah. Who said that?
Who's the dev of that set? Maybe we can have him on the podcast.
I'm like, hey man, yo,
hey,
I heard.
Why are you
retard,
stupid
bro.
and you don't know how to score a set? I mean, I don't know what's going on.
I think you drank 16
Dr.
Yo,
Pepper that day.
I'm the captain now. You want to spin the wheel again? Jesus Christ.
I don't think Max has any beer left.
No, I do.
All right, spin the wheel.
Let's go. Yo, you can get a shotgun and I can have to do it. I really do. Oh my god, my asshole. Oh god, it felt so good.
I hope it lands on shotgun.
I hope it lands on my fucking ass like
I hope it's gonna land on shot. No, it's lifted bull rip.
Ladies, leave your... Yo, maybe he has it set up where it like does that.
Dude, it's landed on double shot like 8 times tonight. It's fucking... Oh, I think we're getting it! We're getting it! Yes!
Ah! Fuck!
Yes!
Alright. Alright, you got it. It works. Well, let me tell you right now. Hold on. Let me fucking pull this beer out. This is all you get from me for the rest of the night. I'm gonna do this shotgun. I'm gonna finish this beer. I'm gonna say goodnight to the boys because I do have to be up at fucking 8 fucking o'clock in the morning for fucking, you know, it's not like last night.
Lifted's got to be up at 5 to stream and be ready for work at 9.
I can hear him breathing. I hear you breathing, baby.
Lifted's a machine for just even being here still.
He is. And Lifted, like I always think to myself, I'm like, hey, you know,
we don't deserve
Lifted's not super close with me per se, you know what I mean? But I always think that I'm like, when I think about Lifted, I'm just like, man, this is the guy I want in my fucking corner, man. I love Lifted. He's a good guy.
Hey, you're going to meet him here in a few months, Max.
I will.
And he's even more fun in person.
Lips is going to be like, oh, man, you Alabama.
He drinks more when you're in person with him. He drinks a lot more. A lot more.
I bet he does because he's just like, oh man, I hate being here. Fuck. This sucks.
I'm not shotgunning too. I got carpet.
He's not shotgunning. I'm gonna shotgun.
Dude, look, I've done the 8 double shots that's happened tonight. Okay, Bajo, I've done my part.
We're gonna fucking shotgun the beer. That's my folly right here, and I'm okay with that. Let's rock and roll. I'm not even gonna fucking tease this one. But you guys ready? But before I do this, I do want to say, Gal, thank you so much for hanging out tonight.
Hell yeah.
I missed you. Awesome. I missed you a lot, buddy, Gal. You've always been a really good friend to me, and I'm sorry that things turned sour for a long time. But fucking like sitting tonight, I honestly thought it was a lot. I think it was a lot of me and you talking. You know what I mean tonight, and like this is exactly what I wanted more than anything out of talking to somebody, a dev. Talking to a dev and stuff like that, because you graduated to that point, and I'm just like, hey man, like I literally want to tell you like what I think about RA as number one, and like you're telling me like what you think about shit as a fucking dev, because I never get to fucking say that shit, and we can both meet at a cross section where we're just like, hey, yeah, that's a great idea, and I'm like, yo, that's a great idea. Let's fucking pitch this shit and like let's get shit done. Anyway, I'm fucking fat and white.
He's a legend. There's no doubt about it.
Well,
he's just like, look at Lipton's achievements on the wall, you fucking pieces of shit.
No, I definitely, I honestly mean that, honest to God, like freaking like the conversations that at least I have had with Gal tonight is definitely something that like I'm just like, yo, like
it was
like
definitely
these are a lot of great ideas. Like, and between the two of us, I'm like, yo, these are great fucking ideas.
It was a great podcast today. I enjoyed it. I mean, look, we always know when we have Gal on, there's not going to be a lot more said than what Gal's saying, because that.
Yo, it was, and I appreciate. I love that he just like fucking chatted through the entire thing. It was great. I loved it.
I give him shit for it all the time, but like I said, you ever need a fucking filler episode on something you do, just invite Gal 416. He'll fill the episode. He'll fucking fill the episode.
He will, and it's good. It's never of not value, you know what I mean? It's not just like fluff.
Yeah,
like I
can
sit here and be like,
banter.
I love everything on RA, and I think everything is great, and I'm stupid, white, and stupid, and you know, and like people are just like, oh yeah, you know, this is Max.
I don't think Gal's white. I think Gal's brown.
You are Armenian piece of shit. You fucking Mediterranean son of a bitch.
I think Gal's Spanish, right? Ain't you Spanish?
Yeah, but he's like real Spanish.
We did not yell at him for David and Goliath. We talked about it, but it was like I said.
We did.
Me and Max both said we'll do David and Goliath if we have to. We basically said that because there's a low-level subset, Corona. There's really nothing they can do with that.
Gal literally said, if you don't do David and Goliath, that we're racist, and like the lift was right in front of us, and I'm like, oh, all right, yeah, we'll do it. Yeah.
So basically, we were just like, we'll do it, whatever. But we did talk about, actually, like I think the first hour was about Final Fantasy VII.
The point is that like, I mean, Gal's not even saying anything and stuff like that, but we did bring up a lot of things between dev and player, and these are all good things. Like, I think we gave Gal a lot of good ideas, and Gal like literally sent us back, like, like this is what the devs expect of the players, and it's good. It's a wonderful thing.
Look,
it was a big conversation. Yeah, exactly.
I really do wish players would try achievements before they start bitching about them.
Exactly.
And like I totally believe that I can do the low level run on Final Fantasy VII.
We all can. Everybody can. We just don't. Here's the thing right now. Okay, like Gal understands this. Like, especially like me, I'm killing Gal as a fucking the number one player on RA. I don't think there's any value in me doing that right now because Sark's breathing down my neck. There's no reason why I should be doing that fucking achievement. I don't want to do that achievement. After Sark beats me, I will be more than glad to do that. It's a big, it's a big time sink that I don't feel like I need to do.
And my thing is, it's like, you know,
Sark's like, yo man, hey man, you should probably do that fucking low level run, you piece of shit. You fucking white piece of garbage.
A lot of the bitching comes from, like, I just don't ever understand, like, and we covered this earlier, where like people were talking shit about developers, talking about how they ruin their childhood and shit, and then like we also talked about the aspect like Chrono went through, where he fucking went through his disbelief of a revision on a game, and a dev was like, "Oh, it sounds like a skill issue," and it's like, bro, do you even know who Chrono Gear is? Do you know who Chrono Gear is?
What game is this?
Bubsy 3D.
Man,
Bubsy 3D.
Oh, well, nobody wants to do that anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Chrono was just like, I badged it. I really don't want to revisit it. And the guy's like, oh, it sounds like a skill issue. And Chrono's like, excuse me?
It sounds like a fat fucking nobody gives a fucking shit about this set in the first place fucking issue. And Chrono Gear is fucking retarded for doing it in the first fucking place. No offense, homie.
Yeah, it's just absurd to call out like the number 4 player on the website for a skill issue. Have you seen the man's badges? You think if he really doesn't want to if he wants to put his mind to it, you think he can't go do that shit? Shut the fuck up, man.
Next time Chrono goes to fucking Japan, I'm gonna go with him, and he's gonna look me in the eye. I'm gonna look at him, and like Chrono's gonna be like, "Hey, what's up, man?" I'll be like, "We're gonna fuck a lot of Japanese pussy, bro. I'm gonna do it." Oh, is this the part where we all get up and take a piss for no reason? Okay, cool, neat. You know what? I'm just gonna piss all over myself. No, I can't. I gotta go to work tomorrow. Fuck. God damn it. I wish I could piss all over myself. How much beer do I have left? Alright, a little bit. Just a little bit. But enough to where I can definitely say that it was a good night. And a good night was had by all.
Look, dude, if I didn't piss, I was gonna piss myself. I had to go. I was seriously about to piss myself. That's my first pee since the podcast has started. I haven't pissed since. I've not pissed the entire podcast. We're 6 hours in. I've not peed once. That was my first one. Max made fun of me last night for peeing so much. 6 hours in, first piss.
Yeah, all right, knock it off. Cut it out. Shut up.
Cut it out. Shut up.
I'm older than you. I can boss you around.
Wow. I'm older than you, and I'm number one on our age.
And wider.
You're not wider. I'm wider than you are. Shit.
You kind of are. I tan good. Anyway,
I've been outside a lot lately. I've been playing a lot of basketball and football with my kids, man.
you get a basketball hoop out in the backyard?
Well, we had 2 birthday parties to go to this weekend, and they were at parks. So me and
That
little Frank were playing
sucks, man.
basketball.
Yo, man, I want kids, but like I don't want them to have friends. I don't want to do none. Like
Well, I'm gonna warn you, Max. When you have kids, they're gonna have.
I
Friends.
know, yeah. I'm gonna be a good dad.
You'd be a fantastic father.
I'm just gonna enjoy their time and just be like, yeah, man, I can't do the
Uh,
podcast.
look!
My kids are doing
I
some
could
fucking
already, I could
Fruity
already see Max like talking to his 6-year-old son. He's like,
I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna have fucking triplet redhead fucking daughters, and they're gonna all
he'll
gonna
be
hit
like, son,
13, and I'll
if you
be
don't beat
like,
fucking Mega Man 3, you're fucking a dipshit.
I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna have daughters, like 3 triplet daughters that are all redheads that are stacked by the time they're 13. I'll be like, yeah, I deserve this hell. I did a lot of bad things in my life.
Look, that's why I didn't want girls, man. I just
Well, you didn't get them. You got a lot of boys.
I did.
You know what, Frank? Though, if you did have a girl, I think that she'd be your most precious pearl of all time, and you treat her like a little princess.
I tell you what, man. My 3 boys keep me so humble. Like
Wife
this
wants
year,
a girl first and want a boy first. Yeah, I definitely want. I think I want a girl. I don't know.
This year, I got to go watch like Frank's. He's in December. He's a teenager. He's gonna be 13. And what this year's growth it's been a struggle with us. He's been acting up. He's at that stage where he's like, oh, I got to be cool. He also has a girlfriend already. So well, I go get the 2 smaller kids, and he walks up from the high school up to where we're parked, and he'll be walking with his girlfriend. It's like 20 minutes. Like after I get the little ones, I'm like, dude, seriously, I'm gonna throw you up against concrete if you don't get here fucking sooner. And he's like, Dad, I don't get to see my girlfriend at school all day, so I always walk her halfway to her house. And I'm just like, bruh, your little brothers are waiting to go home. Get to the car. Like, I don't care if you ain't seen your girlfriend today. I don't give a shit. Get to the car.
Is she allowed over the house?
No, his girlfriend's parents are the most strict people you will ever see.
Oh boy! All right.
It's rough. Like he'll have to sneak to the football game to see her. Like she went to one of his football games and like went out on the field and gave him like a big hug after his game and stuff. And I'm just like, oh, you guys are so cute. You fucking bitch. You're seeming kind of gay right now.
Yeah, exactly. You're like gay. I would do the same thing. Puppy love, yeah, exactly, man. That's why they call it puppy love.
It's his first girlfriend. They've been dating for like a year. It's hilarious.
Yeah, man, I don't think I've ever dated a girl in my entire life for a fucking besides Martha or something like that.
Look,
like, man, these chicks suck.
Me and Lauren have been together for almost 15 years. Before Lauren, my longest relationship was 9 months.
Exactly, man. Sounds boring as shit. That's why they call it puppy love.
Like Lauren beat me. That's why I was just like, I accept.
Exactly. I want a wife that fucking keeps me on my toes. I want her to kick my ass.
She started beating me and's like, yeah, you're gonna be with me the rest of your life. I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. Just don't hit me again.
All right, yo, where's Lexi at? Where's Lexi at? We need to see if she's beating the shit out of her fucking new boyfriend.
What, Bearded Luchador?
Yeah, Bearded Luchador. Yo, Bearded Luchador, if you're in the chat right now, you need to let us know if you're getting fucking abused, because it's worth it, right? That means she loves you.
Is it really worth it with Lexi?
I don't know, man. I've never had sex with Lexi before.
I wasn't talking about like sexual things. Just look how she acts. I mean, shit.
She's beating. Blink twice if you need help. Exactly. Core in the house.
We're in the
I
house.
think Lexi's. Are we doing Lexi next week, or is that like no?
You might be doing Lexi next week. I ain't.
You know what I'm saying?
oh, now you want to do the I know what you're
I know.
saying.
Yo, all right, now you're being a little bit more clever than me, and that pisses me off. I hate that. All right, cut it out. Knock it off. I'm the funny, stupid white guy, you know. And then I'm just like, oh, hey, yeah, it's me, it's Sark. I'm fucking white as shit. And then Lifted can laugh because it's a white joke, you know. but yo, she said she's gonna be around, and there's not gonna be no goddamn anime fucking stupid ass.
Look, Lexi was like, okay, we can do my episode next weekend, but she's like 2 hours maximum. She doesn't dictate
it's gonna be 4 hours, like Lifted said. It's gonna be
it's at least gotta be fucking 4 hours. You're not getting off on 2 hours.
If you want your fucking boyfriend to be part of it, you can. If
Bearded Luchador wants to join her, he is new to RA, Max. Look up Bearded Luchador. I'm not sure if that's a fucking RA account. Just look at Bearded Luchador.
Yeah, the point is, if like he'd be there,
actually,
like,
if you want to find his
I
account,
don't care as long as he's here with me. That's great.
He badged UN Squadron. He badged it.
Oh, Hellfire Saga. Shit. Yo, who did that?
Oh, there he is. There's Lexi's. There's Lexi's.
Look at her making him do his thing. She's forcing him to fucking play these games. He doesn't even care. He just knows that he wants.
He's doing Mega Man X4 right now.
Yeah, exactly. Because she's like, if you beat this game, you can have sex with me again. And he's like, very well, man. Yo, Lifted, go down to the bottom and comment and be like, yo, don't give in, man. It's okay. You can't beat the game, bro. She's scared. Yo, she's scared. She's making her boyfriend fucking do it. Like I said, yo, it's okay, man. She's like, I'm like, we said it like a long time ago when we were talking. I'm like, yo, who you going out with, Lexi? She's like, some stupid ass white boy. I'm like, oh. Okay.
Okay.
Do you still think he's a stupid ass white boy? Because you're telling him to play Mega Man X4.
I don't think Lexi's ever really played X4 that much.
I think
Lexi's the biggest face tanker.
Lexi might be an evil person. I don't know.
She is an evil person. She kept slapping me. I'm
trying to get closer to understanding who Lexi is, but she seems like a demonic entity.
All right. Fuck, it's almost midnight. We gotta Lifted's gotta get off of here.
We all need to get off. But Lifted, as long as you lasted tonight, baby, man.
I don't know.
Yo, there's Lexi. Hold on, nobody's going nowhere. Nobody's going nowhere until we fucking solve this until we solve this mystery. Lexi, you need to fucking let us know if you're gonna be here next weekend or not.
She said she was.
She said she was, but is she gonna say it again?
I mean, do you really hold her accountable? I mean, you know. But Lexi, we're gonna warn you now. It's probably
I told Lexi I'm gonna dress up like Sweetie Boy. You know,
it's gonna be 5 to 7 hours at least. Okay, you better be prepared.
Well, I don't know if it's gonna be that long, but how about 4?
It'll be 4 to 6 probably.
Gal lasted 4. He did.
Yeah, but Lexi don't have a bedtime. Gal does.
Yo, Lexi has a bedtime. Freaking depends on fucking what's
Bearded Luchador.
Yeah. He's gonna solve that mystery.
He's gonna solve that mystery.
Lexi, we need when Lexi comes on, it's gonna be the most ruthless.
Don't look at the dumbass hacks that are on my account.
We're gonna bother the shit out of Lexi so much, and she's gonna have
people gave me requests for these stupid ass.
Like, look, I'm gonna fucking never fucking play this all. I'm talking all the shit. You better be ready for fucking White Boy X2 and fucking Lifted. You can't say anything.
The reason why I didn't let people.
If you say anything bad about Lifted, I mean, you're just a fucking race trader. I don't know, man. Fuck you. Anyway.
All right, guys. So next Sunday will be
next Sunday. It's not gonna be Chrono. It's not gonna be anybody else. It's gonna be fucking Rockstar goddamn Lexi.
Yeah.
And she's gonna be in here. I'm gonna be all buttons and bows with my goddamn bow tie and my fucking sweater vest. You better believe it. Lexi, you better be ready for the sweetest boy that you've ever goddamn fucking seen. And you better talk about for 4 hours about fucking RA. And you better tell me what your favorite sets are and your least favorite sets are. And you better tell me how many people you fucking hate on RA and how many people you love on RA. And No Sonic CD. Fucking no, we already know that everybody hates fucking
It's her favorite game, Max.
Frankie okay, that's it. All right, we get a sneak preview right now. Frank sucks.
I might suck, but Lexi, I badged Sonic CD, didn't I?
Wait, did Lexi not badge Sonic CD?
No, she made me badge it though, and she didn't badge it till about the same time I badged it.
Oh, but she badged it.
She requested me it, and then was like, "Oh, I ain't gonna let you badge it before me."
Yo, next Sunday gonna be nasty. Next Sunday you gonna be nasty.
Yeah, but
yo, Frank literally said that you didn't badge it. He's like, nah, she didn't. I'm like,
yeah, no, I said right? She did.
Oh, I'm gonna fuck you up.
Yeah, but look, she was literally
fuck up you up mid-month.
It took her not sleeping to beat me to that badge. That bitch was playing Sonic CD in Discord, and Navanos was giving her lessons in Discord while it was going on.
Wait, are you saying this was like a?
Nev was in there training.
Are you saying this is like a racial thing? Are you saying that this is like a racial thing?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying.
I think you are.
What do you mean us both? He helped me with like the first level. That was it. The rest I got fucking YouTube videos.
I'm gonna solve that mystery. Yo, okay, I'm putting on my detective hat. I'm gonna have my fucking bow tie on. I'm gonna have my sweater vest on, but I'm also gonna have my fucking Sherlock Holmes hat on because I need to fucking figure out what's going on here. Is Frank
Nev? She did, didn't she? She used me more. See, Nev knows.
Is Frank right?
Yeah, I am right.
Racist.
Dude, Nev is fucking so good at Sonic CD. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's annoying. Yo, Navanos, I was talking mad shit about Navanos before because he beat me to the fucking Mega Man 4 on Genesis fucking set, like by like literally like 15 minutes. Like I hated it, but fucking he's really good. How about that? But I never said that, this was a racial thing like Frank was. I mean, like, Navanos is helping out Lexi.
What do you mean I never said it was a racial thing?
You're basically like Navanos is giving secret. You did. Well, you implied it that, like, Navanos is
I'm just saying, Neb, when
I'm putting on my Sherlock Holmes hat, and I'm trying to figure out if this is a racial injustice or not, Frank. Knock it off. Sonic CD is serious, but Frank, literally Lifted is like, I think this is a racial thing.
Lifted, do not take a fucking side.
No, Lifted, you better take a side.
You sleep in my house, Lifted.
Lifted, you better take a side because this is mad fucking funny. All right.
Lifted, I sent your little brother a PS5. I mean, come on, man. That right there makes us close. All right.
Sure.
Oh, that is very nice. Why would you do that? That's like expensive.
I gotta go. Guys, that's it for us. Lipton's gotta go.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks for hanging out, guys. Weekend. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Have a good night.
Thank you, Gall.
Lexi is gonna be here
thank you so much,
week.
Gall.
And if Lexi is not here next week, you piece of fucking lady shit. Whatever.
Lexi, you better be here, or we're gonna fucking crucify you. You better fucking be.
Gal, thank you so much, Gal. You were the best. Every week we get better and better and better and better. But Lexi, you better bring your fucking A game next fucking week if you're gonna fucking compete with Gal and Jay Nasty and all the rest of these bumps. Fucking
and Sark. They were our 3 guests. Sark
already premeditated.
They all did great. We had 3 great episodes with guests so far.
Sark literally said, he's like, everybody to fucking bring in here that are big time homos, and I hate them all. I swear to God, that's what he said.
It sounds just like him. I thought he did say it.
I thought he said homos too.
No, he was talking. What was the word? What was the word we used? What was
I'm not gonna repeat that. No. No.
All right, guys. Lipton's got to go.
All right, we'll see you guys next week.
Yo,
Thanks for
Lifted,
hanging out.
thank you so much, man. Lifted,
Yeah.
fucking literally fucking. We was above and beyond tonight because he was ready to go to bed 2 hours ago. He was ready to go to bed 2 hours ago, baby. But cheers,
Oh,
Lifted.
man.
Thank you so much,
See you
man.
guys.
All
We're out.
Always a pleasure, guys. Have a good one.
Play that outro.
Yo, play the outro. We'll be back next week.
It's time to gather round, chillin' wild down. Fat, black, and greasy. Yeah, fat, black, and greasy. Pouring grease down the drain, storing away the strain. Putting the fat back in the freezer, and pulling up the next episode teaser.
All right, you guys have a good night. I'm gonna head out of here.
Getting carried away in the dizzy days, a sort of magical maze. Mean green and off the screen, no longer in the scene.
You guys have a good night.
Gems of
See you guys.
array, now resting up while the stage crew starts the big cleanup. Whoa. Smoke blows out, filters through, moving up that guest spot queue. Closing shop, stop and talk, show up next time on the clock. I'm fat, black, and greasy. Fat, black, and greasy. Yeah, fat, black, and greasy. With the hosts of the RA Century. Yeah, Max, Frank, and Lifted with their empty drinks, setting out the next pack up by the sinks for the next episode of Fat, Black, and Greasy. Fat, black, and greasy. Yeah.